on Republic has have already highlighted this very issue, that Nida Khan was being sheltered by with the help of AIMIM Corporator. The most shocking thing is that where Nida Khan was staying, the landlord of that very property was also unaware that Nida Khan was staying there along with her brother, mother and maternal auntie. AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel didn't tell that landlord that he is giving shelter to Nida Khan, who is one of the prime accused in the Nashik TCS case. He said that one of my relative needs help. So can you give me any property which is empty right now? And hence the property was given to Nida Khan as a shelter to hide out from Nashik police. But finally, before 4 to 5 days, she was nabbed by Nashik police in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar at that very property in which on which the bulldozer action is being taken right now. And the visuals we are seeing live on Republic First is the same property in which Nida Khan was staying. A notice was displayed by Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar Municipal Corporation on these properties. Over to you.
All right, and also if you can tell us the legal updates on this, what's happening legally when it comes to Matin Patel and also the entire case, the developments of the case?
Right. Matin Patel was initially interrogated by the Nashik SIT, but he was also made a co-accused in this particular case because he helped the prime accused in Nashik TCS case to hide out in a property, hide out in a locality where he is a corporator or local corporator. Later, he was released and he is currently in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar itself. He is also being backed by AIMIM, former MP Imtiaz Dalil. Also, Matin Patel rushed to High Court to get a stay on this particular order, but he didn't receive any stay. But the hearing was scheduled on 18th of May, and before that, the action has been taken. This act is actually condemned by Imtiaz Dalil as well, as he visited the property last night. So as of now, the legal development in this particular matter is that the bulldozer action is taken before the scheduled hearing on 18th of May, and it was completely up to the administration. And before this, the mayor of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar as well as the officer of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar said that this action is completely legal. They have all the rights and they are moving according to the legal actions provided by the sections of the relevant laws. So it is completely wrong that the AIMIM, which is claiming that the action is illegal. So according to the law, they are taking a right action, is what is being claimed by the mayor as well as the officer of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Over to you.
All right, Revati, thanks a lot for the developments which you are seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. Keep tracking the developments, Revati. We'll come back to you after this in the future bulletins also, because this is huge and because we as a network have been covering this entire news event from the day of the beginning, and these are the live visuals of the action now. All right, viewers, now let's move on to other top stories from the world of business in Business Wraps. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's appeal to reduce gold imports, fuel consumption and non-essential overseas travel may signal gradual austerity measures if the West Asia conflict persists. According to JM Financial, the brokerage said the remarks were aimed at conserving foreign exchange reserves amid rising external risks. Analysts say targeted restrictions or policy adjustments could follow if pressure on imports continues. Despite the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and a sharp jump in Brent crude prices to nearly $126 per barrel, India has so far avoided raising petrol and diesel prices. The disruption affected a major share of India's crude imports and pushed up freight and insurance costs. The government and oil companies have absorbed the shock, helping shield consumers from immediate fuel inflation. India's retail inflation accelerated to 3.48% in April, the highest level since December, driven by rising food prices and energy market volatility. Vegetable prices remained elevated, with tomatoes and cauliflower recording sharp inflation. While the headline number remains below the RBI's 4% target, the uptick signals a continued pressure on household budgets. Indian equity markets saw heavy panic selling as the Sensex plunged more than 1,500 points in a single session. Investor wealth worth over rupees 10 lakh crore was erased amid concerns of escalating geopolitical tensions and higher oil prices. The sharp correction reflected growing nervousness over the global macroeconomic outlook. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development which we are getting right now, and this is about Ministry of Finance, and it's about the gold and silver, the precious metals. The Ministry of Finance updates customs duty rates for precious metals and findings through its notification effective from today, and gold and silver findings to attract additional 5% duty, platinum findings at 5.4%, and precious metals spent a catalyst set to 4.35%, subject to the fulfillment of compliance criteria. And this is an increase in the the duty which is there. So this is a very big development. Finance Ministry hikes duty rates for the precious metals. The big development here. Now this means that import of gold and silver will be now expensive. It will be more costlier than what it used to be. And this after Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made an appeal to curb foreign exchange, foreign expenses, spending money on gold. And this is the action that has been taken by the Finance Ministry over saving Indian reserves, Indian currency and gold and silver findings to attract 5% additional in this case. And it increases, there are much more duty which has been levied in this case. Platinum findings also duty to be set at 5.4%. Finance Ministry hikes duty rates for precious metals. Big development here on your screens. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after a short commercial break. Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he doesn't trust Pakistan. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today, the government to prove its majority.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, while the news might focus on
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, a very good morning. This morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and I have my colleague with me. I have Amrita with me. Amrita, there are a lot of developments coming in, and we have seen that Donald Trump, the US president, is not too happy with the developments.
Yes,
and
especially with how Pakistan has been shielding Iranian aircraft all this time while there was peace talks going on, and Senator Lindsey Graham has also gone on to say that they do not trust Pakistan. And we are also seeing that Donald Trump will be visiting China, and there will be a lot of discussions about that.
That's right, and that's why President Trump also said that no wonder the mediation talks between Iran and US are not going well, referring to Pakistan. We'll get up viewers all those updates. This is a huge story we're tracking, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Main accused Shubham Khaimar taken to CBI custody in connection with NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked paper for 15 lakhs rupees.
Multi-state crackdown on NEET paper leak. Scandal SIT detains a youth from Gurugram.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay set to face a crucial floor test in Assembly today, the government to prove its majority.
Trump's aide, Lindsey Graham, has questioned Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft now a row and says he does not trust Pakistan.
Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran war, says a good deal can be made.
Nida Khan's hideout, it's a residence belonging to the corporator Matin Patel, demolished by authorities. All right, viewers, so after years of tariff wars and rising geopolitical tensions, the world's two biggest economies are preparing for another high-stakes engagement. US President Trump will be visiting Beijing from May 13th, Amrita, to 15th for a crucial summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. So that is a big update that we are looking forward to.
That's right. And Shivangi, in fact, the meeting comes at a time when global trade remains under pressure and the ongoing Iran war has added fresh concerns over energy prices and economic stability. Both leaders are expected to discuss trade, tariffs, and ways to stabilize ties between Washington and Beijing. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
The spotlight is back on Beijing as Donald Trump prepares for his first China visit in nearly a decade. The three-day summit with the Xi Jinping comes at a moment of a global uncertainty, from the Iran conflict to fears of another trade war between China and the US. Despite months of cautious diplomacy, the fault lines remain deep. Trade tariffs, artificial intelligence, along with Taiwan, are all expected to dominate the talks. The White House also says that Trump and Xi will discuss setting up a new board of trade aimed at keeping channels open on key sectors such as energy, aerospace, and rare earths.
He loves his country, I can tell you that, President Xi. I look forward to being there. And if he felt anything, we wouldn't be doing it. But a lot of good things can happen. Now, we'll be talking about, he'll bring up Taiwan, I think, more than I will. But I think that a discussion will be a little bit about energy and about the very beautiful country of Iran.
One major concern looming over the summit is energy security. Trump has already floated the idea of suspending the federal gas tax in the US to counter rising fuel prices. At the same time, Trump also says he plans to raise the issues of the jailed Hong Kong pro-democracy activist Jimmy Lai during his meeting with Xi Jinping.
But Jimmy Lai isn't that way. But Jimmy Lai, he caused lots of turmoil for China. He tried to do the right thing. He wasn't successful, went to jail, and people would like him out, and I'd like to see him get out too. So I'll bring him up again. I have brought him up. There's another gentleman, a pastor, as you know, with a beautiful daughter and son-in-law that would like to see him get out. I'm going to bring his name up.
The visit also comes after a bruising trade standoff that saw tariffs between two countries soar to above 100% before a temporary truce was reached. While the fragile truce is still holding, threats from both governments have continued in recent months. With global markets watching closely, Trump-Xi meet is being seen as a key test of whether the US and China can work together despite their previous rivalry.
All right, so President Trump is on his way to Beijing for a highly anticipated summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping this week. So Trump and Xi are meeting in a two-day summit on May 14th and 15th. Trump's trip was initially delayed so he could help steward the US and Israeli war against Iran.
That's right, a much anticipated visit. In fact, President Donald Trump's visit to China is seen as a chance to fortify a delicate trade truce between the US and China, but it has become complicated in Trump's attempt to find a resolution to the war in Iran. Take a look at what Republic's consulting editor Saurav Shukla had to say about this whole development.
Today, we will talk about what's happening on the big ticket visit that President Trump is undertaking to China. What does this mean for the global geopolitics and also the war on Iran? This is the first time in 10 years that an American president will be in China for a summit meeting with Xi Jinping. And clearly, this is a very high-profile visit, if you ask me, from the realm of geopolitics. One, this also has a direct bearing on the war on Iran, because China has been supplying Iran weapons, also intelligence coordinates, and the US is well aware of the fact that the Chinese have a strategic stake because it was the Iranian oil that the Chinese were buying at a low cost, which got disrupted. So they have a shared interest in making sure that the Strait of Hormuz opens and Iran concurs to a deal that the US has offered. This is going to be one of the main stays of the visit, and my sense is one of the reasons why the negotiations broke off, or as President Trump described it, that it was on life support, was because the Chinese also wanted a role at the table. They wanted some kind of a deal. They realized very well that the US President Donald Trump is an astute deal maker. He wants and gets usually the best deal for his country, and he will require the Chinese leadership to make some concessions. Clearly, Iran is something that the Chinese may want to leverage it because Xi Jinping knows that the world wants this war to end, and President Trump also wants this war to end very soon. He has maintained the economic blockade, which is hurting not only Iran, but countries in Asia as well. And obviously, China is no exception. And post the US action against Venezuela, which was the other primary supplier of the Chinese oil, China has got badly hurt. In fact, on the same night when US President Donald Trump mounted that Venezuela operation, a special envoy of the Chinese President Xi Jinping was visiting Venezuela, Caracas, and had met Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan leader. So clearly, there was a message that the US and US President Donald Trump is sending out to Beijing that he is in control of global geopolitics. And even though he wants to make a deal, but he wants to do it on his own term. So that is going to be one of the biggest, I would say, takeaways. Beyond that, there is this AI race that US obviously is leading the AI race, but it also realizes that Chinese are seeking concessions from the US. They want companies like NVIDIA to sell more chips, more advanced chips to China. President Trump has made some exceptions in the past, but it remains to be seen how much of a persuasion the Chinese leadership will have, or a sway will have on the American president to give away and agree to some more concessions. The third thing is that the Chinese companies also want access to the US market. The fact that President Trump has a high-level trade delegation, which has the top US CEOs accompanying him on this visit, also sends out the message that the US will want some kind of a reciprocal arrangement where there is market access for large US companies, be it Tesla, Meta, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. So all these companies would like some kind of a concessions from the Chinese leadership because there are restrictions on the American companies functioning in China, even Apple. So certainly this will be a major play. It will be more like a visit which will combine geopolitics and trade together. But it will also be a visit which will be watched globally because of the impact on global geopolitics, relationship with every country. How will this visit play out on China's ambitions in the Indo-Pacific? Because obviously US is a critical member of Quad. There is a summit meeting which is also scheduled, a foreign minister meeting of Quad, in which India is also a part of, is scheduled in New Delhi. And New Delhi realizes that China continues to pose a threat not only to its own strategic ambitions, but to the strategic ambitions for any country in the region. And Indo-Pacific countries are all united to take on China's hegemonic designs. President Trump realizes the fact that China will continue to be an adversary. That is part of the US national security doctrine. The US realizes that they can manage relationship with China. So this visit will be about that management. How do you manage a relationship? US will also want to make sure that they continue to lead the AI race. And they will convey to the Chinese leadership something maybe behind closed doors, that they take the national security threats very seriously. In the recent past, a lot of Chinese researchers have been caught in the US trying to steal AI designs, trying to smuggle in some bioviruses. All that stuff will be raised by the US, sources are telling me. But the visit will also be about bonhomie, making sure that on the surface, things are right. President Trump likes pomp and fanfare, and my sense is that the Chinese will also provide all of that because they know that they need the US to be an adversary which is also managed well, because that one of the reasons why the Chinese have been egging on, whether it was the war between India and Pakistan or the war against Iran, is to make sure that they get to win the AI race by getting other countries embroiled in long-drawn wars.
All right, viewers, we have a big development, a breakthrough in the NEET scam case where the main accused has now been arrested and will be produced before the court. The latest update, we have the CBI officials have now departed for Mumbai with the suspected accused Shubham Khernar, and very shortly he will be produced before the Mumbai CBI court at 11 a.m. for a transit remand, and after attaining the remand, CBI officials will be transporting the accused to Delhi, and sources have indicated that the suspected accused reveals additional names during interrogation. It's a big development that we are seeing so far in the NEET paper leak case, Shivangi.
That's right. So more arrests are likely to happen in Nashik. Furthermore, the operators of several coaching classes are also on the CBI's radar. So big updates coming in. A mastermind in CBI custody. It's a significant development in the paper leak case where the primary investigation into the suspect Shubham Khernar has uncovered the financial details of a local paper sharing racket. Investigation is revealing that Khernar allegedly required the NEET UG question paper for a sum of rupees 10 lakhs. So the latest update is that we're getting is that CBI officials have departed from Mumbai with the suspected accused Shubham Khernar. He will be produced before the Mumbai CBI court at 11 a.m. for a transit remand. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Okay, Revati is joining us on the phone line. Revati, coming across to you. So CBI officials will be taking the accused to Delhi for questioning. And there are a lot of details about this accused. So Shubham Khernar had acquired the NEET UG question paper for 10 lakh through an encrypted messenger. Some details coming in over this suspected accused.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Shubham Khernar, who is a doctor himself, a BMS practitioner, is a suspect in this particular NEET paper leak scandal. And he was questioned by Nashik Crime Branch Unit 1 for more than 6 to 7 hours yesterday, and then he was handed over to CBI late night at around 3 to 4 a.m. and then he was taken by CBI officials to Mumbai. The CBI officials, along with Shubham Khernar, are heading towards Mumbai, where they'll get a transit remand. And they will take Shubham Khernar for further investigation to Delhi. According to the sources, it indicates that there are more likely arrests to happen because during the interrogation, more names are revealed by Shubham Khernar is what the sources are indicating. Also, the most important thing to be noted here is that Shubham Khernar is the first arrest made by CBI officials in the NEET paper leak scandal. Also, one more suspected accused actually is detained in Maharashtra's Nagar district, and on Republic we exclusively saw that in Pune also one accused is on radar. The Pune police is on a search for that very accused as well. So it will be important to see that how many arrests are made from Maharashtra, because now the developments that are coming up indicate that Nashik in Maharashtra is the epicenter of the NEET paper leak scandal. So it will be important to see that what names are coming up and who are and how many are involved in this particular matter.
Right, Revati. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Revati. We will be tracking the story very, very closely here on Republic TV. And speaking specifically, about the NEET UG paper, which was cancelled, there will be re-examination. Amrita, there's so many students, so many NEET aspirants who we spoke to yesterday.
Right.
And, they have worked very hard for this.
Yes, even though the NTA has officially cancelled the exam and they said there will be a re-examination and they will not have to incur charges. But the main question is the credibility of the testing agency. Why so many repeated paper leak scam has occurred over the past year. So that really pulls the focus on the agency so far, but it remains to be seen as CBI has taken over the case and more people are being arrested in connection to the particular case.
So the CBI has taken over the case, the investigation continues. Let's move ahead. We'll talk a little bit more about the story because it's a massive blow for over 22 lakh medical aspirants as the NTA officials cancelled the NEET UG exam following a bombshell paper leak investigation. What began as a guest paper probe by the Rajasthan SOG has now escalated into a nationwide scandal, casting a dark shadow over the country's largest entrance test.
That's right. And also, as the CBI has taken over the reins of this multi-state investigation, now student protests are intensifying and a fierce political battle has ignited over the repeated collapse of our competitive exam system. For a closer look at the evidence and the arrests made so far, here is a breakdown of the whole thing by our executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy. Take a look.
The NEET examination controversy will be the top focus all day today on Republic TV. The story broken on Monday, we detailed how 120 questions were leaked. 120 questions of 600 marks worth of questions leaked in the open market. Questions stolen, digitized and sent across the country and sold for anywhere between 30,000 rupees to what some call 30 lakh rupee price tag that was set on this question paper. Now, in the last 24 hours since we reported the story, we've seen arrests in different parts of the country. Some reports suggest that the leak actually took place from Nashik, but we have some reports indicating that the source of the leak could have been from Pune. Now, when we look at the story in depth, why is this more damaging than what we thought initially? In 2024, when we had a similar leak, let's tell you that from 2017 to 2024, there have been 3 instances when NEET question papers have leaked, and because of this leak, the government had to intervene, the Supreme Court had to intervene, and in 2024, you had a commission that was set up under a former ISRO chief that looked into the NEET process and came up with details, suggestions that had to be implemented to ensure that such a leak does not happen. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the manner in which the leak has happened in the year 2026, has defeated the entire purpose of setting up a special commission. And ironically, the same government, this government, in the parliament spoke about the foolproof mechanism. They claimed that steps had been taken. They promised it would never happen again. But 23 lakh students have been betrayed. 23 lakh students who most of them go to coaching centers and by conservative estimates spend anywhere starting 3 lakh rupees and all the way up to 10 lakh rupees in some of these coaching centers per year. That is the kind of money that is spent by students, many of whom take student loans, many of whom pledge their homes or ancestral lands to take loans and come to the coaching centers and apply for this NEET examination. They have all been betrayed, and sadly most of them will have to take the examination once again in the next 3 weeks. Now, what are we looking at and what do we know about this entire modus operandi? Now, the story starts from Nashik. Just to give you a few details about who we know are the central characters or the modes and mechanisms of the modus operandi of how this digitized NEET question paper moved from place A to place B. We are told that the paper allegedly was leaked at a printing press in Nashik. Some reports contradict that and say it was Pune, but between Nashik and Pune was the original source of the leak. The original paper was digitized there, and that is where it started. And then from Nashik, it went to Haryana, and in Haryana, we are told that it reached the hands of a doctor in Gurugram, and that doctor then further sent the paper to Jaipur. And because Rajasthan is a student hub with students across the country in different coaching centers in Rajasthan itself, between Jaipur, Sikar, the question paper kept moving, and eventually there are details showing that the question paper was even sold in Jammu and Kashmir and different parts of Kerala. Now, that is what we know about the different cities where the paper itself was sold. Now, we tried doing an open search on Telegram because we heard that the question papers were being sold on Telegram. Even though the government claims that many Telegram channels with NEET question paper leaks, groups where NEET papers were being sold on Telegram were disabled, we found that some of the past question papers, for example, when I looked on Telegram this evening, I found that the 2024 NEET examination papers were still circulating in some of the groups. So it is an organized racket involving the private mafia, involving coaching centers, involving people within the government press system. When the question paper is printed, it was digitized using a scanner, portable scanner, and using different layered servers were sent to different parts of the country. Now, how is it that if a panel was set up in 2024, and let me tell you what the panel had said in the year 2024 under Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. The panel had said that for the reformation of the National Common Entrance Testing, including strengthening of NTA, institutional linkage with states, involvement of test indenting agencies as knowledge and examination partner, etc., had to be brought in, and all of these measures were listed in the parliament. But despite the changes that were promised, today we have a situation where 23 lakh students will once again be taking the examinations in perhaps 3 weeks from now. So that is where the story stands, and we here at Republic TV have a team stationed in Jaipur, and we're getting to the bottom of it, because it appears that it's not a simple operation. It is an operation that crisscrosses many states and will involve multiple agencies. The CBI has taken over, so watch out for this space on Republic. We will keep you ahead on the NEET cheat controversy.
And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live this morning. Trump's aide is questioning Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he does not trust Pakistan.
Also coming up next, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today, the government to prove its majority.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
Viewers, top headlines. Main accused Shubnam Khernar are taken to CBI custody in connection with the NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leak papers for 15 lakhs.
Multi-state crackdown on NEET paper leak scandal. SIT detains a youth from Gurugram.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today. The government to prove its majority.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator? I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row says he doesn't trust Pakistan.
Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran war, says a good deal can be made.
Nida Khan's hideout, a residence belonging to AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel, demolished by authorities. And now, viewers, beginning with the top focus story of the day. The cancellation of NEET UG 2026 has now triggered a nationwide political and student backlash. From Delhi to Bengaluru, Lucknow to Kerala, protests have now erupted over the National Testing Agency scrapped India's biggest medical entrance exam over a massive paper leak controversy.
That's right, Amrita. And it has been 22 lakh students have been affected. They appeared for the exam. They are now staring at uncertainty, while the opposition parties and student groups are accusing the government of failing to protect the credibility of the examination system. Here's a ground report from across the country.
The cancellation of NEET UG 2026 has now sparked a wave of protests across the country as anger continues to grow over the massive paper leak controversy. The National Testing Agency cancelled the May 3rd exam after investigators found a leaked guest paper allegedly matched large portions of the actual question paper. With more than 22.79 lakh students affected, the decision has triggered panic, frustration, and political outrage. In the national capital, SFI workers took to the streets, raising slogans against the NTA and the central government.
This has been every year. In 2024 also the NEET paper was leaked. Lakhs of students had to reappear in the exam, and NET JRF paper was also leaked. BPSC paper is getting leaked, and again the NEET this year. So I just request what's going on in the name of Vishwaguru. I don't know what's Pradhan Mantri Modi and this Dharmendra Pradhan is trying to make. They comes on Pariksha pe charcha, but they won't talk after Pariksha. Pariksha to leak ho raha hai. They are not talking about, they come on Pariksha to Charcha, but they are not taking responsibility of a free and fair examination. Where our future, the students who are preparing hard for years and years to appear in the exam, but when they came out of the examination hall, paper get leaked.
Protesters accuse the government of failing to prevent repeated exam leaks, demanding accountability over the collapse of the exam system. In Bengaluru, Youth Congress workers staged a massive protest, targeting the centre over the cancellation of the exam. Demonstrators said that students who spend months preparing for India's biggest medical entrance test have now been pushed into uncertainty once again. In Bhopal, NSUI workers also hit the streets, holding placards and raising slogans against the NTA. In Lucknow, students expressed shock and anger after the exam was cancelled, saying their hard work and months of preparation have now gone into limbo. Coaching centers also admitted that the controversy has left students under massive mental stress, with many now preparing for yet another round of exams. But the biggest flashpoint emerged in Kerala, where SFI workers held protest march in Thiruvananthapuram.
The National Testing Agency should be scrapped. This is what the key demand is all about. Last year, the same has happened regarding the net exam of history paper. The same question paper has been leaked. The same is happening in the case of NEET exam also. So this is done by the National Testing Agency and its officials. So what's the transparency that NTA holds? So it should be scrapped and a new system should be established.
The protest quickly escalated into a clash with police as demonstrators attempted to march towards the CHE office. Police used water cannons to disperse the crowd, even as protesters continued raising slogans against the NTA and the central government. The NTA has said a fresh exam will now be conducted, while the CBI has taken over the investigation into the paper leak network. And with protests now spreading across states, the bigger question remains: how many more times will students have to pay the price for failures in the system?
And our viewers, moving on to more stories, a connection with the NEET UG 2026. The whole cancellation has now triggered a nationwide political and student backlash from Delhi to Bengaluru. The leaked questions were carried from Nashik to Gurugram in Haryana, in Jaipur, and finally Sikar. The compromised documents were shipped from Sikar to Kerala, Bihar, and Jammu and Kashmir.
That's right. According to the reports put forward by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, a copy of the leaked question paper was printed in the local newspaper after the first digital copy was created in Nashik. Let's take a look at what Arnab Goswami said and his sharpest opinion.
Straight points about the NEET exam. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell is going on right now? We can't carry out an exam. We keep cancelling the NEET exam, almost as if it's an unavoidable fact. Does anyone, including the government, think about the 2.3 million students, the 23 lakh students who gave the exam in 5,400 centers, and the government just says, okay, we're cancelling the exam. We're going to tell you later when we are going to carry out a fresh exam. Absolute nonsense. 23 lakh students across 5,400 centers in 551 cities, including 14 cities which are abroad. And now you say, oh, it just happened, we are sorry. I'm sorry, your sorry is not good enough. The NEET has been cancelled 4 times in 5 years. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, take that number up 4 times. And then say we are dealing with potentially 8 to 10 million students. Almost 1 crore Indians taking the exam have had this exam cancelled over the last 5 years. Absolute nonsense. Total and absolute incompetence. If they can't carry out an exam, then why do we need to have one? I feel really angry on behalf of the students. I'm told that there was a guest paper question which was put out, which means that there was a paper which possibly was leaked. And I've not been the greatest of students, but I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, having sat for medical entrance exams myself in the past, that it is impossible that the questions match in the way that they have this time. Out of 410 questions, 120 questions from the chemistry section of the exam absolutely exactly match the actual examination paper. And this is not some generalization. The question is as specific as the speed of light in a vacuum is taken as unity. If light takes 6 minutes 40 seconds to reach the earth from the sun, the distance between the sun and the earth in the new unit is 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's a very specific question. It's not guesswork. I'll give you another example. The angular speed of a flywheel is increased from 600 RPM to 1200 RPM in 10 seconds. The number of revolutions completed by the flywheel during this time is 1, 2, 3, and 4. The answer being 3. 3 as in the number which is the choice answer. These are specific questions. What does this prove? This proves that the paper was leaked. It was absolutely and clear leaking of the paper. You can blame anyone. You can say there's a cheating mafia. There's a private mafia, which describes itself private mafia. You can blame maybe some corrupt students and their parents or their funders. But essentially, the government must take the responsibility. The National Testing Agency, the government which carries out this exam, must take the responsibility. By the way, when Republic investigated the route of the leak of this paper, it starts from a printing press in Nashik, then it goes to Haryana, it reaches a doctor in Gurugram. From the doctor in Gurugram, the leaked paper goes to Jaipur, and then is transferred to Jamwa Ramgarh in Rajasthan. From there, it is sent to Sikar. From Sikar, it is distributed to other states, including Jammu and Kashmir, Bihar and Kerala. And the Nashik crime branch has already arrested one person. Words such as Telegram groups are created, including words such as groups called private mafia. A suspected shadow server is used to bypass the NTA artificial intelligence-enabled monitoring systems. So the system here is so dangerous that it can beat AI firewalls. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the kind of syndicate that operates this. They have leased internet lines, and therefore the question is it impossible to carry out an honest and credible examination in this country? Which is why I'm asking you tonight, who do you blame? Who do you blame more for the NEET betrayal? Students have been betrayed in our country. Families have been betrayed in our country. Do you blame A, the government, the NTA? 2, do you blame the exam mafia? Because there's without doubt a sophisticated, technologically capable examination mafia. Do you blame the cheats who are responsible for this mess? Because some beneficiaries must be there who wanted to pay money to get this leaked paper in our hands. But my dear viewers, nothing has changed, and we are given promises every time. The former chairman of ISRO, the former chairman of the BOG, IIT Kanpur, submitted his report on 21st October 2024. They recommended the reformation of the National Common Entrance Testing, including strengthening of NTA, institutional linkage with states, involvement of test indenting agencies as knowledge and examination partners. I do not believe it has all been done. And if it has all been done, if the paper is being leaked yet again, then why should we say, okay, let's live with it? To the government, I would say, please understand the emotional, psychological impact on students in this country. Hard work feels wasted. Merit seems undependable. There are past leaks as well. There are mental health crises. Ladies and gentlemen, there is chaos among students in the country. There is chaos, and heads need to roll sooner than later. Heads need to roll on this. I hope the government takes note. I hope this is not just a debate, but much more.
And now, viewers, let us shift our attention to some of the top national headlines today.
Police recovered crude bombs and bomb-making materials from an abandoned railway quarter on the Radha Ballabh Road in the Nehati municipality. Personnel from Nehati Police and the Railway Protection Force reached the spot and secured the area. An investigation has been launched to determine who stored the explosives and for what purpose. Recovery has raised fresh security concerns in the region.
At least 6 devotees were killed and more than 10 others were seriously injured after a wall collapsed during a religious gathering in Sanglil's Motwadi village. The incident occurred when heavy rain and strong winds forced devotees to take shelter near a construction site. A metal shed was blown off by the storm and crashed into a stone wall, causing it to collapse on those standing nearby. The injured have been admitted to Jad Rural Hospital and police have launched an investigation.
2 wanted criminals, Zubair and Samir, each carrying a reward of ₹1 lakh, were killed in an encounter with the Ghaziabad Police Commissionerate. Both were absconding in connection with an ATM cash van robbery case. Police said 2 other accused managed to flee from the scene and a search operation is underway. Encounter is being seen as a major breakthrough in the robbery investigation.
A major fire broke out in a shop near Chopla Mandir in Ghaziabad. triggering panic in the area. 2 fire tenders were rushed to the spot and firefighting operations continued for several hours. A large crowd gathered as firefighters worked to bring the blaze under control. No casualties have been reported so far, and the cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. And viewers, moving ahead with a major focus story today. Tamil Nadu is set for a high-voltage political showdown tomorrow, which is Chief Minister Vijay's facing his floor test, and he will face his first and most crucial constitutional test as he seeks to prove his majority on the floor of the Assembly.
But while Vijay appears to have the numbers to survive, the real political crisis may be unfolding within the AIADMK. Senior leaders CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani, backed by nearly 30 MLAs, have openly broken ranks with party chief EPS and announced support to the TVK government. Take a look.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay will face his first major constitutional challenge when he seeks to prove his majority on the floor of the Assembly. In the 234-member House, a government needs the support of at least 118 MLAs to comfortably survive a confidence vote and continue in office. TVK's effective strength stands at 107 after Vijay vacated one of the 2 seats he had won. With support from Congress, VCK and CPI, the CPIM, IUML and other allies, Vijay has already crossed the majority mark and is expected to win the floor test. However, the bigger political drama is no longer about Vijay's numbers, but about the widening rebellion within the AIADMK. Senior AIADMK leaders CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani have openly defied the party leadership and announced that they will support the TVK government in the Assembly.
Respect the people mandate. We wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIADMK party and AIADMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister.
The rebel camp is believed to have the backing of nearly 30 AIADMK MLAs, raising serious questions over Edapati Palaniswamy's authority within the party. In a significant political move, Vijay personally met both Shanmugam and Velumani on Tuesday, after visiting alliance partners who have extended support to his government. The rebel leaders have argued that the AIADMK was found to oppose the DMK and should not consider any arrangement that relies on DMK support. The official AIADMK leadership, led by Palaniswamy, however, issued a clear directive asking all 47 MLAs to vote against the TVK government and has warned of disciplinary action against any MLA who defies the whip. Even though the rebel leaders insist that this is not a formal split, the confrontation has exposed the deepest divisions within the AIADMK in recent years. The floor test may officially secure Vijay's position as Chief Minister, but it could also trigger a major political realignment by pushing the AIADMK closer to yet another internal split.
And Amrita, we have a lot that is coming in right now. Let's put a focus to some of the international stories that we're tracking. Let's get started.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that the new Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile will enter combat service by the end of the year. Putin said the nuclear-capable missile, designed to replace the Soviet-era Satan missile, has a warhead more than 4 times as powerful as comparable Western systems. The announcement comes as Moscow continues to project its nuclear strength amid tensions with the West.
Argentina will dispatch a team of scientists to the Ushuaia to investigate where a Dutch couple may have contracted the Andes strain of hantavirus before boarding the MV Hondius cruise ship. The couple later died from the infection, triggering an international health response. Researchers hope the probe will determine whether the virus is circulating in Tierra del Fuego a region that has not previously recorded confirmed cases.
Israeli bulldozers demolished around 50 Palestinian shops in Al-Azariya, southeast of Jerusalem, clearing land for a controversial road project linked to settlement expansion in the E1 corridor in Israel. Palestinian officials say the move could divert Palestinian traffic and further restrict access to parts of the occupied West Bank. More than 200 families are feared to lose their livelihoods, while critics warn the project could undermine prospects for a continuous Palestinian state.
And rising fuel and fertilizer costs are forcing small farmers in Mississippi to increase prices as inflation accelerates across the U.S. Consumer prices rose 3.8% year-on-year in April, driven largely by higher gasoline and grocery costs. Linked to ongoing U.S.-Iran conflict, farmers say that they are struggling to stay profitable, while consumers also face mounting financial pressure.
And our viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we will be right back with you with more stories lined up for you on the other side as we have there's big stories coming up next.
Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row and says he does not trust Pakistan.
And also coming up, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today, the government to prove its majority. Coming up next.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings,
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोकोई तो है।
आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here with my co-host, my co-anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And we have a lot more lined up today, Nayan, and especially also the breaking news developments because after PM Modi's appeal, now India has raised the gold import duty on the precious metals. It includes gold, it includes silver, it includes the precious metal, includes platinum too. We'll get you all the latest details on that, Nayan.
But before that, let's quickly delve into the headlines. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's austerity appeal, India raises gold import duty. Gold silver imports set to get costlier in India.
Demolition work begins on Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. Bulldozer action underway at AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building.
Main accused Shubham Khairnar taken to CBI custody in connection with the NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked papers for 15 lakh rupees.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today. The government to prove its majority.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator? I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he doesn't trust Pakistan.
Donald Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran war, says a good deal can be made. All right, let's begin with the first top story. Now, in yet another massive exam controversy which has rocked the country, the National Testing Agency has now cancelled NEET UG 2026 just days after more than 22 lakh students appeared for India's biggest medical entrance test. Now, the trigger, a massive guest paper leak that allegedly matched large portions of the actual question paper. The matter has now reached the CBI.
In fact, fresh arrests and detentions are being examined. Students are protesting opposition parties, and also they are attacking the government with serious questions once again being raised over the credibility of India's competitive exam system. Here's a report.
I don't know what Pradhan Mantri Modi and this Dharmendra Pradhan is trying to make. They comes on Pariksha pe charcha, but they won't talk after Pariksha. Pariksha to leak ho raha hai. They are not talking about. They come on Pariksha to charcha, but they are not taking responsibility of a free and fair examination.
NEET 2026 scrapped.
एश्योरेंस था कि हम एग्ज़ाम के बाद भी हर इनपुट को उसी गंभीरता से लेंगे जैसे एग्ज़ाम के पहले ले रहे थे। 7 की रात को जब ये मैसेज आया कि एक व्हाट्सएप मैसेज पे कुछ पीडीएफ फ्लोट कर रहे थे जिसमें कुछ प्रश्न मिल रहे थे, तो जब हमने उसकी जांच कराई लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज से, तब ये पाया गया कि कुछ प्रश्न उसमें से मैच कर रहे थे जो हमारे प्रश्न पत्र थे।
जी आप अपनी जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं, क्या एनटीए अपनी जवाबदेही तय करेगा? अभिषेक जी, आप अपनी जवाबदेही तय करेंगे? अभिषेक जी, क्या एनटीए अपनी जवाबदेही लेगा?
A multi-state link has been uncovered behind the paper leak. The paper was first leaked in Nashik, travelling all the way to Bihar, Kerala, Uttarakhand, all the way through Rajasthan, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. The mastermind behind the paper leak has been arrested by Jaipur agencies.
आज सवेरे राजस्थान पुलिस से एक रिक्वेस्ट आई थी। नीट परीक्षा मामले में एक व्यक्ति को हिरासत में लेने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट की गई थी। अकॉर्डिंगली नासिक पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच यूनिट 2 ने एक व्यक्ति को हिरासत में लिया है। राजस्थान पुलिस का एक पथक यहाँ पे आने वाला है इस एक्यूज को हिरासत में लेने के लिए। अकॉर्डिंगली इस एक्यूज को उनके हिरासत में दे दिया जाएगा।
However, students across the country are angry.
तो ये बहुत टफ होता है एक स्टूडेंट के लिए जब वो सुनता है कि उसे दोबारा वो पेपर देना पड़ रहा है, और अगर उसका स्कोर अच्छा भी आया होता है वो बहुत खुश होता है कि जब उसका ड्रीम फुलफिल होने वाला होता है। लेकिन अगर ऐसे स्कैम होंगे और वो भी एक एनटीए जैसी एक बहुत बड़ी एजेंसी कर रही है तो ये बहुत डिसअपॉइंटिंग, और हम जैसे स्टूडेंट्स का ट्रस्ट, इनफैक्ट हमारे पेरेंट्स का भी ट्रस्ट उठ जाएगा।
Meanwhile, politics have erupted over the paper leak.
क्या हुआ? वो कानून बनाया आपने पार्लियामेंट में, सजा दे देंगे, फुला कर देंगे, ऐसा कर देंगे। पेपर कैसा लीक हो गया भाई? और कहाँ गया प्रधानमंत्री का वो मन की बात? बच्चों को बोल रहे थे कि टेंशन मत लो। अब वो बच्चों को क्या जवाब देंगे प्रधानमंत्री? मन की बात में तो आपने कह दिया बच्चों को कि टेंशन मत लो। बीजेपी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा, प्रधानमंत्री जवाब दे। शायद प्रधानमंत्री एक और मन की बात कर देंगे उनके लिए, उतना ही होगा।
अब पेपर बनाने वाले ने, छापने वाले ने या एग्ज़ाम कराने वाले, कौन लोग जिम्मेदार हैं? इसकी जांच अब सीबीआई करेगी। सीबीआई को फुर्सत कहाँ है? सीबीआई को फुर्सत तो है ही नहीं, क्योंकि वो तो विपक्ष पे जांच कर रही है। जो गैर भाजपाई लोग हैं उनका दमन करने के लिए सीबीआई का प्रयोग हो रहा है, और हम सब जानते हैं कि सीबीआई एक इन्फ्लुएंस में काम करती है। तो अगर हम लोगों को इस देश के नौजवानों को न्याय दिलाना है तो इसकी जांच एक जुडिशल जांच हो, एक ऐसी इंक्वायरी हो जो सरकार के बाहर हो, क्योंकि सरकार में कोई शिक्षा विभाग है, कोई मंत्रालय है, कहाँ तक और सीबीआई उन लोगों को पकड़ पाएगी?
A NEET re-examination has been announced in under 3 weeks. And now a national demand echoes. Arrest the NEET cheats.
Now, the cancellation of NEET UG 2026 has now triggered a nationwide political backlash from the students from Delhi to Bengaluru, from Lucknow to Kerala, as protests have erupted after the National Testing Agency scrapped India's biggest medical entrance test and exam over a massive paper leak controversy.
Yes, Noyan. Now, more than 22 lakh students who appeared for the exam are now staring at uncertainty. Now, while opposition parties and student groups are accusing the government of failing to protect the credibility of the examination system. Here's a ground report from across the country.
It is the ultimate nightmare for 24 lakh students. A repeat of the past, a system in shambles, and a future put on hold. NEET UG 2026 has been cancelled after the paper was leaked on social media days before the exam. In this video, we will decode how the NEET UG paper was leaked, who was behind it, and what's next for the 24 lakh students who appeared for the exam. The leak likely originated at the source, a printing press in Jaipur. A set of handwritten questions disguised as a guess paper reportedly began circulating in small elite circles of career counselors. Just 4 days before the exam, investigations show the material had already reached the mobile phone of a counselor in Sikar by this date, and that it was reportedly being sold for as much as 30 lakh rupees. The private mafia group, a WhatsApp group with over 400 members, became a primary hub for distribution. The NTA officially acknowledged receiving inputs about alleged malpractice and escalated the matter to central agencies for verification. The case was handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. The Ministry of Education and NTA officially cancelled the NEET UG 2026 exam held on May 3. The findings showed that 600 of the 720 marks were leaked, compromising the entire merit list. The CBI registered a formal FIR to investigate the organized crime syndicate behind the leak. The guess paper containing 135 exact matches from the NEET paper were sold through educational consultancies. One of the key accused arrested in the case has been identified as Shubham Khairnar, who was detained from Maharashtra's Nashik during a joint operation based on inputs shared by Rajasthan police. He was reportedly pursuing a BA-MS degree. Primary investigation of Shubham Khairnar reveals that he bought the NEET UG paper for 10 lakh rupees. He received this paper via an unknown messenger app and sold the paper for 15 lakh rupees.
7 की रात को जब ये मैसेज आया कि एक व्हाट्सएप मैसेज पे कुछ पीडीएफ फ्लोट कर रहे थे जिसमें कुछ प्रश्न मिल रहे थे, तो हमारा काम 2 था. पहले तो ये वेरीफाई करें कि क्या वह जो एलिगेशन है कि उसमें जो प्रश्न है क्या वह हमारे प्रश्न पत्र से मैच करते हैं, और नंबर 2 क्या वह पीडीएफ किसी भी तरह से 3 मई के पहले एग्जाम के पहले उपलब्ध था किसी भी व्यक्ति को. तो जब हमने उसकी जांच कराई लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज से, तब ये पाया गया कि कुछ प्रश्न उसमें से मैच कर रहे थे जो हमारे प्रश्न पत्र थे, और जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें भी यह प्राप्त हुआ कि 2 तारीख को और 1 तारीख को कुछ लोगों के फोन पे वो पीडीएफ मौजूद था. जब इसकी पुष्टि हुई तो हमने ये समझा कि अगर इस तरह का एक भी वायलेशन होता है तो वह हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी के खिलाफ है, और जो तमाम 22,69,000 बच्चे परीक्षा की अपनी मेहनत से तैयारी कर रहे हैं उनके भविष्य को इम्पैक्ट करेगा.
The NTA has promised a re-exam with no extra fees, but for the students, the cost is already too high. As the CBI hunts for the kingpins, the bigger question remains: can NIA ever conduct a leak-proof NEET?
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Tamil Nadu is set for a high-voltage political showdown today. Chief Minister Vijay will face his first and most crucial constitutional test as he seeks to prove his majority on the floor of the assembly. But while Vijay appears to have the numbers to survive the real political crisis maybe unfolding within the AIADMK, senior leaders CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani, backed by nearly 30 MLAs, have openly broken ranks with party chief Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and announced support to the TVK government. Nan.
That's right. In fact, Vijay's government may emerge stronger after the trust vote. But for the AIADMK, tomorrow could become a defining moment that determines whether the party stays united or heads towards yet another split. Here's a full report.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay will face his first major constitutional challenge when he seeks to prove his majority on the floor of the assembly. In the 234-member House, a government needs the support of at least 118 MLAs to comfortably survive a confidence vote and continue in office. TVK's effective strength stands at 107 after Vijay vacated one of the 2 seats he had won. With support from Congress, VCK and CPI, the CPIM, IUML and other allies, Vijay has already crossed the majority mark and is expected to win the floor test. However, the bigger political drama is no longer about Vijay's numbers, but about the widening rebellion within the AIADMK. Senior AIADMK leaders C.V. Shanmugam and S.P. Velumani have openly defied the party leadership and announced that they will support the TVK government in the assembly.
Respect the people mandate. We wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as AIADMK party and AIADMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister.
The rebel camp is believed to have the backing of nearly 30 AIADMK MLAs, raising serious questions over Edapati Palaniswamy's authority within the party. In a significant political move, Vijay personally met both Shanmugam and Velumani on Tuesday, after visiting alliance partners who have extended support to his government. The rebel leaders have argued that the AIADMK was found to oppose the DMK and should not consider any arrangement that relies on DMK support. The official AIADMK leadership, led by Palaniswamy, however, issued a clear directive asking all 47 MLAs to vote against the TVK government and has warned of disciplinary action against any MLA who defies the whip. Even though the rebel leaders insist that this is not a formal split, the confrontation has exposed the deepest divisions within the AIADMK in recent years. The floor test may officially secure Vijay's position as Chief Minister, but it could also trigger a major political realignment by pushing the AIADMK closer to yet another internal split.
Now let's take you to the United Kingdom, where the political turmoil is intensifying. Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing growing pressure from within his own Labour Party after a string of poor local election results and mounting criticism over his leadership. Several junior ministers have resigned, and around 80 Labour lawmakers are now urging him to step down to announce a timetable for his departure.
But despite the growing rebellion, Starmer has made it clear that he has no intention of resigning under Labour Party rules, and at least 81 MPs must unite behind a single challenger to formally trigger a leadership contest, and that threshold has not yet been met. So is Keir Starmer on the brink of losing power, or is he still firmly in control? Here's a full report on everything we know so far.
British Prime Minister Starmer is facing the most serious challenge to his leadership since Labour's landslide election victory in 2024. The pressure intensified after Labour suffered heavy losses in recent local elections, raising doubts about the party's popularity and Starmer's ability to lead into the future. Around 80 Labour lawmakers have called for Starmer to resign or asked him to set out a clear timetable for his departure. Several junior ministers have also stepped down, fueling speculation that a broader revolt may be gathering pace within the government. Housing Minister Miata became the first minister to resign, urging Starmer to do the right thing for the country. She was followed by safeguarding ministers Jess Phillips, who praised Starmer personally but questioned whether his government was moving quickly enough to deliver change. Despite the growing criticism, Starmer told his cabinet that he has no intention of resigning and remains focused on governing the country. The Prime Minister acknowledged responsibility for Labour's election setbacks but said the process required to remove a party leader has not been triggered yet. Under Labour rules, at least 81 MPs must publicly back a single challenger before a formal leadership contest can begin. Although nearly the number is now calling for a change, no alternative candidate has yet emerged to challenge Starmer directly. Senior cabinet ministers including Pat McFadden and Peter Kiley have publicly defended Starmer and insisted he continues to have their support. For now, Starmer remains in office, but with resignation mounting and internal dissent growing, the battle over Labour's leadership is far from over.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up, man, coming up next after the break.
That's right. Coming up after a short break, Trump's aide, Lindsey Graham, questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he does not trust Pakistan.
And Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial flow test in Assembly today. We'll get you the exclusive visuals of that too, and the government has to prove its majority there.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है इट्स अ टेरर मशीन
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है जस्ट
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread. You have to be in very close contact with someone who's very sick, who has a lot of symptoms. This hantavirus, if it's spreading from person to person, seems to be in that latter. Health officials say the general public does not need to be worried about hantavirus. It's still rare. Officials are saying this is not the next pandemic. This is not the next epidemic. This is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. Well, investigators are still nailing down exactly what's going on. They're still doing genomic sequencing to understand if there's mutations. They're still looking at the cases and when they happened and what exposures they had. There's still a lot of stuff to be ironed out before people.
For now, health experts say there is no reason for panic. But the outbreak has reopened questions scientists thought were already answered. Questions grow as world watches closely.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even walk.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके. वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है. आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है. But I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला.
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े. चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े. असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and I'm here with my co-host, my anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And Nayan, we have a lot more lined up today, and lots of developments, and also the import duty hike on precious metals. That will be also one of our top focus, and also the measures taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We'll get you all the latest details of that, plus all the top developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines.
That's right. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's austerity appeal, India raises gold import duty. Gold, silver imports set to get costlier in India. Demolition work begins in...
Demolition work action begins on Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. Bulldozer action underway at AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building. Main accused Shubham Khairnar taken to CBI custody in connection with NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked paper for 15 lakhs.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today. The government to prove its majority.
Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he doesn't trust Pakistan.
Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in the US-Iran war, says a good deal can be made. Now, Pakistan is facing fresh scrutiny over its role in the ongoing US-Iran conflict, even as President Donald Trump praised Pakistan and projected Islamabad as a key mediator. Republic investigations suggest that Pakistan may have been playing a far more complicated role behind the scenes. Now, reports also indicate that Pakistani military facilities may have been used to support US operations, while sensitive information related to Iranian naval movements may also have been shared.
Now, the revelations have triggered serious questions over whether Pakistan was acting as a neutral intermediary or a strategic partner working both sides of the conflict. Now, that's double game. Now, US Senator Lindsey Graham has also raised concerns and saying Pakistan cannot be trusted. So was Pakistan truly mediating peace or quietly advancing its own strategic interests? Take a look for more details.
Amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict, Pakistan was projected as a key mediator by President Donald Trump. But the Republic investigation suggests that Pakistan may have been playing a double game behind the scenes. Reports indicate that despite representing itself as a neutral intermediary, Pakistan have engaged in activities that raise serious questions about its role. Pakistan has reported to have provided shelter to Iranian vessels and assets at military facilities during the conflict. The report also suggests that Pakistani bases may have been used to host strategic assets including MQ-9B drones. It further alleges that Pakistan actively supported US carrier operations and may have relayed the position of Iranian naval vessels to American forces. Even as the report surfaced, President Donald Trump publicly praised Pakistan and described Prime Minister as a great leader.
No, they're great. What? I think they're great. I think the Pakistanis have been great. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan have been absolutely great.
US Senator Lindsey Graham, however, raised serious concerns over Pakistan's conduct during the negotiations.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
Graham said Pakistan cannot be trusted, intensifying questions over the credibility of its mediation efforts.
Well, I do. I want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate.
His remarks have also highlighted the emerging differences within sections of the Trump administration over Pakistan's role. The close military relationship between Pakistan and the United States is not new and dates back to decades of cooperation, especially during the war in Afghanistan. At one point, more than 30,000 US personnel were stationed in Pakistan, underscoring the scale of strategic coordination between the two countries. These developments now raise a larger question. Was Pakistan working to broker peace, or leveraging the conflict to advance its own geopolitical interests? As new details continue to emerge, Pakistan's role in the conflict is under sharper scrutiny than ever, with growing doubts over whether it acted as a mediator or as a strategic player pursuing its own agenda.
Now, after years of tariff wars, US President Donald Trump is heading to Beijing for a crucial summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping from May 13th to 15th.
That's right. With the Iran war rattling, global energy markets and trade tensions still simmering, the world's two biggest economies are attempting to steady one of the world's most consequential relationships in the world. Here's more in this report.
The spotlight is back on Beijing as Donald Trump prepares for his first China visit in nearly a decade. The three-day summit with the Xi Jinping comes at a moment of a global uncertainty, from the Iran conflict to fears of another trade war between China and the US. Despite months of cautious diplomacy, the fault lines remain deep. Trade tariffs, artificial intelligence, along with Taiwan, are all expected to dominate the talks. The White House also says that Trump and Xi will discuss setting up a new board of trade aimed at keeping channels open on key sectors such as energy, aerospace, and rare earths.
He loves his country, I can tell you that, President Xi. I look forward to being there. And if he felt anything, we wouldn't be doing it. But a lot of good things can happen. Now, we'll be talking about, he'll bring up Taiwan, I think more than I will. But I think that a discussion will be a little bit about energy and about the very beautiful country of Iran.
One major concern looming over the summit is energy security. Trump has already floated the idea of suspending the federal gas tax in the US to counter rising fuel prices. At the same time, Trump also says he plans to raise the issues of the jailed Hong Kong pro-democracy activist Jimmy Lai during his meeting with Xi Jinping.
But Jimmy Lai isn't that way. But Jimmy Lai, he caused lots of turmoil for China. He tried to do the right thing. He wasn't successful, went to jail, and people would like him out, and I'd like to see him get out too. So I'll bring him up again. I have brought him up. There's another gentleman, a pastor, as you know, with a beautiful daughter and son-in-law that would like to see him get out. I'm going to bring his name up.
The visit also comes after a bruising trade standoff that saw tariffs between two countries soar to above 100% before a temporary truce was reached. While the fragile truce is still holding, threats from both governments have continued in recent months. With global markets watching closely, Trump-Xi meet is being seen as a key test of whether the US and China can work together despite their previous rivalry.
President Donald Trump is en route to Beijing for a highly anticipated summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping this week. Now, President and Xi are meeting in a two-day summit on May 14th and 15th. Now, Trump's trip was initially delayed so he could help steward the US and Israeli war against Iran.
Now, President Donald Trump's visit to China is seen as a chance to fortify a delicate trade truce between the US and China, but it has become complicated in Trump's attempt to find a resolution to the war in Iran. Take a look at what Republic's consulting editor Saurav Shukla has to say.
Today, we will talk about
What's happening on the big ticket visit that President Trump is undertaking to China? What does this mean for the global geopolitics and also the war on Iran? This is the first time in 10 years that an American president will be in China for a summit meeting with Xi Jinping. And clearly, this is a very high-profile visit, if you ask me, from the realm of geopolitics. One, this also has a direct bearing on the war on Iran, because China has been supplying Iran weapons, also intelligence coordinates, and the US is well aware of the fact that the Chinese have a strategic stake, because it was the Iranian oil that the Chinese were buying at a low cost, which got disrupted. So they have a shared interest in making sure that the Strait of Hormuz opens and Iran concurs to a deal that the US has offered. This is going to be one of the main stays of the visit, and my sense is one of the reasons why the negotiations broke off, or as President Trump described it, that it was on life support, was because the Chinese also wanted a role at the table. They wanted some kind of a deal. They realized very well that the US President Donald Trump is an astute deal maker. He wants and gets usually the best deal for his country, and he will require the Chinese leadership to make some concessions. Clearly, Iran is something that the Chinese may want to leverage it, because Xi Jinping knows that the world wants this war to end, and President Trump also wants this war to end very soon. He has maintained the economic blockade, which is hurting not only Iran, but countries in Asia as well. And obviously, China is no exception. And post the US action against Venezuela, which was the other primary supplier of the Chinese oil, China has got badly hurt. In fact, on the same night when US President Donald Trump mounted that Venezuela operation, a special envoy of the Chinese President Xi Jinping was visiting Venezuela, Caracas, and had met Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan leader. So clearly, there was a message that the US and US President Donald Trump is sending out to Beijing, that he is in control of global geopolitics. And even though he wants to make a deal, but he wants to do it on his own term. So that is going to be one of the biggest, I would say, takeaways. Beyond that, there is this AI race that US obviously is leading the AI race, but it also realizes that Chinese are seeking concessions from the US. They want companies like NVIDIA to sell more chips, more advanced chips to China. President Trump has made some exceptions in the past, but it remains to be seen how much of a persuasion the Chinese leadership will have, or a sway will have on the American president to give away and agree to some more concessions. The third thing is that the Chinese companies also want access to the US market. The fact that President Trump has a high-level trade delegation, which has the top US CEOs accompanying him on this visit, also sends out the message that the US will want some kind of a reciprocal arrangement where there is market access for large US companies, be it Tesla, Meta, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. So all these companies would like some kind of a concessions from the Chinese leadership, because there are restrictions on the American companies functioning in China, even Apple. So certainly this will be a major play. It will be more like a visit which will combine geopolitics and trade together. But it will also be a visit which will be watched globally because of the impact on global geopolitics, relationship with every country. How will this visit play out on China's ambitions in the Indo-Pacific? Because obviously US is a critical member of Quad. There is a summit meeting which is also scheduled, a foreign minister meeting of Quad, in which India is also a part of, is scheduled in New Delhi. And New Delhi realizes that China continues to pose a threat not only to its own strategic ambitions, but to the strategic ambitions for any country in the region. And Indo-Pacific countries are all united to take on China's hegemonic designs. President Trump realizes the fact that China will continue to be an adversary. That is part of the U.S. National security doctrine. The U.S. realizes that they can manage relationship with China. So this visit will be about that management. How do you manage a relationship? U.S. will also want to make sure that they continue to lead the AI race. And they will convey to the Chinese leadership something maybe behind closed doors, that they take the national security threats very seriously. In the recent past, a lot of Chinese researchers have been caught in the US trying to steal AI designs, trying to smuggle in some bioviruses. All that stuff will be raised by the US, sources are telling me. But the visit will also be about bonhomie, making sure that on the surface, things are right. President Trump likes pomp and fanfare, and my sense is that the Chinese will also provide all of that, because they know that they need the US to be an adversary which is also managed well, because that one of the reasons why the Chinese have been egging on, whether it was the war between India and Pakistan or the war against Iran, is to make sure that they get to win the AI race by getting other countries embroiled in long-drawn wars.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting from Kerala, from Wayanad, and this is about the selection of the Chief Minister. Posters against Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad. Now, posters in Wayanad over Kerala Congress CM Rao. Now, what does the poster say, Nayan?
Well, it says Wayanad will be next Amethi. Posters directly address Rahul Gandhi, says he won't win from Wayanad again. Now, these posters were found in front of the District Congress Committee office in Wayanad today in the morning.
All right, this is a very big development, and also these are the visuals on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rahul KC might be a bag bearer, but people of Kerala will never forgive you. This is not a warning. This is what the posters read, these pamphlets read. Now, this is the protest, as you can see, over the row of the selection of the Chief Minister in Kerala. Posters right now on your screens, exclusive, first on Republic on your screens. These are the posters in Wayanad. Mr. Rahul and Priyanka, forget Wayanad, you won't win again from here. Right. And this will become the next Amethi for you. Big development, a big challenge, a big threat for the Congress leadership by the locals, the citizens of Kerala. The posters in Wayanad, which says that you won't win again from here. So there is discontent, there is anger amongst the citizen, especially the Congress cadre in Kerala, over the row over the selection of the Chief Minister in Kerala. And these the pictures speak 1,000 words over the disagreement over the selection of KC Venugopal, which is who's close to Rahul Gandhi. And these are the posters which you can clearly see right now in Wayanad. Posters in Wayanad. First on Republic. All right.
We have Shankar joining us, who is our correspondent. Shankar, thank you for joining us. What is the report that you see? These are protests of the common people which have taken to the streets and putting up these posters. What is it that you know so far?
Yes, there has been a huge disagreement over the CM talks over who would be the Chief Minister in Kerala. You know, the AICC High Command is preferring KC Venugopal for the post, rejecting the concerns and the support the VT suggestion gets in Kerala. You know, in the last couple of days, there have been posters in all the DCC office against KC Venugopal and AICC, but this is the first time such a poster clearly naming Rahul and Priyanka are coming up. You know, not just in DCC office in Wayanad, but in DCC offices in Calicut, Malappuram, and other places. Also, similar posters were seen in the morning. You know, the DCC offices where CCTV visuals are not there have been chosen by the people who place the posters, and it made the DCC office bearers and even the police to identify who placed these posters overnight in front of these DCC offices. So But it is certain that there has been a huge disagreement among the common man and even the party workers in the grassroots level on the ongoing developments with the High Command. You know, the High Command has not yet taken a decision on who should be the Chief Minister of Kerala, but it is learned from reliable sources that even the common man and even the grassroots level party workers know that the Rahul IACC High Command is still preferring, despite all rejections against KC Venugopal, the AICC High Command still prefer KC Venugopal.
But Shankar, are we looking at a decision today? Will there be a finalization of a decision? Because whoever gets to become the Chief Minister, but they're going very late in selecting a Chief Minister for their state. And this will further agitate the citizens of the state and also the Congress party workers. And they're also threatening Rahul Gandhi that he will lose from Wayanad next time and it will become the next Amethi like he lost last time.
It is not the problem of the decision. The decision had already been taken by the AICC High Command days ago and even before the results were announced on May 4th. But the problem is that when the High Command was on the verge of announcing KC Venugopal for the CM post, huge protests erupted on the streets against the decision, and they all came out in support of VD Satishan for the CM post. So it prevented High Command from announcing the decision which was already taken, and now they are holding discussions with the allies of the UDF in Kerala and even with the senior Congress leaders to reach a consensus on the CM post. You know, the High Command still wants to appoint KC Venugopal as the CM, but they are trying to find suitable solutions to please the other two factions, you know, Ramesh Chennittala and VD Satishan. They still want KC as the CM, and they may give some high post in the ministry to VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennittala. But the allies in the UDF and even the common Congress workers and even VD Satishan himself are against such a decision, and he told the High Command clearly that he will quit his MLA post if he is not given the CM post, because it was he who led the UDF to victory through relentless effort in the last assembly polls.
Yes. So today is the day where we'll get the picture of who's going to be the Chief Minister, because the central decision is final from the Central Committee. However, the state is revolting. The state Congress cadre is revolting against the decision of KC Venugopal being selected, who is the choice of Rahul Gandhi. And there's a protest which is happening against Rahul Gandhi. Thanks a lot, Shankar, for all the latest details in the story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead and get you all the top international stories now.
That's right. Let's take you to international wraps. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that the new Samrat intercontinental ballistic missile will enter combat service by the end of the year. Putin said the nuclear-capable missile designed to replace the Soviet-era Satan missile has a warhead more than 4 times as powerful as comparable Western systems. The announcement comes as Moscow continues to project its nuclear strength amid tensions with the West.
Argentina will dispatch a team of scientists to Ushuaia to investigate where a Dutch couple may have contracted the Andes strain of hantavirus before boarding the MV Hondios cruise ship. The couple later died from the infection, triggering an international health response. Researchers hope the probe will determine whether the virus is circulating in Tierra del Fuego, a region that has not previously recorded confirmed cases.
Israeli bulldozers demolished around 50 Palestinian shops in Al-Azariya, southeast of Jerusalem, in fact clearing land for a controversial road project linked to settlement expansion in the E1 corridor. Palestinian officials say that the move could divert Palestinian traffic and further restrict access to parts of the occupied West Bank. More than 200 families are feared to lose their livelihoods, while critics warn that the project could undermine prospects for a contagious Palestinian state.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but then we have a lot more lined up after the break.
That's right. Don't go anywhere, because once you come back, the Trump's aide Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row, says he does not trust Pakistan.
And also, top focus, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay. Big day for him. He is set to face the crucial floor test in Assembly in a short while, and the government will have to prove its majority there.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A NEET paper leak mastermind has been arrested. In fact, multiple arrests have been made across several states in the NEET paper leak scam. We'll get you all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. After Prime Minister Modi's austerity appeal, India raises gold import duty. Gold, silver imports set to get costlier in India. Demolition work begins on Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. Bulldozer action underway at the AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building. Main accused Shubnam Khernar taken to CBI custody in connection with NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked papers for 15 lakhs. Tamil Nadu CM Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today. The government to prove its majority. Trump said questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row and says he does not trust Pakistan. And Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran war say a deal can be made. And viewers, Prime Minister Modi has significantly reduced the number of vehicles in his official convoy as part of a broader push for restraint and fuel conservation amid the ongoing crisis in West Asia, with a move now being projected as an example of states to follow. Now we see that according to sources, the reduced convoy arrangement was implemented during the Prime Minister's recent visits to Gujarat and Assam. The move comes shortly after PM Modi appealed to citizens to cut down petrol and diesel consumption, work from home wherever possible and avoid unnecessary foreign travel in light of concerns over the global energy situation. So we're getting these updates coming in. A PM security convoy size has been cut down to save fuel. The size of PM Modi's carcade has been reduced. A significant move towards austerity, which is to act as a nudge for others in the government to follow. Okay, so viewers, so back-to-back coverage coming in on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Okay, we will move ahead now. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's move ahead to that. More breaking news coming in. TVK will face its first big challenge today as a Tamil Nadu Assembly in the form of a floor test. A floor test is today. Tamil Nadu's newly formed TVK government will have to prove its majority in the Assembly today. And ahead of the floor test, Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has been conducting meetings with the leaders of the supporting political parties to consolidate support. Vijay faces the floor test as TVK seeks to prove majority with 120 MLAs. Madras High Court has barred TVK MLA such as Srinivas Chhatrapati from voting. TVK has 107 seats after the CM Vijay abdicated the Trichy East seat in the Assembly. The party also has the support of 13 MLAs of Congress, IUML, BCK, CPI and CPM. Let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Shardha. Shardha, TVK will have to prove majority in Tamil Nadu Assembly today. So is CM Vijay confident of proving majority? Yes, Shardha.
Well, Shivangi, the floor test is all set to happen today at the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly. We know that the TVK seats are 106 because Trichy East is being resigned by Vijay. And there's one more MLA from who's been refrained from voting as per the court order because there is another recounting going to happen. So 106 for the TVK and the Alliance Party 5 from Congress and 8 from the external support parties, which gives us 119 at the number. So yesterday, all the party leaders whom Vijay met, their external party supporters, BCK, IUML, and he also went to the Congress office yesterday. So likely that he will be getting the vote from the left parties and the alliance parties, giving him 119. So luckily, the floor test will leave Vijay with one more than the majority numbers of fees, which is 119. Meanwhile, there's also the DMK and the AIMIM. DMK is standing as the opposition, whereas the AIMIM, which is now split into two, has officially the SP Velumani and the CV Shanmugam factor, which is extended support for TVK and met Vijay last evening. So we are going to see 28 of the 47 MLAs from the AIMIM going to be voting in favor of the TVK's Vijay, giving him a positive in the floor test, whereas the rest of the AIMIM under the Edappadi K. Palaniswamy factor will be voting against Vijay's in the floor test. So there's also another legal issue brooding in the AIMIM showing that if the party's whip, Agri Krishnamurthy, according to the APS factor, is not listening to the entire party is not listening to the whip, it's going to be taken, the issue is going to be taken legally, and which leaves us the question if the speaker is going to be taking into account of the 28 MLAs which are now in favor of the TVK. So maybe if the 190 number is there without the AIMIM, it is a possible floor test for Vijay as the Chief Minister and the TVK to rule the government. Moreover, following this, the AIMIM will face a legal battle openly, whereas the party general secretary will have to hold a meeting to decide who the next party leadership will be.
Right. Okay. I just want to come back to, you mentioned about the AIA-DMK, and we had reported and broke first from Republic TV that around 30 AIA-DMK MLAs will be supporting TVK in the floor test. So that is something that we will be waiting for to see whether that happens. All eyes on the Tamil Nadu Assembly soon. And when will the floor test take place, Shardha?
Well, exactly at 9:30, the assembly floors will go on a floor test. It's going to be telecasted live for the first time in the Tamil Nadu history. We know in the past that Tamil Nadu's governance has a lot of issues in telecasting the live what's happening inside the assembly. Back when Jayalalitha was ruling, it was all about recorded instruments coming in, whereas it was DMK, only the ruling party talks were portrayed. But Vijay on the first day promised for a transparency in the government and in the assembly floors. So for the very first time, we are going to be watching the Tamil Nadu's floor test, which is happening openly live for the public and for the media. So we are expecting the floor test to be as transparent as the TVK chief and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay, promised, Shivangi.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us with all those details, Shardha, outside Tamil Nadu Assembly. And we are counting down to that floor test later on in a short while from now, where Vijay would be proving majority for his government. Now, getting some more breaking news coming in. Former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, has now tragically passed away at his house today. According to sources, Pratik was not suffering from any pre-existing illness during the time of his death. Pratik was rushed to the Lucknow Civil Hospital at around 6 today morning, where the doctors declared him dead. According to doctors, Pratik passed away an hour prior to his arrival at the hospital. So we are getting this very unfortunate news which has come in. Mulayam Yadav's son Pratik Yadav has passed away. Pratik was not suffering from any pre-existing illness. Pratik Yadav is a stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav. He passed away in Lucknow. He was only 38 years of age. We are still waiting for more updates to come in because the exact cause of death has not yet.
परिवार को और सबको इस दुख को सहन करने की शक्ति दें और हम सब उनके परिवार के साथ।
अंदर मैडम किसी से बात हुई आपकी?
नहीं, मेरी किसी से नहीं है, नहीं कोई।
अच्छा मैम, जब बॉडी हॉस्पिटल ले जाई गई थी तो डॉक्टरों का ये कहना है कि वहाँ पर कुछ पॉइजनिंग जैसी स्थिति थी, तो आपको
इस बारे में तो मुझे नहीं पता।
तो ये देख सकते हैं कि अंदर इन्होंने कहा है कि कोई मौजूद नहीं है। हालांकि ये अपना दुख व्यक्त करने की रिहाई हुई थी। यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तस्वीरें तो गेट अभी बंद है, दूसरा गेट जो है वहाँ से कुछ लोग जो हैं वो अंदर आ और जा रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर घर पर कोई भी परिवार का सदस्य जो है वो मौजूद नहीं है। बात करने की कोशिश लगातार जो उनके शुभचिंतक हैं वो कर रहे हैं। अपर्णा यादव से भी बातचीत उनका कहना है कि नहीं हो पा रही है, निश्चित तौर पर वो रास्ते में है, यहाँ पर पहुँचने की कोशिश में है। अभी फिलहाल डॉक्टरों का जो 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल है वो KGMU में पोस्टमार्टम कर रहा है, जिसमें 4 डॉक्टर KGMU के हैं और बाकी लोग हैं। अगर आप यहाँ पर देखें अगर आप तो ये इनका प्रतीक यादव का घर है, 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग श्री विष्णुपाद के नाम से ये घर है। और यहाँ पर लगातार जो टेंट की गाड़ियाँ हैं, चूँकि यहाँ पर निश्चित तौर पर प्रतीक यादव की मौत हुई है तो आने जाने वाले लोगों का सिलसिला भी लगातार जारी रहेगा, उसको लेकर व्यवस्थाएं की जा रही हैं। यहाँ पर घर का कोई भी सदस्य फिलहाल मौजूद नहीं है और जो लोग मिलने आ रहे हैं कहीं ना कहीं सांत्वना देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, अपर्णा यादव से बातचीत करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये तमाम हिस्सा है पूरा। और यहाँ से ठीक बगल में अखिलेश यादव का भी घर है और थोड़ी ही दूर पर, और समाजवादी पार्टी का मुख्यालय भी यहीं पर मौजूद है। और यहीं पर उनके भी समर्थक और बीजेपी से चूंकि अपर्णा यादव जुड़ी हुई हैं तो उनके भी समर्थक यहाँ पर प्रतीक यादव की मौत के बाद दुख व्यक्त करने, शोक व्यक्त करने आ रहे हैं। अनामिका।
Now, the Samajwadi Party has expressed their condolences at Pratik's passing, describing the loss as extremely heartbreaking. So, Pratik was declared dead at the Lucknow Civil Hospital. Pratik was the son of Sadhana Gupta, the second wife of SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. And he largely stayed away from active politics. In a post on social media platform X, the Samajwadi Party said that the passing of Pratik Yadav is deeply saddening. May God grant peace to the departed soul. UP CM Yogi Adityanath has expressed grief over the death of Pratik, calling it extremely heartbreaking and extending condolences to the family. So we are getting some reports from the ground. Let's play that out.
समाजवादी पार्टी के मुखिया अखिलेश यादव के चचेरे भाई और साथ ही साथ राज्य महिला आयोग की उपाध्यक्ष अपर्णा यादव और बीजेपी नेता के पति प्रतीक यादव की मौत हो गई है। आज सुबह करीब 5 बजे के आसपास उन्हें श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी सिविल हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया था, जहां पर उन्होंने डॉक्टरों ने ब्रॉड डेड बताया था। इस वक्त हम अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव का जो घर है वहां पर मौजूद हैं 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग पर। और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो गेट बंद है और अभी फिलहाल प्रतीक यादव के शव को KGMU के हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है, जहां पर उनके शरीर का पोस्टमार्टम होगा। स्पेशल डॉक्टरों का जो पैनल है, करीब 7 से 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो बनाया गया है और उन्हीं की निगरानी में सभी चीज़ें ध्यान में रखते हुए पोस्टमार्टम किया जाएगा। यहाँ पर कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो पहुँचे हुए हैं, समर्थक हैं या कहीं ना कहीं अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के शुभचिंतक हैं। ये लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, इनसे भी हम बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या नाम है सर आप?
मेरा पंडित हरीश गौतम नाम है।
आप बड़े भावुक लग रहे हैं, कब आपको पता चला?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैं खन्ना जी से मिलने आया था। मैं अभी गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ था, जैसे ही मैंने मोबाइल खोला तो उसमें सबसे पहले लिखा आ रहा था प्रतीक यादव का निधन। तो मुझ पर रुका नहीं गया बिल्कुल, क्योंकि मेरी बहन का घर उजड़ गया। मुझे अपना भाई मानती थी, योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की वजह से, तो मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं लखनऊ से ही हूँ जी।
कब पता चला आपको, क्या इसीलिए?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैंने मोबाइल देख रहा था, उस पर न्यूज़ आ गई, तो उस न्यूज़ पे मुझे यकीन नहीं हुआ। मैंने सोचा फेक न्यूज़ हो सकती है, पर स्वतंत्र देव जी का आया, 2-3 लोगों का मैसेज जब मैंने देखा तब मुझे यकीन हुआ, तो मैं सीधे इधर ही को भागता चला आया। बहुत दुख हो रहा है इस बात का।
देखिए, तो निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग और प्रतीक यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। और अगर आप देखें तो ये 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग है और यहाँ पर मुलायम सिंह यादव, साधना यादव, प्रतीक यादव, अपर्णा यादव, शाइन एंड ब्रश जो उनके घर के लोग हैं, उनके नाम लिखे हुए हैं। निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं शोक का माहौल है, गम का माहौल है। लेकिन अगर अभी की अपडेट की बात करें तो 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो KGMU में स्पेशलाइज पैनल, जिसमें 2 हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर शामिल हैं, वो प्रतीक यादव के पार्थिव शरीर का, शव का पोस्टमार्टम कर रहे हैं।
मिलते हैं तो सारी जो बातें अब तक छनकर आ रही हैं उसमें कई सारे अनुमान लगाए जा रहे हैं, कई सारी बातें हो सकती हैं। ज़रूरी है कि परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या हुआ था ऐसा। अपर्णा यादव अभी असम से लौट रही हैं, उनका इंतजार है। और इसके अलावा जो अखिलेश यादव हैं उनके बयान का इंतजार होगा, डिम्पल यादव हैं या परिवार के जो भी सदस्य हैं उनके बयान का इंतजार है। लेकिन इस बड़ी खबर पर लगातार हमारी नज़र बनी हुई है। ग्राउंड जीरो पर हमारे साथ आदर्श भी मौजूद।
Okay, getting you these live reports from our colleagues in Lucknow. Just Pratik Yadav, son of the SP founder, Mulayam Singh Yadav, died at the age of 38 years of age. And it's a very unfortunate news which has come in Lucknow. He was brought dead at the Lucknow Civil Hospital. And he's a husband of BJP leader Aparna Yadav and half-brother of the former UP CM Akhilesh Yadav. We're getting these updates coming in on Republic. Our reporters are on the ground right now. According to sources, Pratik was not suffering from any pre-existing illness during the time of his death. Pratik was rushed to the Lucknow Civil Hospital at around 6 today morning, where the doctors declared him dead. According to doctors, Pratik passed away an hour prior to his arrival at the hospital. The SP has now expressed their condolences at Pratik's passing, describing the loss as extremely heartbreaking. Okay, viewers, getting you some updates coming in. Breaking news, government teacher arrested for helping a Pakistani terrorist in Kishtwar. A teacher identified as Mashkoor Ahmad booked and arrested under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. UAPA teacher identified as Mashkoor Ahmad and a local booked and arrested under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA. Now, they have given shelter to Pakistani terrorists in Chatru area of Kishtwar. Mashkoor was a grade 3 teacher at government school in Darwal and extended help to Pakistani terrorists to survive in the area. Now, both helped Jaish commander Saifullah and their associates. Government school teacher held for aiding Pakistani terrorists. Big updates coming in. This is from Jammu and Kashmir that we are tracking the story very, very closely. Teacher is identified as Mashkoor Ahmad. There, you can see the picture on your screen. This is Mashkoor Ahmad. And this individual that we are talking about and whose picture you see on your screen has aided terrorists. He has been arrested under the UAPA, that is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Teacher identified as Mashkoor Ahmad and a local has been booked. They were giving shelter to Pakistani terrorists. Let's go straight across to Gursimran. Gursimran, now we understand they were extending help to Pakistani terrorists to survive in the area. They were helping Jaish commander Saifullah and their associates. Gursimran.
Yes, a big action has come from the Kishtwar police wherein they have arrested 2 individuals. One is a government teacher and another a local that have been arrested by the Kishtwar police for helping the Pakistani terrorists that were active in that very area. These terrorists were part of the Azrael group that included the top Jaish commander Saifullah that was neutralized earlier this year in an encounter in the Chatru area of the Kishtwar in an operation that was carried out by the Kishtwar police along with the Indian Army and the CRPF. Now coming to this individual, Mashkoor Ahmad, he was a government teacher, a grade 3 teacher in the Indrawal girls' school. He has been extending the help for the terror commanders to live in this area. Also during the Ditcher encounter in which one Pakistani terrorist was neutralized by the security forces, there also he has extended direct help for the terrorist for the logistic support that he has given. And second individual has been arrested from the Chatru area of the Kishtwar. We are told that the Jammu and Kashmir LG administration is also going to initiate the action under the Article 3(1) that rules the appointment of these officials, and there have been several dismissals from the service also earlier for those who have been getting the money from the Union of India but have been working on the behest of Pakistan. So this individual, identified as Mashkoor Ahmed, was also working for the Pakistani terrorists. They were being provided the regular assistance, help, and also the information regarding the movement of the security forces. For that, they have now been booked under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act in an FIR that has been registered by the Kishtwar police, and now the action is underway. We are being told that not only the Kishtwar police but also the central investigating agencies are also likely to intervene in this case and likely to take up the probe, so that this larger nexus of the Pakistani terrorist and the local support that they are getting from even the government officials, that is also under scanner.
All right, thank you, Gursim, for getting us all those details. Government school teacher held for aiding Pakistani terrorists. Big arrest being made there. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Now, the much-awaited trailer of the upcoming Hindi film Aakhri Sawal was launched in the presence of the cast and crew. Starring Sanjay Dutt, the film explores significant chapters of Indian history and has already created a big buzz among cinema lovers. Directed by Abhijit Mohan Varang, the movie is slated for a theatrical release on May 15th, 2026. Take a look.
We have a very intelligent audience out there. और इस फिल्म में हमने जिन जिन सवालों के जवाब दिए हैं, जिन सवालों को सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत अलग तरीके से बताया जाता है, उसके जवाब वो हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट्स क्रिएट करके हमने दिए हैं. वो उन जवाबों को देखें और अपनी क्षमता, अपनी इंटेलिजेंस के अनुसार अपना ओपिनियन फॉर्म करें. इस फिल्म में हम केवल तथ्य दिखा रहे हैं which are taken from historical events.
इस फिल्म से जब लोग इसे देखेंगे उनको समझ में आएगा, और संघ जो इतने सालों से देश के लिए करते आ रहा है उसके बारे में भी समझ में आएगा. और आप अपने अनुसार, अपने व्यक्तिगत से आप क्या कर सकते हैं. हाउ कैन यू बी अ स्वयं सेवक फॉर भारत, हाउ कैन यू बी द कस्टोडियन ऑफ योर कंट्री. ये सवाल मैं अपने आप से रोज़ पूछता हूँ. आशा करता हूँ, उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आखिरी सवाल देखने के बाद आप में भी और अपने देश के प्रति, हमारे भारत के प्रति भाव बढ़े.
मतलब ये सवाल जो है हर बार पूछे जाते हैं, इसके जवाब हम देना चाहते हैं लेकिन कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता है और जानबूझ के उसको बगल दी जाती है. इसलिए इस फिल्म के माध्यम से ये कुछ सवाल है जो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के बारे में हमेशा हर किसी के मन में होते हैं, ये पूछने का हमने धाड़स किया इस फिल्म से.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus. It's called an Andes virus. It's a hantavirus from South America. And it's the one type of hantavirus that scientists suspect may be able to spread from person to person. For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Different viruses have different abilities to spread. Some, like measles, can spread like wildfire. Others are harder to spread.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals,
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's austerity appeal, India rises gold import duty. Gold silver imports to set and get set costlier in India. All right, we're getting a breaking news. That is Joseph Vijay, who's taken onto the parliament on your television screen.
அரசின் தீர்மானத்தின் மீது இப்போது வாக்கெடுப்பு.
தீர்மானம் சாதாரண அரசியல் நிகழ்வு அல்ல. தமிழக மக்கள் வழங்கிய ஜனநாயக.
All right, I have my colleague Sharda joining us right now. Sharda, you know, AIADMK, is going to be taking to the floor. In fact, Vijay is going to take a taste of the floor test. What is it that we know so far, and what are the proceedings of this assembly?
2026 சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலில் தமிழக மக்கள்
announcing that the 26th legislative assembly protest is all set to happen right now, and the voting will be taking place in just few minutes.
விஜய் அவர்களின் தலைமையை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டுள்ளனர். ஆனால் பெரும்பான்மைக்கு 10 உறுப்பினர்கள் குறைவாக இருந்தது. அந்த நேரத்தில் ஒரு கேள்வி இருந்தது.
At the Tamil Nadu Assembly asking for the TVK to be voted to form the government.
சக்திகள் அரசியல் சக்திகள் மூலம் தமிழகத்தின் முடிவை மாற்ற முயற்சிக்க வேண்டுமா?
Speaker explains whether the people here in the assembly hall should be voting for the TVK's Vijay party to govern the state, or what is the new decision that the assembly MLAs are going to be taking now.
கூட்டணி பெரும்பான்மையை கடந்தது. முக்கியமாக மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் திரு ஜோசப் விஜய் அவர்கள்
how the Social Progressive Alliance under the DMK had passed a floor test, and following that now Vijay will be taking a floor test.
ஜனநாயகத்தை பாதுகாக்கும் ஆதரவு. இது தமிழக மக்களின் தீர்ப்பை
Motion being passed at the floor to do a floor test on TVK.
அனுமதிக்க கைவிடக்கூடாது என்ற உறுதியின் அடிப்படையிலான ஆதரவு. தமிழகம் எப்போதும் மதசார்பற்ற அரசியலில்
Says this motion is being passed to make sure that the BJP does not get to rule the state of Tamil Nadu indirectly.
மொழி ஆதிக்கத்தையும் ஒரே கலாச்சார அரசியலையும் தமிழக மக்கள் தொடர்ந்து நிராகரித்துள்ளனர்.
In fact, a floor test will be conducted with the strength of 232 MLAs, and 232 MLAs will be participating out of the 234 MLAs. Now, Vijay had resigned from the Trichy East, and the Tirupati TVK MLA is not allowed to vote under the Madras High Court statement, as a recounting of vote may happen today. This is a floor test underway in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and voting is likely to take place in a few minutes in the Tamil Nadu Assembly.
காமராஜர் பசி இருந்தால் கல்வி வராது என்று மதிய உணவு திட்டத்தின் விலையை விளைத்தவர் காமராஜர். அதிகாரத்தில் இருந்தபோதும் ஆடம்பர வாழ்க்கையை தேர்ந்தெடுக்காமல் மக்கள் மனதில் வாழ்ந்த தலைவர் காமராஜர். அதனால்தான் இன்று வரை அவர் பெருந்தலைவர் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகிறார். இன்று இந்திய அரசியலில் மிகப்பெரிய சவால் என்னவென்றால் வெறுப்பு அரசியல், மதத்தின் பெயரால் மக்களை பிரிப்பது, மொழியின் பெயரால் மக்களை பிரிப்பது, சமூகங்களுக்குள் பகையை உருவாக்குவது, இவை இந்தியாவின் ஆன்மாவுக்கு எதிரானது. எங்கள் தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு ராகுல் காந்தி அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து
Increase the volume so I can.
இந்த நாட்டில் அன்பு வெல்ல வேண்டும், வெறுப்பு அரசியல் தோற்கடிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். அதனால்தான் இந்தியா முழுவதும் அவர் ஒற்றுமைக்காக.
Well, the motion is being passed in the assembly floor, where the TVK members are asking for the government, the TVK governments to be formed in the state of Tamil Nadu.
இந்த மண்ணில் வெறுப்பு அரசியல் வேறுண்ட விடமாட்டோம். மக்களை மதத்தின் பெயரால்.
The TVK leader is explaining that the Congress is in alliance with them, and that to make sure that the BJP is not ruling the state indirectly, they need the oath from the people. The motion is being passed, explaining that Vijay is taken over the chief minister, and that he's given a few important letters that was also signed by the chief minister, pointing out that the first 3 signatures done by TVK were all about drug-free state in the state of Tamil Nadu, extra safety and security for women in the state, closure of 707 task marks, and this proves that the people's trust are still placed in Vijay, and these promises increase their confidence in Vijay's TVK's government.
மாணவர்கள் தயவுசெய்து உட்காருங்க. அவர் கருத்தை சொல்றாரு. உங்களுக்கு விருப்பப்பட்ட உங்க கருத்தை நீங்க சொல்லுங்க. உட்காருங்க. எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை நிறைவேற்றும் பொறுப்பு. அமைதியா உட்காருங்க. அவர் பேசுறது அனுமதிங்க. இந்திய தேசிய காங்கிரஸ் கட்சி இந்த அரசுக்கு ஆதரவு அளித்துள்ளது என்றால் அது கொள்கை அடிப்படையிலான ஆதரவு. தேர்தல் அரசியலில் பணநாயகத்தின் ஆதிக்கம் கண்டு இந்திய ஜனநாயகத்தின் எதிர்காலம் கேள்விக்குறி ஆகிவிடுமோ, ஏழை எளிய மக்கள் நாடாளுமன்ற சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலில் வெற்றி பெற முடியாமல் போய்விடுமோ.
Well, the TVK member is pointing out that the Congress and the TVK is constantly focusing on the betterment of the people, seeing that this coalition government of the TVK and the Congress is focusing on only bringing the betterment of the people, and the MLAs and the ministers of the TVK who are now together will show the confidence that the people is being placing on the TVK and the Congress. Sees the TVK will make sure to focus and safeguard every rights of every religion that is being practiced in the state of Tamil Nadu. Says TVK will play a secular point of vote here, and would not make sure to show any partiality towards any particular community or religion.
காங்கிரஸ் கட்சி எங்கள் தலைவர் ராகுல் காந்தியின் வழிகாட்டுதல்படி என்றும் உங்களுக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருப்போம். தமிழக அரசியல் வரலாற்றில் சிறப்பானதொரு அரசை வழங்குவதற்கு முனைந்து.
The Congress MLA is saying that Rahul Gandhi, the party president, who will be making sure that along with TVK, he would provide the best governance possible in the state of Tamil Nadu.
தங்கள் ஆதரவை வெளிப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு அமைகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம், ஜெய்ஹிந்த்.
The proceedings for the vote of ocean has been passed in the assembly.
இந்திய கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி மாண்பு உறுப்பினர் திரு ஆர் செல்லச்சாமி.
Now R. Chellachami from the Indian Communist Party will be speaking.
ஏன் ஆதரிக்கிறோம் ஏன் எதிர்க்கிறோம் என்று சொல்கிற உரிமை மாண்புமன்ற உறுப்பினருக்கு உண்டு. ஏன் ஆதரிக்கிறோம் என்பதை
The Indian communists are going to explain why they are extending their support to the TVK, saying that it is allowed in the assembly floor to explain why the party is going to be extending support to the TVK party.
தவறு ஒரு உறுப்பினர் நீங்க பாருங்க, உறுப்பினர் நான் சொல்லுகிற கருத்தை மாற்றி பேசக்கூடாது. முன்னாலே இருந்தவர்கள் செய்யாமல் விட்டதற்காக இப்போது இருக்கின்றவர்கள் செய்யக்கூடாது என்று சொல்லக்கூடாது. பேசுகிற உரிமை மாவட்ட உறுப்பினருக்கு தீர்மானத்தை முதல்வர்.
There is a confusion taking place in the floor, whereas the opposition says the communists should not be speak, saying that the last time it did not happen doesn't mean that there is no opportunity for the people, saying that he will allow for the floor test to be on. Now the communist MLA is being speaking in the assembly floor. Explains that this time TVK did not get a single majority to rule the state of Tamil Nadu, while TVK has been holding on to be the largest party with the majority of numbers when compared to the other parties. Explaining that the TVK should be allowed to take oath and continue with their administration and governance the state of Tamil Nadu, saying that the CPI and the CPM has extended support to make sure that the governor's role and the president's role is not placed in the state of Tamil Nadu, and to make sure that the governor who is focusing on giving the president's role the state of Tamil Nadu, and that's the reason CPI and CPM has extended support to the TVK leader Vijay. Explains Vijay has asked for an extension of support from the Marxist party, and that's the reason that the party has decided as unanimously to extend their support to the TVK. Says this government will be focusing on doing good for the people of Tamil Nadu, saying that to make sure that the TVK will fight with the central government to get all the possibilities and help, including the funds that the state is in charge to be getting. Says the Marxists will be in favor of the TVK and that they will get enough support, that they will be extending support to the TVK, saying that the communist is for the coalition government and that they will give enough support to the TVK to form this government. Says it is the decision taken by the party to make sure that the democracy sustains in the state of Tamil Nadu, and that's the reason Marxists its support. Speaker now points out to VCK MLA Mr. Vaniyarasu, who is extended support to TVK.
பேரவை தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மக்களின் உணர்வுகளை எதிரொலிக்கும் எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நம்பிக்கை கோரும் இந்த
தீர்மானத்தின் explains that people have selected Vijay to rule the state of Tamil Nadu.
அத்தனை சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள், அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கங்களை தெரிவிக்கின்றேன். இதுவரை மக்கள் மன்றத்தில் போராடி வந்த என்னை
He extends his greetings to Chief Minister, the opposition leaders, and also other senior leaders present at the State Legislative Assembly.
இந்த அவையில் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். எம்மை நம்பி வாக்களித்து வெற்றி பெற வைத்த
He extends thanks to Thirumalan of the VCK chief,
கூட்டணி கட்சியின்
who has agreed to support the TVK.
கூட்டணி கட்சியினுடைய தோழர்களுக்கும் எமது நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி உள்ளிட்ட
VCK leader is extending his thanks to all the left parties who have agreed to extend their support to the TVK leader Vijay.
5 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு நீடிக்கும் என்று நான் உறுதியாக நம்புகிறேன்.
saying that he is hopeful that Vijay's TVK will pass in the floor test and continue to govern for the next 5 years in the state of Tamil Nadu.
காங்கிரஸ் இந்திய யூனியன் முஸ்லீம் லீக் ஆகிய கட்சிகளும் திமுக தலைமையிலான மதச்சார்பற்ற
Explaining that along with the VCK, all the left parties, CPI, CPM, IOML, and also the Congress, which were part of the Social Progressive Alliance, were along with the DMK and took part in these elections, fought the previous elections along with the DMK, saying that the TVK has got the majority of the numbers and has won these elections. Saying that the BJP will try to make sure that the governor's role is placed in the state of Tamil Nadu, the left parties came together to make sure that the governor's role or the president's role is not indirectly placed by the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. Says it is important for the VCK to make a decision on extending their support to TVK's Vijay to form his governance in the state of Tamil Nadu, and says the people of the state knows this well. VCK wishes TVK on forming the government and saying that they hope for the next 5 years the governance under Vijay will make sure they give a secular and proper governance for the people of Tamil Nadu.
தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு மட்டுமின்றி இந்தியாவுக்கே நல்ல முன்னுதாரணத்தை ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கிறது. முதல்வருக்கு விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் எனது பாராட்டுகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம்.
Says the wishes from the VCK party are extended to Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay, saying that the left parties will stand together to keep the TVK party upright in its governance.
ஆனால் இந்த அரசு சில நடவடிக்கைகளை எடுக்க வேண்டும் என எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம். தொகுதி மறுசீரமைப்பின் மூலமாக
says that they've given their unconditional support, and at the same time TVK leader should respect their emotions and conditions as well and take a few actions if required. Says that the previous government under the Social Progressive Alliance under the DMK MK Stalin were fought together, and saying that they hope that just like the DMK, TVK also protects the state rights, the state autonomy in Tamil Nadu. Says in the last 5 years there's no proper relation between the centre and the state of Tamil Nadu, and that the TVK should make sure that this time that he fights with the centre properly to get the state autonomy rights. Urges that the TVK government should make sure that they fight against the centre and focus on how Tamil Nadu can be shown in a projective light with against the centre's idea of not helping the state of Tamil Nadu. Talking about the honor killings in the state and the fights and the protests that the VCK has done in the last few years against the honor killings, says there was a crew set up under former Justice J.N. Basha to convene a new rule to make sure that there are action taken against honor killing, and new resolution should be passed, saying that last time that was missed, and is urging the TVK to take that up right now and pass that. Says multiple laws under SC/ST were created especially for honor killings and reservations in multiple states in India, and that they're urging TVK that once they officially form the government after the floor test should focus on making sure that these resolutions that were initiated under the DMK government last time should be passed, and that is a condition that the VCK leader has, is to make sure that these resolutions that are in favor of the SC and ST and against honor killing and multiple other reservations for the SC/ST should be passed under the TVK leader Vijay. Pointing out to the 40 fishermen who is arrested by the Sri Lankan Navy very recently, says that TVK leader Vijay should find a final answer to make sure that the fishermen's livelihood are not disturbed on these constant arrests that are being made by the Sri Lankan Navy. Says a resolution should be passed with the help of the centre to make sure that the fishermen are helped throughout. Pointing out to the states of Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Rajasthan, says that those states have state autonomy rights and they have been running a lot of laws after seeking the support of the centre and approval from the centre, saying that they had a lot of fight. Again, pointing out to the BJP indirectly as the forces of Sanatana Dharma, that they cannot agree for such a political party to continue existing here in the state of Tamil Nadu, and saying eradicating Sanatana Dharma is important for the state of Tamil Nadu.
மானிய கோரிக்கைகள் தான் வருகிறது பேசுவதற்கு நிறைய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கிறது இன்னும் அதிகமாக
The speaker interrupts VCK leader Vaniyarasu, telling that this is just a resolution that is being passed for the floor test and that the rest of the complaints can be made later. VCK leader says that the government should focus on the development of the state of Tamil Nadu and focus on only the scientific developments in the state, and that the TVK should be focusing and providing a secular government to the state of Tamil Nadu. He's requesting the speaker to give him more time to speak, whereas the speaker says there's more time to speak and only the permission to pass the motion is being given. Says their main resolution should bring out resolutions that are against superstition beliefs. This comes after Vijay appoints his astrologer as the officer on special duty in the government. So VCK is against the astrologer being part of the OSD and is asking to pass a resolution to make sure that the superstitions is not being believed in the state of Tamil Nadu. He is also urging that the TVK government should focus on about the disturbances that the Elam Tamils who are refugees in the state of Tamil Nadu are having, urging that they should sign the letter, the international letter that is going on between the External Affairs Minister of India and the Sri Lanka, to sign the letter.
அந்த வகையில் மே 18 அன்று தமிழீழ விடுதலை கனவோடு மாண்டு வடிந்த எமது மாவீரர்களுக்கும் பொதுமக்களுக்கும் வீரவணக்கம் செலுத்தும் வகையில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசே பங்கெடுத்து அந்த நினைவை கூறப்பட வேண்டும் என்று விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் நாம் வலியுறுத்துகிறோம். தமிழ்நாட்டில் தஞ்சமடைந்த ஈழத்தமிழ் அகதிகளுக்கு கடந்த ஆட்சியின் போது நிரந்தர வீடுகள் கட்டித்தரப்பட்டன. திமுக அரசின் சார்பாக கட்டப்பட்ட அந்த வீடுகளும் எண்ணற்ற சலுகைகளும் இன்றும் தொடர வேண்டும். அவர்கள் இந்திய குடியுரிமை வேண்டும் என்பதை முதன்மையாக கோருகின்றனர். ஒன்றிய அரசிடம் வலியுறுத்தி தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள ஏதிலிகளின் முகாம்களில் தங்கியிருக்கும் ஈழத்தமிழர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் இந்திய குடியுரிமை பெற்று தருவதற்கு நமது அரசு நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றோம். இந்த நம்பிக்கை வாக்கெடுப்பில் வெற்றி பெறப் போகும் நமது முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கல்வி, சுகாதாரம், தொழில் வளர்ச்சி ஆகியவற்றில் முதலிடம் வகிக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டை பிற துறைகளிலும் முதலிடம் வகிக்கும் மாநிலமாக மாற்ற வேண்டும். கடந்த திராவிட மாடல் அரசு திமுக அரசு முன்வைத்த காலை சிற்றுண்டி திட்டம், மகளிருக்கான உரிமை திட்டம், நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம், தமிழ் முதல்வன் திட்டம் ஆட்சியிலும் தொடர வேண்டும் என்று விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில் நாங்கள் கோரிக்கை வைக்கின்றோம். அதேபோல நம்முடைய அரசு சிங்கப்பெண் படை, போதைப்பொருள் தடுப்பு படை, மதுக்கடைகள் மூடல், அதாவது பேருந்து நிலையங்கள், பள்ளிகள், வழிபாட்டு தலங்கள், இந்த பகுதியில் இருக்கின்ற மதுக்கடைகள் மூடல், இந்த மூன்று முக்கியமான முன்னெடுப்பை விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளின் சார்பில்.
VCK leader continues to speak on the assembly floor. Multiple urges have been made by the VCK leader, including to pass resolutions against superstition belief, resolution to pass the laws that are against the honor killings, special law on SC/ST rights. The demands of the VCK leader continue to go on to if the TVK government is formed in the state of Tamil Nadu.
அதன் மூலமாக நாட்டின் அனைத்து தரப்பினரையும் நம்மோடு அழைத்து செல்ல முடியும். ஒற்றுமை எட்டுவதற்கு இதை தவிர வேற வழி இல்லை. நன்றி, வணக்கம். தமிழ் வாழ்க, ஈழம் அம்பேத்கர் வாழ்க, எழுச்சி தமிழர் வாழ்க. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் ஆமு ஷாஜகான் அவர்கள்.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोकोई तो है।
आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. but the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pratik Yadav, the stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav and husband of BJP leader Aparna Yadav, passes away in Lucknow at the age of 38. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's austerity appeal, India raises gold import duty. Gold, silver imports set to get costlier in India. Demolition work begins in Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. A bulldozer action underway at AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building. Main accused Shubham Kernal taken to CBI custody in connection with NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked paper for 15 lakhs. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay set to face the crucial floor test in Assembly today, the government to prove its majority.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator? I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Trump's aide and U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iranian aircraft Roe says he doesn't trust Pakistan. Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in U.S.-Iran war, says a good deal can be made. Bringing you a big breaking story at this moment. Former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav has tragically passed away at his house today. According to sources, Pratik Yadav was not suffering from any pre-existing illness during the time of his death. The exact cause of death has not yet been disclosed. A post-mortem examination has been conducted and further details are being awaited as of this moment. Pratik Yadav was rushed to the Lucknow Civil Hospital at around 6 a.m. today morning, where the doctors declared he was brought dead in the hospital. And now, according to the doctors, Pratik Yadav passed away an hour prior to his arrival at the hospital. Now, viewers, the Samajwadi Party expressed their condolences at Pratik's passing, describing the loss as extremely heartbreaking. This is a big development coming in as of this moment.
समाजवादी पार्टी के मुखिया अखिलेश यादव के चचेरे भाई और साथ ही साथ राज्य महिला आयोग की उपाध्यक्ष अपर्णा यादव और बीजेपी नेता के पति प्रतीक यादव की मौत हो गई है। आज सुबह करीब 5 बजे के आसपास उन्हें श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी सिविल हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया था, जहां पर उन्होंने डॉक्टरों ने ब्रॉड डेड बताया था। इस वक्त हम अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव का जो घर है वहां पर मौजूद हैं 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग पर, और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो गेट बंद है और अभी फिलहाल प्रतीक यादव के शव को KGMU के हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है, जहां पर उनके शरीर का पोस्टमार्टम होगा। स्पेशल डॉक्टरों का जो पैनल है, करीब 7 से 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो बनाया गया है और उन्हीं की निगरानी में सभी चीज़ें ध्यान में रखते हुए पोस्टमार्टम किया जाएगा। यहाँ पर कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो पहुँचे हुए हैं, समर्थक हैं या कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के शुभचिंतक हैं। ये लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, इनसे भी हम बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या नाम है सर आपका?
मेरा पंडित हरीश गौतम नाम है।
आप बड़े भावुक लग रहे हैं, कब आपको पता चला?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैं खन्ना जी से मिलने आया था, मैं अभी गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ था, जैसे ही मैंने मोबाइल खोला तो उसमें सबसे पहले लिखा आ रहा था प्रतीक यादव का निधन। तो मुझ पर रुका नहीं गया बिल्कुल, क्योंकि मेरी बहन का घर उजड़ गया, मुझे अपना भाई मानती थी। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की वजह से तो मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं लखनऊ से ही हूँ जी।
कब पता चला आपको, क्या इसीलिए?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैंने मोबाइल देख रहा था, उस पर न्यूज़ आ गई तो उस न्यूज़ पे मुझे यकीन नहीं हुआ। मैंने सोचा फेक न्यूज़ हो सकती है, पर स्वतंत्र देव जी का आया, 2-3 लोगों का मैसेज जब मैंने देखा तब मुझे यकीन हुआ, तो मैं सीधे इधर ही को भागता चला आया। बहुत दुख हो रहा है इस बात का।
देखिए, तो निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग और प्रतीक यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। और अगर आप देखें तो ये 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग है और यहाँ पर मुलायम सिंह यादव, साधना यादव, प्रतीक यादव, अपर्णा यादव, शाइन एंड ब्लश जो उनके घर के लोग हैं, उनके नाम लिखे हुए हैं। निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं शोक का माहौल है, गम का माहौल है। लेकिन अगर अभी के अपडेट की बात करें तो 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो KGMU में स्पेशलाइज्ड पैनल, जिसमें 2 हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर शामिल हैं, वो प्रतीक यादव के पार्थिव शरीर का, शव का पोस्टमार्टम कर रहे हैं।
के इस पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के अंदर गए थे और उन्होंने भी साफ तौर पर कहा कि जो भी कानून कहेगा या परिवार कहेगा हम वो बातेंगे। लेकिन एक बड़ी बात उन्होंने कही कि कानूनी और पारिवारिक बातें तो हैं, लेकिन 2 महीने पहले उनकी ज़रूर मुलाकात हुई थी और 2 महीने पहले उन्होंने प्रतीक यादव से कारोबार और सेहत को लेकर चर्चा हुई थी और एक इशारा उन्होंने ज़रूर कहा कि कारोबार में एक भारी नुकसान हुआ था, कारोबार में नुकसान की वजह से लोग कई बार परेशानी में आ जाते हैं, ये लाइन उन्होंने कही। यानी प्रतीक यादव को क्या कोई परेशानी थी? कुछ सूत्रों के मुताबिक वो डिप्रेशन में थे, जो कि पारिवारिक तौर पर भी कई परेशानियां हाल के दिनों में हमने देखने को मिला। अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के बीच रिश्ते को लेकर तल्खियां सामने आई थी, यहां तक कि जनवरी 2026 में एक इंस्टाग्राम पोस्ट पर प्रतीक यादव तलाक तक की घोषणा करते हैं। हालांकि बाद में कहा गया उनके परिवार वालों की तरफ से कि ये हाईजैक कर लिया गया था अकाउंट। दोनों के बीच रिश्ते को लेकर और कारोबार में नुकसान को लेकर क्या ये एक बड़ी वजह ये रही? ये जरूर खबरें बता रही है कि डिप्रेशन में, और जब शव देखा गया तो उसमें पैर पर हल्के से चोट के निशान थे, ये बताया जा रहा है।
Right, these are some of the latest that we are getting in so far. Pratik Yadav was brought that in the hospital and that he has been suffering from depression, as reports suggest. And according to sources, that he in fact was brought that in the hospital. Doctors, despite trying to sustain him with medical aid, did not revive him, and he was pronounced dead in the hospital.
जो है वो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं सभी लोग, परिवार के सदस्य और बाकी लोग भी। और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही साफ हो पाएगा कि आखिर मौत की वजह क्या रही। मौत की वजह साफ होने के बाद ही जो अखिलेश यादव ने इस बात का जिक्र किया है कि कानून के पास जाएंगे या कानून का सहारा लेंगे या परिवार वाले जैसा कहेंगे वैसा करेंगे। तो निश्चित तौर पर कहीं ना कहीं पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने का इंतजार है। अगर उसमें कोई गड़बड़ी दिखती है या कोई ऐसी चीज़ दिखती है कि इसमें यह बताया जा सके कि मौत की वजह खुद आकस्मिक थी या फिर कोई और कारण रहा था, या कोई पॉइजनिंग हुई थी या कोई और रीजन रहा था, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर जब पहलू साफ हो पाएगा, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट क्लियर हो पाएगी, उसके बाद ये कानून की बात सामने आ रही है। और इस वक्त हम घर पर मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर थोड़ी ही देर बाद जैसे ही KGMU से निकलेंगे, KGMU से यहाँ के बीच का जो रास्ता है वो करीब 15 से 20 मिनट का है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर लेकर आया जाएगा। और प्रतीक यादव के शव को रखने के लिए यहाँ पर जो डीप फ्रीजर है उसको मंगा लिया गया है और साथ ही साथ टेंट और तमाम चीज़ें जो हैं वो मंगाई गई हैं। कुछ समर्थक भी जो है यहाँ पर लगातार पहुँच रहे हैं और जो अभी तक अपुष्ट जानकारी मिल पाई है, हालांकि आधिकारिक तौर पर इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, कि आज शाम को करीब 5 बजे के आसपास ही जो भैंसा कुंड है वहां पर इनका अंतिम संस्कार भी हो सकता है और उससे पहले अपर्णा यादव भी यहां पर पहुंच जाएंगी। तो ये कोशिश ये है। और अगर आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर एक पूरा जो हिस्सा है, ये जो अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव का घर है उसके बीच की जो गैलरी है, यहाँ पर तमाम जो मीडिया के साथी हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। कुछ एक समर्थक बीच बीच में आ रहे हैं और जैसे ही प्रतीक यादव का शव यहाँ पर पहुँचेगा उसके बाद निश्चित तौर पर बड़ी संख्या उनके समर्थक और दूसरे लोग भी आएंगे। ये उनके घर का दूसरा हिस्सा है, जो यहाँ पर काम करने वाले लोग हैं वो भी बाहर मौजूद हैं और लगातार लोग आ जा रहे हैं। ये प्रतीक यादव का घर है और यहाँ पर प्रतीक यादव के साथ अपर्णा यादव और उनके बच्चे रहा करते थे, साथ ही साथ हाउस हेल्प के जो लोग हैं वो रहा करते थे। अगर ये पूरा हिस्सा देखें तो वहाँ पर दूर, मैं अपने सहयोगी से कहूँगा कि आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो देख सकते हैं कि वहाँ पर बैरिकेड लगा दिया गया है ताकि कोई भी अनाधिकृत गाड़ी जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँच ना सके। सिर्फ परिवार के सदस्य और साथ ही साथ जो दूसरी ज़रूरी चीज़ों को लेकर आने वाले वाहन है वही यहाँ पर आ सके, इस बात का पूरा ख्याल रखा गया है। और साथ ही साथ बाहर बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल जो है वो भी तैनात किया गया है। कोशिश ये है कि सभी चीज़ें स्मूथ तरीके से हों। निश्चित तौर पर जो अखिलेश यादव ने कहा है कि कानून का भी सहारा ले सकते हैं, तो ऐसे में पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने का ही सभी को इंतजार है।
That's right. That's our reporter speaking live from just outside the residence of Pratik Yadav. And we are seeing that the post-mortem examination has been conducted over his body to ascertain the cause of his death. And so far, according to reports we are getting, that Pratik Yadav was in fact brought dead at the hospital, although he had some minor injury in his leg, as doctors have reported this. And we are getting reports that Pratik Yadav was in fact suffering from depression before this, and as of now no reason, no cause of death has been ascertained, although the post-mortem examination reports will confirm the cause of death of Pratik Yadav. Right, we have a ground report on this full story. Let us take a look at it.
पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर हलचल तेज हो गई है और यहाँ आप देखिए रस्सियों से एक बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। पुलिस के जो तमाम सुरक्षा बल हैं, पुलिस बल हैं, वो तैनात कर दिए गए हैं ताकि समर्थक जो अब धीरे धीरे जुट रहे हैं वो भीड़ इकट्ठा ना हो। यहाँ से बाहर तक अगर आप दिखाएं तो बाहर में भी सुरक्षा बल तैनात किए गए हैं। यहाँ से पूरा बैरिकेडिंग की गई है और वहाँ तक ये पूरा रोड खाली करा दिया गया है। इस रोड को पूरा खाली करा दिया गया है ताकि समर्थकों की भीड़ न जमा हो। ये KGMU हॉस्पिटल का पोस्टमार्टम हाउस है जहाँ पर ये बताया जा रहा है करीब 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल, जिसमें KGMU के 4 डॉक्टर रहेंगे और सिविल हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर। इन सभी 8 डॉक्टरों के पैनल की तरफ से ये पोस्टमार्टम कराया जा रहा है। बाकायदा वीडियोग्राफी के जरिए एक एक चीज़ को देखा जा रहा है और हाई प्रोफाइल केस को देखते हुए इस पोस्टमार्टम को अभी फिलहाल गोपनीय रखा जाएगा, क्योंकि सारी नज़रें इस पर टिकी हुई है और कहीं से कोई उनको पहले से कोई बीमारी का इतिहास नहीं है, कोई दुर्लभ बीमारी नहीं थी और ना कोई लंबा इलाज उनका चल रहा था किसी बीमारी का। तो अचानक 4:55 पर फ़ोन आता है अस्पताल में और उसके बाद 6 बजे जब लाया जाता है तो उन्हें ब्रॉड डेड घोषित किया जाता है, किचन में अचेत अवस्था में मिलते हैं। तो सारी जो बातें अब तक छनकर आ रही हैं उसमें कई सारे अनुमान लगाए जा रहे हैं।
And Akhilesh Yadav, his half-brother and also SP Samajwadi Party leader, have also gone on to condole the demise of his half-brother and made a big statement on this. Let's listen in.
हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है। नहीं ले पाएंगे, मेरा सीना दबा हुआ है यार। नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़ करके काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब होनी चाहिए? जांच होनी चाहिए। कौन होनी चाहिए? आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात।
उन दोनों के बीच मुलाकात होती है और 10 साल तक रिश्ता चलता है। 2011 में लव मैरिज दोनों करते हैं, बड़ी धूमधाम से शादी होती है जिसमें तमाम दिग्गज हस्तियां मौजूद होती हैं और उसके बाद से ये रिश्ता लंबा चला। 2 खूबसूरत बेटियां उनके घर पर हैं और ये बच्चियां और एक खुशहाल परिवार, आप समझिए खुशहाल परिवार, अचानक उस परिवार का टूट जाना, फिर व्यापार में नुकसान होना, तो एक डिप्रेशन के तो संकेत हैं, लेकिन क्या उसकी वजह से कोई गंभीर बीमारी या किसी गंभीर दौर से गुजर रहे थे और अचानक ऐसा क्या हुआ? एक दौर से गुजरना अलग बात है और उस दौर में बीमार होना अलग बात है, लेकिन गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी, ये बार बार उनके दोस्त कह रहे हैं। फिर अचानक रात में क्या हो जाता है, 4:55 पर ऐसा क्या हो जाता है कि किचन में अचेत अवस्था में पाए जाते हैं। डॉक्टर का आते हैं और सीधे कहते हैं कि साहब ये तो मृत हैं, मतलब पहले से ही मृत हैं। और ये खबर ये भी है कि पैर पर हल्के से चोट के निशान है, कुछ वहाँ जो पैर का जो बाल है वो उखड़े हुए, ये अपुष्ट जो खबर हमारे पास आई, लेकिन वो कंफर्म इतना कर रहे हैं कि पैर पर चोट के निशान देखे गए हैं। शव अभी अंदर है, पोस्टमार्टम अभी हो गया है, किसी भी वक्त यहाँ पर अब लाया जा सकता है। शव वाहन यहाँ पर तैयार है और इसी शव वाहन से शव को ले जाया जाएगा उनके घर पर। अब यहाँ से जो पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के अंदर से जो रिपोर्ट बनकर आएगी, जो 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल है जिसमें KGMU के 4 डॉक्टर, सिविल हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर हैं और ये 8 डॉक्टरों का जो पैनल जो रिपोर्ट तैयार करेगा, वो रिपोर्ट सब कुछ सारे सवालों का जवाब उस रिपोर्ट में होगा कि आखिर क्या ऐसा हुआ कि अचानक उनकी मौत हो गई, क्या रात में ऐसा क्या कुछ हुआ। पूरी कहानी इस पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से अंदर जो बाहर रिपोर्ट आएगी, उसी रिपोर्ट पर सबकी नज़रें टिकी हुई है। जो भी तमाम लोग हैं वो भी यही बात कह रहे हैं कि सब कुछ तो ठीक था, उनकी बॉडी अच्छी थी, फिटनेस को लेकर वो सजग थे, लगातार सचेत थे, खुद जिम चलाते थे और कई उनके दोस्त हैं जो उनके, आप जैसे सुमित से बात हुई, कुछ और भी दोस्त हैं, सब ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो बॉडी बिल्डिंग पार्टनर थे।
Right, I'm now joined by my colleague Shivam, who has been tracking this story from the newsroom. Shivam, tossing it to you, take it on forward from here.
Yeah, definitely, it's a murder mystery that needs to be investigated on also the kind of relationship he had with the family members and also with his wife, and the mental condition of Pratik Yadav is also a very big concern in this case. Now, this needs to be investigated because he had a very bad relationship with his wife, that is Aparna Yadav, and he had also earlier a few months back he had made various Instagram posts that also needs to be investigated, that he was blaming his wife for ruining his family ties. And he also said earlier, he posted pictures saying that he has spoiled her. He called his wife as selfish and family destroyer. And he earlier also had claimed that he was in a very bad mental state. And this also needs to be investigated because as per the sources, it is coming forward that he might have been suffering from depression. So that is also one of the concern also, because no exact reason why he died. There's no exact reason because there's no report of a sudden cardiac arrest or anything of such sorts, because he was taken to the hospital and he was brought dead. He was declared brought dead at the civil hospital. Now it's a very sudden news, and reactions are also pouring in from the Chief Minister and also from the brother also, Akhilesh Yadav. Now there needs to be a thorough investigation in the entire matter. But Pratik Yadav, this death mystery needs to be investigated further because it's a high-profile death, and you need to understand that there's primarily there should be some sort of reason, some reason should be there why he died. Now this will be revealed further in the post-mortem, but he was the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav and also Sadhna Gupta, while Akhilesh Yadav is Mulayam's son from the first wife. Now this angle is also very important to note. Now the bigger Yadav family itself went through a major political feud. Now we are talking about 2016 and 2017. During that time there was a family feud, and though Pratik stayed away from active politics, however, but the family divisions were widely discussed publicly because he was mostly involved with the family but away from politics. That's the history about him. Now recent months also suggest that there were tensions between him and his wife, and he was in a very bad mental state because he used to accuse his wife wife of pushing him away from the family, and he was in a very bad mental state. And the sources which are telling us, they're telling us that he was suffering right now from depression, and there is no exact cause of his death. The death cause has to be ascertained in this case. Now, media reports earlier claimed that he was in a very bad relation with his wife, and he felt isolated from the family because of the broken family ties. Remember, in 2016, 2017, there was a family feud between him and his entire remaining family, that is the family with Mulayam Singh Yadav. Now, Aparna Yadav's move from a Samajwadi Party to BJP has already created political speculations and also marred the relation between both the husband and the wife, and because she belonged to Mulayam Singh Yadav's family, and also this further strained the relation between both of them. So it's a sad news for the Yadav family as of now, but it's a very big mystery that needs to be investigated. And how come a young man can die who's from a very influential political family of Uttar Pradesh?
Right, and also we are getting reports that he was in fact into fitness. Right, we also have a major story coming in now from the hospital chief medical officer with regards to Pratik Yadav's death. The hospital chief medical officer now says that Pratik was in fact brought dead to the hospital, and he in fact could have died 1 hour prior to the time when he was brought to the hospital. So this is the latest that we are getting so far. And now, Shivam, we are getting reports from the chief medical officer that he could have died 1 hour prior when he was brought to the hospital, saying that he was brought dead at the hospital, and the doctors have pronounced him dead at the hospital. In fact, this is some major development that's coming in. What's the latest you're tracking? Shivam.
Yeah, exactly. That exactly is the reason on the death. This is the reaction which we received from the Chief Medical Superintendent, Civil Hospital, who is Dr. Devesh Chandra Pandey, who has said that he was brought dead at around 5:55 a.m. So that is early in the morning, and the police, as per him, was informed in this case, after which the body was sent for post-mortem. Now, even till now, there is no confirmation on the exact reason on why he died, because he was a healthy individual, apart from suffering from depression, which the reports of which is widely being circulated in media. Also, earlier also, he was in a depressed state because of the broken, severed family ties, or for which he used to blame his wife, in this case Aparna Yadav. And but the important thing to note is that he belongs to a very influential political family, a political party that used to rule Uttar Pradesh, that has ruled Uttar Pradesh for a very long time. That is the family of Akhilesh Yadav and Mulayam Singh Yadav. And him dying suddenly raises many eyebrows, and it's also a suspicious death because the cause has to be ascertained as of now. How can a young, healthy individual who was frequently going to gym can die all of a sudden, and there hasn't been no cause that has been revealed? The cause has to be ascertained, the reason has to be ascertained in this case on why exactly Pratik Yadav died, and he died all of a sudden. He was brought dead to the hospital. There was a call that the civil hospital received, and after that, this is the confirmation that we are getting from the chief. Okay, let's listen into the CMO.
अमृत अवस्था में 5:55 पे सवेरे ले आए गए। पुलिस को सूचना दी गई, पुलिस आई, पुलिस ने बॉडी को लेके उसका पंचनामा करवा के पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया AIMIM मॉर्चरी।
फिर क्या कुछ कारण निकला है?
अब तो पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा है।
मृत अवस्था में लाए गए। सर, कितने बजे की बात है?
5:55 पे यहाँ आए
गए थे। सर, क्या कुछ मामला था?
अमृत अवस्था में 5:55 पे सवेरे ले आए गए। पुलिस को सूचना दी गई, पुलिस आई, पुलिस ने बॉडी को लेके उसका पंचनामा करवा के पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया AIMIM मॉर्चरी।
फिर क्या कुछ कारण निकला है?
अब तो पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा है।
मृत अवस्था में लाए गए। सर, कितने बजे की बात है?
5:55 पे यहाँ आए।
All right, so this is the reaction from the Chief Medical Superintendent, who has clearly mentioned that he was brought dead at 5:55 a.m. and the process of post-mortem will reveal what was exactly the cause of the death of Pratik Yadav. But this again needs to be highlighted, the important fact that he was the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he was receiving treatment at Medanta, and he was being treated for a neurological condition. Now, earlier there were reports that because of the severed family ties and broken family ties, for which he used to blame his wife, he was in a very depressed, he was in a worrisome mental state, and now he was under depression. This is what sources are telling us. And a minor injury also has been reported, and minor injury mark has also been reported on Pratik Yadav's leg, and he was found dead by the time doctors reached home. So there was no time for the doctors to treat him, and he was brought dead at the hospital. A person who belonged to a very influential, high-profile family of Uttar Pradesh, that is the Yadav family, and he died all of a sudden. And now, Pratik Yadav is Mulayam Yadav's son, that we all know, and he's the step-brother of Akhilesh Yadav. So this needs to be thoroughly investigated on the reason, the motive. Was there any motive or something else, any other angle in this? Because he died all of a sudden, and he was found dead at his residence, is what we are getting to know. And then he was taken to civil hospital, where he was declared brought dead. Now, we're waiting for the post-mortem to be conducted. The post-mortem should begin anytime. And this is the latest, the visuals that we are getting from Lucknow and other places. Post-mortem is being conducted under UP CMO's watch, and then the exact cause of the death will be ascertained. The reason will be revealed. However, initially, one of the primary reasons of him being in a bad medical state was his mental condition, his depression, which the media reports of which are being earlier circulated. Also, he had a very bad relationship with the family, and he used to blame his wife for that, and he died while his wife was Aparna was in Assam at the time of the death. Now, he was found dead at his residence and later taken to the civil hospital. Now, various reactions are also coming in this regards. All right, so we have Sumit on the ground. Sumit, आप वहाँ पर लगातार नजर बना के रखे हुए हैं, क्या स्थिति है? कई कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, ये गुत्थी क्या सुलझ जाएगी जल्दी? क्या क्या निकल कर सामने आ रहा है? अचानक इतने बड़े व्यक्तित्व का मारा जाना, मर जाना, इसके बारे में कुछ जरा विस्तार से बताइए।
देखिए, बस उसी रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है और आपसे कुछ देर बाद वो रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी। पोस्टमार्टम खत्म हो गया है। इसी पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर मैं मौजूद हूँ। KGMU का पोस्टमार्टम हाउस है और यहाँ पर 8 डॉक्टरों के पैनल ने पोस्टमार्टम कर लिया है। वीडियोग्राफी हुई है बाकायदा, और अब से कुछ देर बाद शव को ले जाया जाएगा, बाहर ले जाया जाएगा। शव वाहन से उन्हें पैतृक आवास जो है प्रतीक यादव का जो आवास है वहाँ ले जाया जाएगा और अंतिम संस्कार होगा। अगर उनके दोस्त सर एक सेकंड आप बता सकते हैं सर कि लास्ट कब मुलाकात?
अभी पता चल जाएगा।
अच्छा, आपकी मुलाकात कब हुई थी लास्ट? कब आप मिले थे? नहीं, मैं समझ रहा हूँ, आप बात करने की इच्छा में हो तभी। ये प्रतीक यादव के दोस्त हैं और जाहिर है ये दुख की घड़ी है। अच्छा, आप उनके भाई हैं। एक सेकंड। अच्छा, कब आपकी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई? आपका नाम क्या हुआ सर? अभिनव गुप्ता। आप रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ। नहीं, ठीक है। सो उनके जो परिजन हैं और दोस्त हैं वो रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, अभी बात करने की स्थिति में नहीं है, लेकिन एक दोस्त से जब बात हुई थी तो उन्होंने कहा था कि कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी। प्रतीक यादव को फिटनेस को लेकर हमेशा से सचेत रहते थे, सजग रहते थे और बॉडी बिल्डिंग लगातार वो करते रहे, जिम लगातार जाते रहे। बीच में ज़रूर डिप्रेशन के दौर से गुजर रहे थे, ये बताया जा रहा है। कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ, जो कि अखिलेश यादव ने खुद, अखिलेश यादव जब यहाँ कुछ देर पहले आए थे तो उन्होंने ये बात बताई कि कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ था। 2 महीने पहले हमने सलाह भी दी थी कि कारोबार और सेहत को लेकर आप ख्याल रखें। उसके बाद से क्या हुआ और क्या कोई बीमारी थी, ये तस्दीक नहीं की जा रही है। अभी गंभीर बीमारी थी या नहीं ये अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया। हालांकि उनके जो दोस्त हैं वो अभी भी कह रहे हैं कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी। ज़रूर हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती थे, मेदांता अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा था, नसों का इलाज बताया जा रहा है कि चल रहा था, डिप्रेशन में भी थे। और शव जो देखा गया, उस शव में पैर पर हल्का सा चोट का निशान भी ये देखा गया। अभी तक ये जानकारी, अब इसे लेकर कई सारे अनुमान लगाए जा रहे हैं अपने स्तर पर, लेकिन अंतिम जो रिपोर्ट है वही कहानी कह पाएगी, उस रिपोर्ट में क्या है, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में क्या निकला, क्या मौत की वजह रही, सबको इसी रिपोर्ट का इंतज़ार है। और प्रतीक यादव, जैसा कि पहले भी हमने बताया कि हाल के कुछ सालों में, खासतौर पर 2022 में जो उनकी मां का निधन हुआ, मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हुआ, तो माता पिता के निधन के बाद से फिर उसके बाद से जो शादी की खबरें, शादी में तलाक तक की नौबत आ गई थी, बीच में अनबन की खबर थी अपर्णा यादव और उनके बीच, कारोबार में नुकसान, तो कई सारी वजहें थी जिसकी वजह से वो डिप्रेशन से गुजर रहे थे, ये कहा जा रहा है। लेकिन कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी। रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है। पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से के बाहर मैं मौजूद हूँ और यहीं से रिपोर्ट आएगी जिसमें पता चलेगा कि मौत के पीछे क्या वजह थी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप लगातार नज़र बना के रखिए और वहाँ पर क्या कुछ हो रहा है उसकी जानकारी जुटाइए, क्योंकि ये मामला, ये गुत्थी जो है वो सुलझानी पड़ेगी। There's many angles to this. All right, viewers, now it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you minute-to-minute updates on what's unfolding and what might have been the exact cause of death of Pratik Yadav just after a short commercial break. Coming up next.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है, but I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
आई का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। अरे राष्ट्रीय इलायची जश्न का जश्न।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pratik Yadav, the stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav and husband of BJP leader Aparna Yadav, passes away in Lucknow at the age of 38. The Prime Minister Modi's austerity appeal. India raises gold import duty. Gold silver import set to get costlier in India. Demolition work begins on Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. Bulldozer action underway at the AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building. Main accused Shubnam Khaina taken to CBI custody in connection with the NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leaked papers for 15 lakh rupees. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay to face crucial floor test in Assembly today. The government is proving its majority right now.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases. Do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator? I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Trump's aide questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row and says he does not trust Pakistan. Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran war, says a good deal can be made. We're getting you some updates coming in. It's a very unfortunate news that came a short while back. Former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, has tragically passed away at his house today. According to sources, Pratik was not suffering from any pre-existing illness during the time of his death. The exact cause of the death has not been disclosed. Post-mortem is being conducted under UP CMO's watch. So the post-mortem examination has just begun. Further details are awaited. Let's go straight across to our reporters who are joining us live.
और समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, नेता हैं, वर्कर हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, इनसे भी हम बातचीत करेंगे। क्या नाम भाई साहब आपका, कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम तो सहारनपुर से आए हैं, उदयवीर कश्यप हमारा नाम है।
प्रतीक यादव के मौत के बारे में पता चला, क्या कहेंगे और आप लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं उनके शव को देखने के लिए?
भाई हमें पता चला कि भाई उन्हें अटैक हो गया, बताया गया जैसा, बाकी तो सब बाद में पता चलेगा जो कुछ होगा।
अखिलेश यादव भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए थे, क्या नाम है आपका और क्या कहेंगे इस दुखद घटना?
मेरा नाम संजय कश्यप है, मैं जनपद बागपत से बिलोंग करता हूँ। अखिलेश यादव जी के भाई हैं प्रतीक यादव जी, तो सुबह ही हम लोग को सूचना मिली है कि उनका जो है निधन हो गया है। ये बड़े दुख की बात है और चूँकि वो हष्ट पुष्ट थे, कोई भी बीमारी उनको ऐसी गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी, लेकिन पता नहीं क्या बात है, अगर आगे कुछ है तो फिर वो जांच का विषय है।
तो देखिए अलग अलग जगहों से लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और कुछ लोग काम से आए थे, लेकिन अगर आप आज ये तस्वीरें देखें तो ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है। प्रतीक यादव का घर ठीक यहाँ पर सामने है और पुलिस का भारी बंदोबस्त भी यहाँ पर लगाया गया है। जैसे ही KGMU से उनका पार्थिव शरीर यहाँ पर पहुँचेगा, उससे पहले के बंदोबस्त पुलिस की तरफ से किए गए हैं और बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं, कुछ और लोग भी हैं। भाई साहब क्या कहेंगे इस दुखद घटना पर, और अखिलेश यादव भी वहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए थे, क्या
परिवार में एक दुखद घटना है और हम सभी दुखी हैं और हम लोग अभी पोस्टमार्टम से माननीय जी के साथ आए हैं, अखिलेश जी के साथ, और एक क्षति हुई है हम लोग के परिवार में।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के बाद जांच क्या रहेगी, कैसे रहेगी, उसकी रिपोर्ट आने की वेट कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
हाँ, आदरणीय राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जी ने भी यही कहा कि कानूनी प्रक्रिया जो भी होगी पोस्टमार्टम के बाद ही क्लियर होगा और उसी के तहत आगे की जो भी कार्रवाई होगी।
तो ये देख सकते हैं समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं, तमाम वर्कर हैं, अलग अलग विंग के लोग हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं और अगर आप देखें तो ये लगातार यहाँ पर हलचल बढ़ती जा रही है। जैसे प्रतीक यादव का जो शव है, अखिलेश यादव के भाई का जो शव है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचेगा, उसको लेकर पहले से बंदोबस्त किया जा रहा है और निश्चित तौर पर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने का ही सभी को इंतजार है कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में आखिर क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है। और उसके बाद जो अखिलेश यादव ने भी अपने बयान में कहा था कि कानूनी प्रक्रिया अपनाई जाएगी, उस बात को भी मद्देनजर रखा जा रहा है। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में आखिर क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है और उसी के आधार पर आगे की कार्रवाई तय होगी। क्या कुछ पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में सस्पिशियस निकल कर आता है तो उसके आधार पर कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, या फिर अगर सब कुछ सामान्य है तो फिर मौत की वजह क्या थी वो देखा जाएगा। और इसके बाद हम सुमित के पास चलते हैं। सुमित, आखिर KGMU में क्या कुछ चल रहा है, क्या अपडेट है अभी?
देखिए बिल्कुल KGMU में इंतजार हो रहा है बस शव के आने का, बाहर निकलने का, और यहाँ पर सब लोग बाहर आ चुके हैं, जो उनके परिजन, उनके दोस्त हैं वो सब बाहर आ चुके हैं और किसी भी वक्त प्रतीक यादव के शव को बाहर लाया जा सकता है। पोस्टमार्टम खत्म हो चुका है और पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट इसके बाद जब आएगी तो इसी का इंतजार रहेगा। यहाँ पर जो कुछ उनके परिजन हैं, कोई दोस्त हैं, हमने बात करने की कोशिश की लेकिन अभी वो बिल्कुल बात करने की स्थिति में है नहीं। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
अब मैं निकली
समाजवादी पार्टी की कुछ समर्थक भी हैं, उनसे भी आप लोग?
मैं बस्ती से आया हूँ।
बस्ती से आए, ये जैसे खबर सुनी आप आए?
हाँ बिल्कुल, सुबह हम चल दिए, इसलिए बहुत दुखद समाचार है ये और हम तो काफ़ी टाइम से जानते हैं इनको।
कब से जानते हैं प्रतीक?
12-14 साल हो गए हैं।
मतलब मिलते रहे हैं?
हैं।
लास्ट कब मिले?
लास्ट में तो 2-3 साल हो गया।
2-3 साल हो गया। तो बॉडी बिल्डिंग वो हमेशा करते थे, जिम में जाते थे?
बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा। हमें नहीं लगता है लखनऊ में उतना अच्छा कोई बॉडी बिल्डर होगा।
तो अचानक ऐसी मौत आपको लग रहा है कि मतलब ऐसे स्वस्थ व्यक्ति का वो निधन हो जाएगा अचानक?
ये अभी तो ये क्या बताया जाए, इसके लिए हम लोग कुछ नहीं कह सकते हैं। और ये है कि काफ़ी दुखद घटना हुई है ये। हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं इसको लेकर के कि जो हष्ट पुष्ट आदमी इतना दिख रहा है, आखिर में ऐसा क्या हो गया कि मतलब कि अचानक उसकी डेथ हो गई। बहुत परेशान है हम लोग।
मतलब कहीं लग रहा है कि कुछ इसमें संदिग्ध मामला है?
कुछ ना कुछ होगा जरूर, कुछ ना कुछ जरूर होगा। वैसे
आप लोग समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थक हैं, उनके समर्थक हैं कि जांच की मांग करेंगे, जांच होनी चाहिए।
अब
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट तो आने का
अब देखिए, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आए तो उन्होंने जो कहा है, अब भाई उनसे बड़ा तो कोई है नहीं। जो उन्होंने कहा है वो उस चीज़ को मानेंगे लोग।
आप सर? कुछ नहीं। यहाँ कुछ समर्थक यहाँ पर जुटे हुए हैं और उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। कई सारे समर्थक हैं। आप लोग सर उनसे जुड़े हुए थे?
नहीं, हम जुड़े हुए थे, हमारे भैया जुड़े हुए थे।
प्रतीक जी से कभी मुलाकात हुई थी?
नहीं, मुलाकात मेरी नहीं हुई थी।
तो आप यहाँ उनकी मौत की खबर को सुनकर आए?
मौत की खबर सुन के काफ़ी दुख हुआ है। तो घर पे ही मैं था, सुन के चला आया। अभी आगे हैं।
लेकिन आप लोगों को कभी लगा कि इतने स्वस्थ व्यक्ति का?
हाँ, हम लोग बिल्कुल आश्चर्यचकित हो गए सुन के सुबह। मतलब अचानक से इस तरह की मृत्यु की खबर सुनकर तभी हम लोग भाग के यहाँ आए।
तो ये ऐसा यकीन नहीं हो पाया?
यकीन नहीं हुआ कि इस तरह से चला जाना बहुत ही दुखद है। बहुत ही अफसोस हो रहा हम लोगों को।
चलिए, बिल्कुल। और इसी बीच एक बड़ी खबर, ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ ये है कि पोस्टमार्टम खत्म हो चुका है प्रतीक यादव का और उनके शव को घर ले जाने की तैयारी है। यहाँ तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये बड़ी खबर, और ये किसी भी वक्त प्रतीक यादव के शव को घर ले जाया जा सकता है। यहाँ से पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से उन्हें उनके शव को लाने की तैयारी है। शव वाहन जो है यहाँ पर तैयार है। इसी शव वाहन से उनके शव को ले जाया जाएगा, प्रतीक यादव के शव को उनके आवास पर। उसके बाद फिर अंतिम संस्कार की तैयारी। परिजनों की का भी इंतजार है, चूँकि अभी उनके घर पर कोई नहीं है। उनकी पत्नी अपर्णा यादव है, वो भी असम दौरे पर थे। और इन सब के बीच जो जैसा कि समर्थक हैं, जो भी उनके साथ रहने वाले हैं, जो भी सुन रहे हैं ये बात, उनको सहसा यकीन नहीं हो रहा है। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये हो क्या कैसे गया है। इतने स्वस्थ व्यक्ति, इतने जो अपने फिटनेस को लेकर सचेत रहने वाले व्यक्ति अचानक कैसे हो गया। कुछ और भी समर्थकों से हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं और ये समझने की बिल्कुल। और जो तमाम समर्थक हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि भाई आप लोगों को कभी ये खबर सुनकर यकीन हुआ कि ऐसा अचानक हो जाएगा?
अभी किसी को, हमारे पन्ना पार्टी कार्यकर्ता को, परवेज भाई भी सब वरिष्ठ नेताएं हैं, अभी विश्वास भी नहीं हो रहा है ऐसा। ये सब बहुत दुखद समाचार मिला है, इसलिए सब पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं। अभी हमारे आदरणीय राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष जी भी हमारे आए थे, अंदर गए थे।
वो आप इतने स्वस्थ, इतने बॉडी बिल्डिंग करते थे, मतलब दिखने में लगेगा कि नहीं 38 साल का आदमी ऐसे अचानक?
फिलहाल अभी भी वर्तमान में अगर बॉडी पोस्टमार्टम देखे तब भी यकीन नहीं होगा कि वो कैसे हो गया। ये
कैसे हो गया, तो ये समर्थक यकीन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि आखिर कैसे हो गया। तमाम समर्थक यहाँ पर जुटे हुए हैं और उन्हें अभी भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा है पोस्टमार्टम।
Getting some more breaking news coming in. We are still trying to understand the exact cause of death, whether there were injuries, whether there was any foul play. But we understand that the death happened just 1 hour before his arrival at the hospital. So these are some of the fresh updates we're getting for you. We're tracking this story very, very closely. So Pratik Yadav passed away at his home. And the exact cause is still unclear. But Pratik did not suffer from any pre-existing illness as per the latest that we are getting. Death happened 1 hour before his arrival at the hospital. And the exact cause of the death is unclear. And there's also a lot of updates we're still waiting for. For example, was there any foul play? Was there any stress in the family? And all these updates, we're still waiting for that. Let's tell you exactly what is happening right now. Now, Pratik Yadav passed away today morning itself. We are also getting some reactions coming in from various political leaders on what has happened so far. The post-mortem is continuing right now as we speak. And once the post-mortem report comes out, then further action will be taken in this case. That's what our reporters are telling us. We'll try to go across to reporters in a short while from now. But this is the latest that we're getting for our viewers. Akhilesh Yadav had just a short while back reached the exact location where the post-mortem was taking place. Pratik Yadav, the son of the late SP founder Mulayam Singh Yadav and the half-brother of SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, died in Lucknow at the age of 38 after, and the updates we're getting for you right now is that he didn't have any pre-existing illness.
जो पैर में एक छोटा सा निशान था, वो चोट का निशान, हल्का निशान था, वो किस तरह की चोट का निशान था, ये अपने आप में बड़ा सवाल है। हालांकि ये खबर है कि मेदांता अस्पताल में उनका इलाज चल रहा था और नसों का भी इलाज चल रहा था, लेकिन अभी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने बाकी है और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के बाद ही सारी चीज़ों का पता चल पाएगा, खुलासा हो पाएगा। और इस बड़ी खबर पर लगातार नज़र बनी हुई है, एक एक अपडेट आप तक हम पहुँचा रहे हैं। ज़रा एक बार, और किसी भी वक्त प्रतीक यादव के शव को यहाँ से ले जाया जा सकता है। हम इस खबर पर लगातार बने हुए हैं, एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए रुकते हैं। लगातार आप बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के साथ।
All right, our colleagues are getting us all these updates coming in. We told you the last update was that Akhilesh Yadav has reached the post-mortem facility a short while back. And we also understand that the post-mortem is about to get over. The Chief Medical Officer of Lucknow Civil Hospital has constituted a 4-member team of doctors to conduct the post-mortem of Pratik Yadav. We're getting some more reports from the ground. Let's play them out.
समाजवादी पार्टी के मुखिया अखिलेश यादव के चचेरे भाई और साथ ही साथ राज्य महिला आयोग की उपाध्यक्ष अपर्णा यादव और बीजेपी नेता के पति प्रतीक यादव की मौत हो गई है। आज सुबह करीब 5 बजे के आसपास उन्हें श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी सिविल हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया था, जहां पर उन्होंने डॉक्टरों ने ब्रॉड डेड बताया था। इस वक्त हम अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव का जो घर है वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग पर। और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो गेट बंद है और अभी फिलहाल प्रतीक यादव के शव को KGMU के हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है, जहां पर उनके शरीर का पोस्टमार्टम होगा। स्पेशल डॉक्टरों का जो पैनल है, करीब 7 से 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो बनाया गया है और उन्हीं की निगरानी में सभी चीज़ें ध्यान में रखते हुए पोस्टमार्टम किया जाएगा। यहाँ पर कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो पहुँचे हुए हैं, समर्थक हैं या कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के शुभचिंतक हैं। ये लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, इनसे भी हम बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या नाम है सर आपका?
मेरा पंडित हरीश गौतम नाम है।
आप बड़े भावुक लग रहे हैं, कब आपको पता चला?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैं खन्ना जी से मिलने आया था। मैं अभी गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ था, जैसे ही मैंने मोबाइल खोला तो उसमें सबसे पहले लिखा आ रहा था प्रतीक यादव का निधन। तो मुझ पर रुका नहीं गया बिल्कुल, क्योंकि मेरी बहन का घर उजड़ गया। मुझे अपना भाई मानती थी, योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की वजह से तो मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं लखनऊ से ही हूँ जी।
कब पता चला आपको? क्या इसीलिए?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैंने मोबाइल देख रहा था, उस पर न्यूज़ आ गई तो उस न्यूज़ पे मुझे यकीन नहीं हुआ। मैंने सोचा फेक न्यूज़ हो सकती है, पर स्वतंत्र देव जी का आया, 2-3 लोगों का मैसेज जब मैंने देखा तब मुझे यकीन हुआ, तो मैं सीधे इधर ही को भागता चला आया। बहुत दुख हो रहा है इस बात का।
देखिए, तो निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग और प्रतीक यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। और अगर आप देखें तो ये 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग है और यहाँ पर मुलायम सिंह यादव, साधना यादव, प्रतीक यादव, अपर्णा यादव, शाइन एंड ब्लश जो उनके घर के लोग हैं, इनके नाम लिखे हुए हैं। निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं शोक का माहौल है, गम का माहौल है। लेकिन अगर अभी के अपडेट की बात करें तो 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो KGMU में स्पेशलाइज्ड पैनल, जिसमें 2 हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर शामिल हैं, वो प्रतीक यादव के पार्थिव शरीर का, शव का पोस्टमार्टम कर रहे हैं।
पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर हलचल तेज हो गई है और यहाँ आप देखिए रस्सियों से एक बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। पुलिस के जो तमाम सुरक्षा बल हैं, पुलिस बल हैं, वो तैनात कर दिए गए हैं ताकि समर्थक जो अब धीरे धीरे जुट रहे हैं वो भीड़ इकट्ठा ना हो। यहाँ से बाहर तक अगर आप दिखाएं तो बाहर में भी सुरक्षा बल तैनात किए गए हैं। यहाँ से पूरा बैरिकेडिंग की गई है और वहाँ तक ये पूरा रोड खाली करा दिया गया है। इस रोड को पूरा खाली करा दिया गया है ताकि समर्थकों की भीड़ न जमा हो। ये KGMU हॉस्पिटल का पोस्टमार्टम हाउस है, जहाँ पर ये बताया जा रहा है करीब 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल, जिसमें KGMU के 4 डॉक्टर रहेंगे और सिविल हॉस्पिटल के 4 डॉक्टर। इन सभी 8 डॉक्टरों के पैनल की तरफ से ये पोस्टमार्टम कराया जा रहा है। बाकायदा वीडियोग्राफी के जरिए एक एक चीज़ को देखा जा रहा है और हाई प्रोफाइल केस को देखते हुए इस पोस्टमार्टम को अभी फिलहाल गोपनीय रखा जाएगा, क्योंकि सब सारी नज़रें इस पर टिकी हुई है और कहीं से कोई उनको पहले से कोई बीमारी का इतिहास नहीं है, कोई दुर्लभ बीमारी नहीं थी और ना कोई लंबा इलाज उनका चल रहा था किसी बीमारी का। तो अचानक 4:55 पर फ़ोन आता है अस्पताल में और उसके बाद 6 बजे जब लाया जाता है तो उन्हें ब्रॉड डेड घोषित किया जाता है, किचन में अचेत अवस्था में मिलते हैं। तो सारी जो बातें अब तक छनकर आ रही हैं उसमें कई सारे अनुमान लगाए जा रहे हैं।
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है, आज हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है।
नहीं ले पाएंगे, मेरा सीना दबा हुआ है यार।
नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़ कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब हुई थी?
होनी चाहिए, जांच होनी चाहिए।
कौन होनी चाहिए? आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात।
अमृत अवस्था में 5:55 पे सवेरे ले आए गए, पुलिस को सूचना दी गई, पुलिस आई, पुलिस ने बॉडी को लेके उसका पंचनामा करवा के पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया AIMIM मॉर्चरी।
फिर क्या कुछ कारण क्या निकला है? कुछ
अब तो पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा है,
मृत अवस्था में लाए गए।
All right, we're getting these pictures coming in. We just heard that reaction of Akhilesh Yadav, who reached the post-mortem facility a short while back, and a 4-member team is performing the post-mortem. Pratik Yadav, so death is still a mystery, viewers. But Akhilesh Yadav has expressed grief over Pratik Yadav's death. We just heard Akhilesh Yadav saying that he was deeply saddened by the death of his half-brother Pratik Yadav. In a post, and while he was speaking to the media there, Akhilesh Yadav said the passing of Pratik Yadav is deeply saddening. May God grant peace to the departed soul. A humble tribute he's paying to Pratik Yadav. Now also, we still don't understand, it's not very clear that what really caused the death of Pratik Yadav. There's a minor injury on Pratik Yadav's leg. So these are some of the updates we are getting for our viewers. We also understand that he did not have any pre-existing condition, We will be getting our viewers all the updates where we will try to go across to our colleagues in a short while from now who are reporting from the ground. But the exact cause of death, whether there were injuries, whether there was any foul play, or whether there was any stress in the family, whether there was anybody in the house when the death happened. We're getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to more updates that we're getting for our viewers. Reports are coming in. Sonia has been hospitalized at Medanta in Gurugram. Reports coming in that Sonia Gandhi will be undergoing surgery very soon. Sonia Gandhi has been admitted in Medanta in Gurugram. So we are getting all these updates coming in. Still waiting for more updates as to why is what's the reason behind her being admitted to Gurugram's Medanta hospital. But senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi has been admitted to Medanta hospital in Gurugram. Let's go straight across to Shivam. Shivam, initial reports coming in of Sonia Gandhi being hospitalized in Gurugram. Yes, Shivam.
Very initial, and we are getting the reports, and she has been hospitalized at Medanta, but it's just at a very initial state. She has been admitted to Gurgaon's Medanta hospital. Senior Congress leader Sonia Gandhi, who has been admitted to Medanta hospital in Gurugram. Now further details are being awaited on the health condition, and we'll have to wait for that, and because it's at a very initial stage. Now we are getting reports that Sonia Gandhi has been hospitalized in Gurugram, hospitalized in in Medanta. We're waiting for more details in this story. Earlier also, because of a bad health, she was admitted to hospital many a times now. She is the senior Indian politician, Congress leader Sonia Gandhi, who has been hospitalized in Medanta today, that is on 13th May, for a minor surgery. All right, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Shivam. I'm getting some more updates coming in. Let's go back to some of the other stories we're tracking right now. Pratik Yadav was the younger son of the late SP founder Mulayam Singh Yadav and the stepbrother of SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, passed away at the age of 38 on Wednesday morning today, and we're still tracking the story very closely because a post-mortem has it's just happened. Akhilesh Yadav has reached the post-mortem facility. Pratik, 38 years of age, was rushed to the civil hospital in the early hours of today, but was declared dead at the hospital on arrival. And we're trying to go across to multiple updates. His wife is Aparna Yadav, who joined the BJP and is currently the vice chairperson of the State Women Commission. Pratik was a son of Mulayam Singh Yadav. And we are trying to, of course, get our viewers more updates. But the Chief Medical Officer of Lucknow Civil Hospital has constituted a 4-member team of doctors to conduct the post-mortem of Pratik Yadav. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across to the latest updates coming in. We're getting some more updates. Multiple blue marks were found on Pratik's body. So this is source-based information that we're getting for our viewers. The Chief Medical Officer was present during Pratik's post-mortem. And when we talk about the findings, we talk about what was found on Pratik's body. We're getting these updates.
कि अभी तक किसी वजह का पता नहीं चल पाया है। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है और इसी पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में उनके शव को लाया गया था पोस्टमार्टम के लिए, और पोस्टमार्टम के बाद अब उनके शव को उनके आवास पर ले जाया जाएगा। बाहर शव वाहन खड़ा है और यहाँ उनके शव को ले जाया जाएगा। सूत्रों के मुताबिक खबर यह है कि प्रतीक यादव के शव में ये देखा गया उनके पैर पर हल्का सा चोट सा निशान। वो चोट का निशान कैसा था ये अपने आप में सवाल। और उनके दोस्तों से जो बात हुई है, उनके दोस्तों के मुताबिक कभी कोई उन्हें गंभीर बीमारी नहीं रही, ना कोई गंभीर बीमारी का लंबा इलाज चला। ज़रूर मेदांता अस्पताल में उनका इलाज चल रहा था, नसों का इलाज चल रहा था, लेकिन कोई ऐसी वजह नहीं रही थी कि अचानक उनकी मौत हो जाएगी। क्योंकि जो अस्पताल में जब उन्हें लाया गया सिविल अस्पताल में, तो सिविल अस्पताल के मुताबिक उन्हें ब्रॉड डेड लाया गया था, यानी मृत घोषित कर दिया गया। पहले ही उनकी मौत हो चुकी थी और ये बताया जा रहा है कि किचन में अचेत अवस्था में वो पाए गए थे। फिर उन्हें जो अपर्णा यादव के भाई हैं और जो उनके दोस्त हैं वो लेकर गए थे अस्पताल, जहां उन्हें मृत घोषित कर दिया गया। उसके बाद यहां पर पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में उन्हें लाया गया। पोस्टमार्टम के लिए एक पैनल का गठन किया गया था, 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल, जिसमें KGMU के 4 डॉक्टर, सिविल अस्पताल के 4 डॉक्टर और 8 डॉक्टरों के पैनल ने पोस्टमार्टम किया है। करीब 1.5 घंटे से भी ज़्यादा वक्त से पोस्टमार्टम चला और उस पोस्टमार्टम के बाद क्या रिपोर्ट में सवालों के जवाब मिल पाएंगे कि आखिर वजह क्या रही उस मौत के पीछे की। लेकिन ये लगातार हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से कभी भी शव को लाया जा सकता है बाहर, और किसी भी वक्त वो बाहर लाकर उन्हें उनके आवास पर ले जाया जाएगा और पार्थिव शरीर को रखा जाएगा दर्शन के लिए, चूँकि समर्थक भी बड़ी संख्या में जुट रहे हैं। और साथ ही साथ अंतिम संस्कार की भी तैयारी होगी। अपर्णा यादव भी असम से निकल चुकी हैं, वो भी किसी भी वक्त लखनऊ पहुँचेंगी, जो उनकी पत्नी हैं। ज़रूर अखिलेश यादव आए थे। अखिलेश यादव ने उन्होंने कहा था कि यहाँ पर ज़रूर 2 महीने पहले मुलाकात हुई थी, कारोबार में नुकसान की बात थी, व्यापारिक तौर पर नुकसान की बात थी, और पारिवारिक जो तनातनी थी वो भी एक बड़ी वजह उसके पीछे की। लेकिन असली वजह का पता चल पाएगा पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही। कुछ ही देर में प्रतीक यादव का शव यहाँ से उनके घर ले जाया जाएगा।
All right, well, thank you for those details. Sources saying multiple blue marks found on Pratik's body. We're taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere, viewers. We will be right back. The mystery, though, still continues over what caused Pratik Yadav's death. Stay tuned.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। जस्ट
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Pratik Yadav, the stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav and husband of BJP leader Aparna Yadav, passes away in Lucknow at the age of 38 after PM Modi's austerity appeal. India raises gold import duty. Gold, silver imports set to get costlier in India. Demolition work begins on Nashik TCS conversion case. Main accused Nida Khan's hideout. Bulldozer action underway at the AIMIM Corporator Matin Patel's building. Main accused Shubnam Khanar taken to CBI custody in connection with the NEET paper leak case. Sources say accused sold leak paper for 15 lakh rupees. Tamil Nadu CM Vijay facing the floor test now in Assembly. The government to prove its majority. Trump said questions Islamabad's mediation role after Iran aircraft row and says he does not trust Pakistan. Trump doubles down on supporting Pakistan as mediators in US-Iran wars and says a good deal can be made. Viewers, we're getting some updates coming in. Sources say the Chief Medical Officer of Lucknow was himself present during Pratik's post-mortem. So we are tracking the story. The Pratik Yadav's post-mortem is happening. And according to latest updates and the findings, body had multiple blue marks on the upper part of the body, specifically on the upper part of the body, all being officially noted in the post-mortem report. So this is the update that we're getting for our viewers. The hospital CMO also saying Pratik was brought dead to the hospital and he was not suffering from any pre-existing illness. His death occurred at home. He was brought to the civil hospital at 6 a.m. So we are trying to get our viewers all the updates in terms of what exactly is happening there, because the investigation and the post-mortem of the body has been happening for a while now.
अखिलेश यादव जी भी देखने गए, पोस्टमार्टम हाउस गए, वहाँ से लौटे हैं। आवास पे हैं भी, जैसे डेड बॉडी आती है हम सभी लोग अपनी शोक संवेदना प्रस्तुत करने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करेंगे जहाँ भी हों कि आत्मा को शांति दे और सब लोग सकुशल सब परिवार आगे बढ़े।
देखिए, तो निश्चित तौर पर समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता तमाम बड़ी संख्या में पहुंच रहे हैं और अगर आप देखिए ये पूरा हिस्सा तो इसको बैरिकेड किया गया है और यहाँ पर मीडिया कर्मियों के साथ दूसरे पुलिस के बंदोबस्त भी जो है वो लगाए गए हैं और कोशिश ये है कि किसी भी तरीके से जो प्रतीक यादव का शव यहाँ पर पहुँचे तो कोई भीड़ इस तरीके की यहाँ पर रुकना हो, क्योंकि निश्चित तौर पर प्रतीक यादव का जो जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि परिवार था, राजनीतिक परिवार था, ऐसे में बीजेपी और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं और यहाँ से थोड़ी ही दूर पर समाजवादी पार्टी का मुख्यालय जो है वो भी मौजूद है और उसी के ठीक बगल में अखिलेश यादव जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष समाजवादी पार्टी के, उनका घर भी मौजूद है। अखिलेश यादव खुद पोस्टमार्टम हाउस KGM में पहुंचे थे और वहां पर उन्होंने
Okay, so our reporters are getting all these updates from the ground and we will be getting our viewers all the back-to-back updates in terms of what the post-mortem is saying. But just if you're watching us right now, let us tell you what is happening. Okay, let's go back on the ground. There are some live reports coming.
का इलाज हुआ था और उस इलाज के बाद क्या वो बिना स्वस्थ हुए घर लौटा गए थे? क्या उनका इलाज पूरी तरह से नहीं हुआ था? जो फेफड़ों से समस्या से परेशान थे और उस परेशानी का क्या हल नहीं हो पाया था और मेदांता अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा था। एक और बड़ी खबर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ है। मेदांता अस्पताल में प्रतीक यादव का इलाज चल रहा था। प्रतीक यादव कुछ दिनों से डिप्रेशन में भी थे और उनकी नसों का भी इलाज चल रहा था। प्रतीक यादव के पैर पर हल्का चोट का निशान था। ये बड़ी खबर है कि चोट का निशान कैसे पड़ा उनके पैर पे, और जब शव देखा गया तो ये बताया गया कि उनके पैर में हल्का चोट का निशान था और साथ ही साथ मेदांता अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा था, नसों का इलाज चल रहा था, फेफड़ों की समस्या से भी ग्रसित थे, ये बताया जा रहा है। और साथ ही साथ एक बड़ी बात यहाँ पर यह है कि मेदांता अस्पताल में जब 30 अप्रैल को भर्ती हुए थे तो उसके बाद क्या वो डिस्चार्ज हुए या फिर बिना डिस्चार्ज किए उन्हें वो खुद बाहर निकल गए बिना इलाज पूरा किए और यही वजह है कि उनकी तबीयत खराब हो गई, या फिर कुछ और वजह थी और अचानक ये बीमारी कैसे हुई? एक बड़ी वजह यह बताई जा रही है कि डिप्रेशन से ग्रसित थे, डिप्रेशन के दौर से गुजर रहे थे। जैसा कि अखिलेश यादव ने भी बताया कि कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ था उन्हें। कारोबार में नुकसान की बात तो है, साथ ही साथ 2022 के बाद से, माता पिता के निधन के बाद से या फिर पारिवारिक कलह की वजह से अपनी पत्नी से अनबन लगातार था। अपर्णा यादव बीजेपी में शामिल हो गई, तलाक तक की नौबत आ गई। ये सारी वजहें, इन सारी वजहों को बताया जा रहा है डिप्रेशन के पीछे, और यही वजह है कि डिप्रेशन के कारण क्या कोई बीमारी से वो ग्रसित हुए। अपने आप में कई सारे सवाल, उन सारे सवालों के जवाब मिलेंगे यहाँ पर अब से कुछ देर बाद। आप लोग क्या कहाँ से आए हैं? लखनऊ से। कहाँ आप जानते थे प्रतीक भैया को?
हाँ, कायदे से जानते थे, मुलाकात भी कई बार इनसे हो चुकी थी।
कब मुलाकात हुई?
आज के मिनिमम 5-6 महीने पहले मुलाकात हुई थी।
कैसे दिख रहे थे?
बहुत अच्छे थे, बहुत ठीक ठाक।
बीमारी?
कोई बीमारी नहीं थी, कोई बीमारी नहीं, बहुत ठीक था, बहुत स्वस्थ थे।
क्या बात हुई थी, मतलब क्या बोले?
मतलब ऐसे गए आवास पे तो अचानक मुलाकात हो गई तो खैरियत पूछा, हालचाल पूछा तो उन्होंने बताया बहुत ठीक हूँ, फिट हूँ।
परेशान न लग रहे थे?
नहीं, कोई परेशानी नहीं थी। कोई
अखिलेश जी कह रहे हैं कि कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ था, ऐसा कुछ?
ये तो अभी हम तो 5-6 महीने पहले की बात बताया।
2 महीने पहले कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ। रियल एस्टेट में बिजनेस करते थे।
भाई वो हमारे धरती पुत्र माननीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के छोटे बेटे थे और आदरणीय श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के छोटे भाई थे, लेकिन इस तरीके से हम लोगों को छोड़ के जाना बहुत बड़ी घटना है।
आपको लग रहा है कि ऐसे अचानक उनकी मौत?
नहीं, हम लोग को नहीं लग रहा कि अचानक हम लोग को
संदिग्ध लग रहा है आपको?
हम लोग को छोड़ के ऐसे चले जाएंगे।
संदिग्ध लग रहा है आपको अचानक?
तो जांच में पता चले।
जांच होनी चाहिए,
जांच निष्पक्ष जांच होनी
चाहिए। एक बड़ी खबर ये है और हम उसी जगह मौजूद हैं। किसी भी वक्त किसी भी सेकंड बल्कि हम कह सकते हैं, यहाँ पर देखिए प्रतीक यादव के शव को यहाँ से ले जाया जा सकता है। बड़ी खबर यह है कि प्रतीक यादव के शव को यहाँ से KGMU से उनके आवास पर ले जाया जाएगा। उनके आवास पर भी डीप फ्रीजर रखा गया है। उनके आवास पर तमाम जो समर्थक हैं तैनात हैं। अंतिम दर्शन के लिए पार्थिव शरीर को रखा जाएगा कुछ घंटों के लिए और उसके बाद अंतिम संस्कार किया जाएगा। उनकी पत्नी का भी इंतजार हो रहा है। आदर्श हमारे साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं। आदर्श, यहाँ से कुछ ही सेकंड में शव को ले जाया जाएगा उनके आवास पर। क्या अंतिम दर्शन के लिए रखा जाएगा पार्थिव शरीर को? कब तक अंतिम संस्कार को लेकर बात कही जा रही है और अपर्णा यादव कब तक पहुँचेंगी?
देखिए, अपर्णा यादव के बारे में अभी साफ तौर पर कोई जानकारी नहीं मिल पाई है, लेकिन ये जानकारी जरूर आ रही है कि असम से वो लखनऊ के रास्ते में है। निश्चित तौर पर फ्लाइट लिया होगा और अब से 1 से 2 घंटे में अपर्णा यादव भी पहुंच सकती हैं। और रही बात उनके अंतिम संस्कार की, तो जो आसपास के लोग हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि करीब 5 बजे के आसपास उनका अंतिम संस्कार भैंसाकुंड घाट जो यहाँ पर है वहाँ पर हो सकता है और उसको लेकर तैयारियाँ भी पूरी की जा रही हैं। घर के अंदर की बात करें तो डीप फ्रीज़र सुबह ही जब ये खबर आई थी उसके 1 घंटे बाद ही डीप फ्रीज़र मंगाकर रखा गया था और साथ ही साथ टेंट के कुछ सामान, ताकि जो लोग यहाँ पर उनके अंतिम दर्शन के लिए पहुँचने वाले हैं वो वहाँ पर बैठ सकें, ये सामान तमाम जो है वो मंगाए गए थे। और निश्चित तौर पर अंतिम दर्शन को लेकर शव जब रखा जाएगा तो उसमें तमाम बड़े नेता, बड़ी हस्तियाँ, बड़े कार्यकर्ता बड़ी संख्या में जो पहुँचने वाले हैं और अपर्णा यादव भी पहुँचेंगे। और अपर्णा यादव के पहुँचने के बाद ही अंतिम फैसला हो पाएगा कि शव का अंतिम संस्कार आज होगा या फिर कल होगा। लेकिन जो अभी तक की जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक आज शाम 5 बजे के करीब भैंसाकुंड जो घाट है वहाँ पर अंतिम संस्कार हो सकता है प्रतीक यादव का।
All right, we're getting these reports coming in from the ground. So we will keep tossing across to our reporters there in Lucknow. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. So we are putting out these breaking updates on your screens. This is source-based information coming in, and our reporters were also talking about this. That Pratik had some long-standing problems in the lungs, for which he was admitted to Medanta for pulmonary embolism.
वो भी हम अपनाएंगे और परिवार जो कहेगा वो भी हम बात मानेंगे। लेकिन एक बात ज़रूर उन्होंने कही कि 2 महीने पहले मुलाकात हुई थी प्रतीक यादव से और 2 महीने पहले ये ज़रूर उन्होंने कहा था कि कारोबार में नुकसान हुआ है और कारोबार और सेहत का ख्याल रखने का सुझाव अखिलेश यादव ने प्रतीक यादव को दिया था। सुनिए, पूरी बात आपको सुनवाते हैं।
So we will keep going across to reporters who are in Lucknow. We have some of the updates from the ground. Let's play them out.
केजीएमयू के पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर मैं मौजूद हूं और पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर हलचल बढ़ गई है। यहां पर जो सुरक्षा घेरा है वो बना दिया गया है और केजीएमयू पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से यहीं से प्रतीक यादव के शव को ले जाया जाएगा। कुछ देर पहले यहां पर लाया गया था उनके शव को और पोस्टमार्टम किया गया। अखिलेश यादव भी पहुंचे थे यहां पर, करीब 15 से 20 मिनट वहां रुके। बाहर आए तो उन्होंने ज़रूर कहा कि कानून जो कहेगा, परिवार जो कहेगा वो हम बात मानेंगे। लेकिन एक मुलाकात की बात ज़रूर उन्होंने कही कि हमारी मुलाकात करीब 2 महीने पहले हुई थी और उसमें हमने उन्हें कहा था कि कारोबार और सेहत को लेकर आप ख्याल रखिए। और ये बात उन्होंने ज़रूर कही थी, कारोबार में नुकसान से कई बार लोगों को परेशानी होती है और कारोबार में यानी कि नुकसान उनको हुआ था। रियल एस्टेट का कारोबार, फिटनेस को लेकर भी वो जिम चलाते थे, जिम के चेन चलाते थे और वो कहीं ना कहीं कारोबार में नुकसान या फिर पारिवारिक जो अनबन थी वो तमाम वजहें जो बताई जा रही है कि डिप्रेशन के दौर से वो गुजर रहे थे। लेकिन अभी कोई ठोस वजह सामने नहीं आ पाई है। सिविल अस्पताल से जो डॉक्टर ने कहा कि 5:55 पर जब उन्हें लाया गया तो ब्रॉड डेड यानी मृत घोषित किया गया था। कैसे मौत हुई, किन वजहों से मौत हुई, क्या हुआ ऐसा कि अचानक मौत हुई, क्योंकि कोई गंभीर बीमारी से गुजर नहीं रहे थे। उनके दोस्तों ने हमें जानकारी दी कि कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी, ज़रूर मेदांता में इलाज चल रहा था लेकिन नसों का इलाज चल रहा था। कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी जिसकी वजह से वो लंबे समय से इलाज उनका चल रहा हो।
Okay, we're getting these updates coming in from our reporters on the ground. So Pratik was admitted to Medanta earlier. He had a lung issue, according to the latest updates that we're getting for our viewers. Source-based information coming in. Pratik Yadav, the younger son of SP founder Mulayam Singh Yadav, died in Lucknow earlier in the day. He was 38 years of age. He was rushed to the civil hospital in the early hours, but he was declared dead at the hospital. This is what we are learning of. We're also getting more updates as to whether he had any kind of injury on his body. According to sources, there were some blue multiple marks on the upper part of the body was found. So some blue marks were found. All of this has been noted in the post-mortem reports. This is what source-based information that we're getting for you. A chief medical officer was present during Pratik's post-mortem, and according to the findings, body had blue multiple marks on the upper part of the body, and all this is part of the post-mortem report. So Pratik had a long-standing lung issue as well. That's one of the source-based information updates that we're getting for our viewers. A short while back, we have seen that many leaders have condoled the death of Pratik Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav was at the post-mortem facility. He's mourned the untimely demise of Pratik Yadav, calling him a very good boy who was mindful about his health and
fitness. Akhilesh Yadav had arrived at the civil hospital in Lucknow. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we're getting for you. So US Senator Lindsey Graham has raised concerns saying Pakistan cannot be trusted. So is Pakistan truly mediating a peace or quietly advancing its own strategic interest? Now, Graham has now expressed intense frustration with the progress of the conflict, telling Hexet and General John Cain, no wonder this thing, meaning the mediation, is going nowhere, even as President Trump praised Pakistan and projected Islamabad as a key mediator. Republic investigation suggests that Pakistan may have been playing a far more complicated role behind the scenes. Take a look.
Amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict, Pakistan was projected as a key mediator by President Donald Trump. But the Republic investigation suggests that Pakistan may have been playing a double game behind the scenes. Reports indicate that despite representing itself as a neutral intermediary, Pakistan have engaged in activities that raise serious questions about its role. Pakistan has reported to have provided shelter to Iranian vessels and assets at military facilities during the conflict. The report also suggests that Pakistani bases may have been used to host strategic assets including MQ-9B drones. It further alleges that Pakistan actively supported US carrier operations and may have relayed the position of Iranian naval vessels to American forces. Even as the report surfaced, President Donald Trump publicly praised Pakistan and described Prime Minister as a great leader.
No, they're great. What? I think they're great. I think the Pakistanis have been great. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan have been absolutely great.
US Senator Lindsey Graham, however, raised serious concerns over Pakistan's conduct during the negotiations.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
Graham said Pakistan cannot be trusted, intensifying questions over the credibility of its mediation efforts.
Well, I do. I want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate.
His remarks have also highlighted the emerging differences within sections of the Trump administration over Pakistan's role. The close military relationship between Pakistan and the United States is not new and dates back to decades of cooperation, especially during the war in Afghanistan. At one point, more than 30,000 US personnel were stationed in Pakistan, underscoring the scale of strategic coordination between the two countries. These developments now raise a larger question. Was Pakistan working to broker peace or leveraging the conflict to advance its own geopolitical interests? As new details continue to emerge, Pakistan's role in the conflict is under sharper scrutiny than ever, with growing doubts over whether it acted as a mediator or as a strategic player pursuing its own agenda.
All right, viewers, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll put our focus on what's happening in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Big drama plays out there. Stay tuned.
In association with mutual funds, सही है.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है. It's a terror machine.
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके. वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है.
आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है. But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Are pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के और कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this
Welcome back, viewers. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Cabinet meeting has just begun. PM is chairing this. Official briefing will be later on 3. Okay, big updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. Cabinet meeting is underway in the national capital. And according to the latest, we can expect the official briefing after the cabinet meeting. So around 3 p.m. is when we will be expecting that official briefing. Now let's tell you about the austerity drive. Austerity drive. PM has slashed the size of security convoy as well, viewers. Okay, let's go straight across to Aishwarya Kapoor, who's joining us. Aishwarya, my colleague Aishwarya is joining us. PM has halved the SPG convoy, pushed for more EVs after a national austerity call, and now we understand there is a meeting which is happening. A cabinet meeting is being chaired by Prime Minister.
Well, that's right. It's Wednesday morning. Cabinet meeting is being chaired by the Prime Minister. And keeping in mind that this is happening right after the call which was made yesterday, and it's not only the Prime Minister, but also followed in the Prime Minister's footsteps, Home Minister Amit Shah and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh both have reduced their convoys by half. But this cabinet meeting is being chaired, and the official press briefing of this cabinet meeting will happen at 3 p.m. That is also the news which we are breaking right now. But the Prime Minister himself is chairing this cabinet meeting. every Wednesday morning, it is a regular cabinet meet, but keeping in mind the situation which has been prevailing for the last 48 hours, that makes this very particular weekly cabinet meet a very important one. We are going to come back with more breaking news in this.
Well, thank you. Ashura, stay with us. Ashura, stay with us. Before I let you go, we understand that even after PM Modi, even Home and Defence Ministers are going to follow the austerity drive. And this meeting is happening in the midst of the calls that the Prime Minister has made. Okay, we'll go back to Ashura Kapoor, my colleague, who's getting us all these updates. But the cabinet meeting is underway in the national capital. 3 p.m. is when the official briefing will be taking place. And like we told our viewers, after Prime Minister Modi has cut down the security, the size of his security convoy, even Home and Defence Minister are following. Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh reducing the size of the security convoy. Okay, we're getting some updates coming in. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories. We have to move ahead to Tamil Nadu now, because in Tamil Nadu we see complete drama in Tamil Nadu Assembly. SP Velumani says we want to extend the support to TVK Vijay forming the government. SP Velumani thanks Vijay on the implementation, good plans. ADMK sector still supports TVK. Okay, big updates coming in. Complete drama in Tamil Nadu Assembly. We're getting these updates coming in. Remember, we had told you earlier that there's a section of the AIADMK which wanted to support the TVK. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. Sharda is calling us. Okay, so EPS says he calls the shots. Velumani is countering. What is Velumani saying? We understood earlier that the AIDMK was split into two camps. One camp wanted to support Vijay, and the EPS camp does not want to support Vijay. What's the latest that we're getting for our viewers?
Well, Shivangi.
Yes, go ahead, Sharda.
Okay. Well, Shivangi, the floor test is yet to start. Officially, the voting process is yet to start. Meanwhile, the DMK has decided to stage a walkout. Udayanidhi Stalin, the DMK's and the opposition party leader, has decided to stage a walkout. As you can see on the screens, even before the voting process, DMK will be walking out without voting. The other parties, BJP says they will be neutral, whereas the PMK says they will abstain from voting. DMDK, Premlata Vijaykanth, who is in alliance with the DMK, say they are voting against it, whereas the external support for Vijay's party is going to be from IUML, Congress, CPI and the CPM, who have agreed to vote for Vijay's TVK. So the numbers stand at 120 right now. From the assembly speech, we can see that the parties that will vote for Vijay are the ones that have extended their external support. They are the alliance parties of the DMK. They continue to stay in alliance with the DMK, but these left parties will be voting for Vijay to form the government. Their main statement being that they will continue to allow Vijay forming the government. And that is Udayanidhi Stalin, as you can see, who is the DMK is staging a walking out in the assembly section, as they will not be voting. They abstain from voting. They have staged a walkout, telling that they will not vote, and at the same time that they will not be against the mandate of people, saying that they will allow the TVK government to form the government, and they would not stop him from that. As you can see, the DMK opposition leader Udayanidhi Stalin doing a walking out from the assembly even before the voting starts, as the confusion brooded in the assembly floor. What happens to the AIADMK? We have to wait and watch. If the AIADMK factor that is going to be voting for Vijay, and that is a factor that is going to be voting against Vijay in this case, the question remains as to what will the speaker be taking as the final session. The DMK has officially staged a walkout right now. They say they will be abstaining from voting, and that they will not agree for a mandate that is not a complete majority, and say that it is their alliance party who has agreed to support Vijay's TVK, and they will not allow the government to run in a minority way whereas the AIMK is still in confusion about what is going to happen, and that, as you can see, that the AIMK factor is still split into two, and that the confusion arises whether the AIMK MLAs who will be voting for Vijay.
We're getting some
or
breaking news coming in. Sharda, hold on for a second. We're getting some breaking news coming in. There is a big update in terms of what has happened now. Vijay, a lot of allies are slamming Vijay over astrologer's appointment in the CM office. So that is one more update that we are breaking for our viewers. Tell us what is happening. Big political storm, and Vijay facing mounting criticism from allies and other leaders after he appointed his astrologer as the OSD. Yes, Sharda, go ahead.
Well, Shwangi, in the assembly floor today, multiple political parties spoke against Vijay on appointing an astrologer, Ricky Pandit, who is also former advisor of Jayalalitha, as his political advisor and officer in special duty for the chief minister. This faces a backlash for Vijay's TVK party, saying that how can an astrologer be a political advisor, and how can the party that calls for secularism can appoint an astrology, saying that people will believe in superstitions now just because Vijay has appointed some astrologer as OSD. And the parties that are voting against Vijay have said that they condemn this and said that a secular party cannot agree for this. Even this party that are supporting Vijay, they are giving an external support. The left parties, the VCK and the IUML, has strongly condemned Vijay, saying that if it's an astrologer, Vijay should keep it just as an astrologer and his personal advisor, and not as an officer on special duty for the chief minister of the state. They condemn this. So the OSD of Ricky Pandit being appointed to Vijay being the chief minister as a political advisor was not something that is accepted. We got reactions from the IUML, the VCK, the CPI, the CPM, saying that people will start believing in superstitions because of this, and that they do not agree for this. Well, Vijay promises for a secular government. The leaders say that they cannot agree for something like this to happen, Shwang.
All right, so getting updates coming in on Republic. Okay, Udhaynidhi announced walking out. Okay, Sharda, you were talking about this earlier. Udhaynidhi has announced walking out from assembly, says DMK will not stand in way for TVK to form the government. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates. Sharda, coming back to you. You were talking about this earlier. That Udhaynidhi announced walking out from assembly, says DMK will not stand in the way for TVK to form the government. What is that supposed to mean? Of course, you know, when we talk about the floor test, we're talking about numbers as well. What does Udhaynidhi say when he says DMK won't hinder TVK forming the government? Why did Udhaynidhi announce a walkout from the assembly?
Well, yes, the DMK has now staged a walkout officially, saying that they will not stand in the way of people's mandate, saying that the DMK will not stop TVK from becoming the governing state. And this also comes after the DMK leader and the opposition leader Udhaynidhi spoke about how the TVK cannot even form a majority on their own with just 106 MLAs left. And the parties that are supporting him are the left parties that are in alliance with the DMK, and they're not breaking of the alliance, and they're very clear. And the main reason being to stop the governor's rule, the president's rule in the state of Tamil Nadu is the only reason they have rendered external support to Vijay, and that is the only reason that the other parties that are supporting Vijay to form the government with Udhaynidhi claimed that they continue to be the opposition, and that is the reason that they do not want to stop Vijay from forming the government. At the same time, claimed that the Vijay's party has gone into horse trading, where it has taken the AIMIM leader's support without informing the party leader. Now he stands as an independent MLA who supports TVK, and said, claimed a huge allegation against TVK leader Vijay, saying that it was dirty politics being played even before they come to power. And Shivangi, right now as we speak, DMK has staged a walkout, and then Stalin and the leaders of the DMK have gone out of the assembly floor, and they have abstained from voting. And we also see the parties that will be abstaining from voting are the PMK and the BJP, which are part of the NDA. Confusion still broods inside the AIMK factor as to whether the voting for the EPS factor will be taken into account, or whether the voting of the SP Velamani factor will be taken account. And the numbers still stand at 120 for Vijay as of now. Before the assembly, the speakers speaking confirmed that the IUML, CPI, CPM and VCK will be supporting Vijay to form the government in this case. Now, the floor test has begun, and the official voting process is underway for Vijay's party as we speak.
All right, thank you, Shanta, for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. We have to move ahead right now, viewers. We have to go to Kerala. There's something happening in Kerala. Okay, we'll go to Kerala later. Let's stick with you, Sharda, because we understand there's a lot of drama which is happening in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Just walk us through what is... Okay, when will the floor test happen? Has the floor test started? Okay, we're getting these updates coming in on Republic. A lot of developments. Voting process has begun. I repeat, big breaking news coming in. We're putting out these pictures on your screen. Now we understand that this is the last call for MLAs on the floor. The last call for the MLAs on the floor. The voting process has begun. Live pictures coming in from the Tamil Nadu Assembly viewers. We're getting you all these updates as, remember, the floor test is being conducted. Vijay has to prove a strength in the House.
Satya, Manbimigu Tirumadi Ka Sindhu, Manbimigu Tirumadi VP Tamil Chelvi, Manbimigu Tirumadi Tahira, Manbimigu Tirumadi C. Vijalakshmi, Manbimigu Tirumadi Ku Jagadishwari, Manbimigu Tirumadi Mo Ra Pallavi, Manbimigu Tiru Ka Sabari Aingaran, Manbimigu Tiru Ra Sabarinathan, Manbimigu Tiru V. Sambat Kumar, Manbimigu Tiru Ta Sarat Kumar, Manbimigu Tiru ECRP Saravanan, Manbimigu Tiru Ko Saravanan, Manbimigu Tiru Ki Sivakumar, Manbimigu Dr. Na Tirupati, Manbimigu Tiru Ka Se Dilip, Manbimigu Tiru Ye Tendral Kumar, Manbimigu Tiru Ka Tennarasu, Manbimigu Tiru Me Sa Padanivel, Manbimigu Tiru B.S. Babu, Manbimigu Tiru S. Balamurugan, Manbimigu Tiru Ra Ramesh Kumar, Manbimigu Dr. M.S. Ravi, Manbimigu Tiru K. Ramkumar, Manbimigu Tiru Veki Ramkumar, Manbimigu Tiru Pa Rajkumar, Manbimigu Dr. V.K. Rajiv, மாண்புமிகு திரு ரெட்டியார்பட்டி வே நாராயணன்.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்ப்போர் எழுந்து நிற்கும்படி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
These were voted for and against. The first chamber shows 30 voting for the TVK and 0 against TVK.
பகுதி 3 தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரிப்போர் எழுந்து நிற்கும்படி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
மாண்புமிகு டாக்டர் டி.கே. பிரபு, மாண்புமிகு செல்வி ச. கீர்த்தனா, மாண்புமிகு திரு சே. ராஜேஷ் குமார், மாண்புமிகு திரு சுவாமி, மாண்புமிகு திரு வன்னியரசு, மாண்புமிகு இட்டி ராமச்சந்திரன், மாண்புமிகு திரு எஸ்.எஸ்.பி. சையது ஃபாரூக் பாஷா, மாண்புமிகு திரு ரா. கதிரவன், மாண்புமிகு டாக்டர் க. கபில், மாண்புமிகு முனைவர் திருமதி தாரகை கட்பட், மாண்புமிகு திருமதி த. லதா, மாண்புமிகு திரு லே. இ. ஜோதிமணி, மாண்புமிகு திரு க. மாரிமுத்து, மாண்புமிகு திரு அ. மு. ஷாஜகான், மாண்புமிகு திரு அ. கல்லாணை, மாண்புமிகு திரு சே. கஜேந்திரன், மாண்புமிகு திரு பே. விஸ்வநாதன், மாண்புமிகு திரு வ. காந்திராஜ், மாண்புமிகு திரு அ. கார்த்திக், மாண்புமிகு திரு சோ. கார்த்திகேயன், மாண்புமிகு திரு ரா. குமார், மாண்புமிகு திரு க. சிவக்குமார், மாண்புமிகு திரு தா. ட. பிரவீன், மாண்புமிகு திரு என்.எம். சுகுமார், மாண்புமிகு டாக்டர் எம். சுதாகர், மாண்புமிகு திரு ந. சுப்பிரமணியன், மாண்புமிகு திரு சுனில் ஆனந்த், மாண்புமிகு திரு க. பாலமுருகன், மாண்புமிகு திரு ஆர். பிரகாசம், மாண்புமிகு திரு ஒய்.என். ஜமால் முகமது யூனூஸ், மதன் ராஜா, மாண்புமிகு திரு பதருதீன், மாண்புமிகு முனைவர் நே. மரிய வில்சன், மாண்புமிகு திரு ஜா. முகமது பர்வேஷ், மாண்புமிகு திரு ரேவந்த் சரண், மாண்புமிகு திரு சோ. லக்ஷ்மணன், மாண்புமிகு திரு த. லோகேஷ் தமிழ்ச்செல்வன், மாண்புமிகு திரு க. விக்னேஷ், மாண்புமிகு திரு மு. விக்னேஷ், மாண்புமிகு திரு ர. வினோத், மாண்புமிகு திரு க. வி. விஜய் தாமு, மாண்புமிகு திரு ம. விஜய் பாலாஜி, மாண்புமிகு திரு மே. லோ. விஜய் பிரபு, மாண்புமிகு திரு விஜயகுமார் என்கிற நவல்பட்டு எஸ். விஜி, மாண்புமிகு திரு ஸ்ரீநாத், மாண்புமிகு திரு ம ஹரிஷ்.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்ப்போர் எழுந்திருக்கும்படி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். எவரும் இல்லை. தீர்மானத்திற்கு நடுநிலை வகிப்போர் எழுந்திருக்கும்படி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். எவரும் இல்லை.
Speaker now calls for the third chamber to stand for and against for the person standing voting for and not voting for. Now the number increased to 107 voting for the names.
மாண்புமிகு திரு எஸ் காமராஜ். மாண்புமிகு
The speaker now calls for the process in the fourth chamber. The number increases for voting for Vijay at 107 and the number now increases to 120.
திரு ஆர் காமராஜ். மாண்புமிகு திருமதி ப உஷாராணி. மாண்புமிகு உஷாராணி இல்ல, மாண்புமிகு திருமதி பி சத்யபாமா. மாண்புமிகு திருமதி கே மரகதம் குமரவேல். மாண்புமிகு திருமதி லீமா ரோஸ் இல்ல அவங்கள மாண்புமிகு திருமதி மரகதம் வெற்றிவேல். மாண்புமிகு திருமதி லீமா ரோஸ் மார்டின். அடுத்தது யாரு? சேகருக்கு முன்னாடி சுகுமார். மாண்புமிகு திரு எம் சுகுமார். மாண்புமிகு திரு எஸ் சேகர். மாண்புமிகு டாக்டர் திலீபன் ஜெய்சங்கர். மாண்புமிகு திரு என் நடராஜ். மாண்புமிகு திரு நத்தம் இரா விஸ்வநாதன். மோகன். மாண்புமிகு திரு க மோகன். மாண்புமிகு
All right, this is a big breaking news we are getting at this moment. AVK Chief Vijay has got the majority support and has proven his numbers in the floor of the assembly. 120 MLA support the Vijay-led government. Vijay gets majority in the Tamil Nadu assembly as of this moment after voting has just been done in the assembly floor tests. BJ has passed the floor test in the Tamil Nadu floor assembly. 120 MLAs pledge their support for Vijay. Big breaking coming in at this moment, viewers. Now, viewers, we're moving on to another story now in Kerala, where a crisis has been looming in the name of Chief Minister impasse for the past week. This latest development that we are getting is that Kharge and Rahul is set to meet at 11:30 a.m. today, and the announcement on a Kerala Chief Minister may come at 3 p.m. today. This has been a much awaited meeting for the Kerala Assembly after the election results has been out, and there were a lot of confusion on the name. I'm now joined by my colleague Shankar, who has been tracking this story from the ground. Shankar, we are expecting an announcement to be made on the Kerala Chief Minister today after the meeting between Kharge and Rahul Gandhi. Tell us more details that you have.
Yes, after several rounds of marathon meetings with the Kerala leaders and the allies of the UDF, Muslim League, RSP and Kerala Congress, today the final meeting will be held between Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge to decide on who should be the CM, who should be the next CM of Kerala. You know, the announcement is expected to come at 3 p.m. and the workers, almost all the Congress party workers and even the common man are waiting to hear the much awaited announcement now. And at KPCC office, when we spoke to the party workers, it was learned that if KC is made the chief CM by the High Command, there will be massive protests, which will massive protests across Kerala against the decision, as a good number of party workers and even the common man demand V.D. Satishan has to be made the Chief Minister, but it was learned from highly placed sources in Delhi that the High Command has already taken a decision to make K.C. Venugopal as the Chief Minister. Even the Muslim League, one among the major allies of UDF, told the High Command that the ground reality and the support, the ground reality is something different, and the people, the Congress Party workers and even all the members of its ally parties are supporting V.D. Satishan, and it was because of the fact that V.D. Satishan led the UDF in the last assembly polls. It was because of him the people voted massively in favor of the UDF, and that is the reason why the UDF could come back to power after remaining without being in power for over 10 years. Now all eyes are on the High Command, how the High Command is going to solve the issue. They are in a devil and deep blue sea situation as when the High Command prefers and they are in a dire need to make KZ as a CM. They cannot ignore the protest from the grassroots level.
That's right. Thank you so much for your inputs, Shankar, and we will get back to you for more updates as it happens. Thank you so much for joining us. And viewers, Shankar, coming up after a very short break, a mystery death surrounding over Pratik Yadav's death, with more questions arising as Pratik Yadav was found dead today in the morning as doctors pronounced him dead at the hospital. Coming up after a very short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster of very unusual.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल। This is my last question to you.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this danger,
Welcome back after a very short break, and let's continue with a major story. An intricate plot that was conceived in Nashik, Maharashtra, and completely operationalized in Sikar in Rajasthan. A significant center of coaching centers has been uncovered by preliminary investigations into the NEET UG paper leak controversy. The question papers for the medical entrance exam were leaked utilizing advanced technologies, including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network, and portable scanners. The leaked questions were carried from Nashik to Gurugram in Haryana, Jaipur, and finally to Sikar. The compromised documents were shipped from Sikar to Kerala, Bihar, and Jammu and Kashmir, a wide range of network. According to reports put forward by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, a copy of the leaked question paper was printed in the local newspaper after the first digital copy was created in Nashik. Let's take a look at what Arnab Goswami had to say on the whole debacle. Take a look.
It's time to make a few straight points about the NEET exam. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell is going on right now? We can't carry out an exam. We keep cancelling the NEET exam, almost as if it's an unavoidable fact. Does anyone, including the government, think about the 2.3 million students, the 23 lakh students who gave the exam in 5,400 centers, and the government just says, okay, we're cancelling the exam. We're going to tell you later when we are going to carry out a fresh exam. Absolute nonsense. 23 lakh students across 5,400 centers in 551 cities, including 14 cities which are abroad. And now you say, oh, it just happened, we are sorry. I'm sorry, your sorry is not good enough. The NEET has been cancelled 4 times in 5 years. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, take that number up 4 times. And then say we are dealing with potentially 8 to 10 million students. Almost 1 crore Indians taking the exam have had this exam cancelled over the last 5 years. Absolute nonsense. Total and absolute incompetence. If they can't carry out an exam, then why do we need to have one? I feel really angry on behalf of the students. I'm told that there was a guess paper question which was put out, which means that there was a paper which possibly was leaked. And I've not been the greatest of students, but I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, having sat for medical entrance exams myself in the past, that it is impossible that the questions match in the way that they have this time. Out of 410 questions, 120 questions from the chemistry section of the exam absolutely exactly match the actual examination paper. And this is not some generalization. The question is as specific as the speed of light in a vacuum is taken as unity. If light takes 6 minutes 40 seconds to reach the earth from the sun, the distance between the sun and the earth in the new unit is 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's a very specific question. It's not guesswork. I'll give you another example. The angular speed of a flywheel is increased from 600 RPM to 1200 RPM in 10 seconds. The number of revolutions completed by the flywheel during this time is 1, 2, 3, and 4. The answer being 3. 3 as in the number which is the choice answer. These are specific questions. What does this prove? This proves that the paper was leaked. It was absolutely and clear leaking of the paper. You can blame anyone. You can say there's a cheating mafia. There's a private mafia, which describes itself private mafia. You can blame maybe some corrupt students and their parents or their funders. But essentially, the government must take the responsibility. The National Testing Agency, the government which carries out this exam, must take the responsibility. By the way, when Republic investigated the route of the leak of this paper, it starts from a printing press in Nashik, then it goes to Haryana, it reaches a doctor in Gurugram. From the doctor in Gurugram, the leaked paper goes to Jaipur and then is transferred to Jamwa Ramgarh in Rajasthan. From there it is sent to Sikar. From Sikar it is distributed to other states, including Jammu and Kashmir, Bihar and Kerala. And the Nashik crime branch has already arrested one person. Words such as Telegram groups are created, including words such as groups called private mafia. A suspected shadow server is used to bypass the NTA artificial intelligence enabled monitoring systems. So the system here is so dangerous that it can beat AI firewalls. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the kind of syndicate that operates this. They have leased internet lines, and therefore the question is it impossible to carry out an honest and credible examination in this country? Which is why I'm asking you tonight, who do you blame? Who do you blame more for the NEET betrayal? Students have been betrayed in our country. Families have been betrayed in our country. Do you blame A, the government, the NTA? 2, do you blame the exam mafia? Because there's without doubt a sophisticated, technologically capable examination mafia. Do you blame the cheats who are responsible for this mess? Because some beneficiaries must be there who wanted to pay money to get this leaked paper in our hands. But my dear viewers, nothing has changed and we are given promises every time. The former chairman of ISRO, the former chairman of the BOG, IIT Kanpur, submitted his report on 21st October 2024. They recommended the reformation of the National Common Entrance Testing, including strengthening of NTA, institutional linkage with states, involvement of test indenting agencies as knowledge and examination partners. I do not believe it has all been done. And if it has all been done, if the paper is being leaked yet again, then why should we say, okay, let's live with it? To the government, I would say, please understand the emotional, psychological impact on students in this country. Hard work feels wasted. Merit seems undependable. There are past leaks as well. There are mental health crises. Ladies and gentlemen, there is chaos among students in the country. There is chaos, and heads need to roll sooner than later. Heads need to roll on this. I hope the government takes note. I hope this is not just a debate, but much more.
And now, viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with more stories lined up for you. On the other side, as Pratik Yadav, the stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav, has been found dead under mysterious circumstances at the age of 38.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के और कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You had the NEET examination scrapped yesterday, and Republic TV has been investigating, getting you the details of how another NEET examination was leaked, how the question paper was leaked. And on the show this afternoon, on the live report, we have proof for the first time of the groups, the different social media platforms that were used to sell these papers. We have proof of how it happened. Coming up in just a few seconds, here are the headlines on the live report. Republic gets into the groups where the NEET question papers were leaked. The NEET leak expose on Republic. Exclusive snapshots as we also get into some of the groups where the NEET leak took place, where cheats bought the papers from the solver gangs. Mulayam's son Pratik Yadav found dead under mysterious circumstances at his residence in Lucknow. Initial reports suggest that a few blue marks were found on the body of Pratik Yadav, the son of Mulayam Singh. His wife Aparna Yadav is en route Lucknow from Assam. There's a huge storm over the astrologer of the new Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay. The astrologer Vetrivel has been named as the OSD, or the officer on special duty in the Chief Minister's office. Will the astrologer now guide the government and run the government in Tamil Nadu? As the floor test concludes in Tamil Nadu, the new Chief Minister manages to get 144 votes for him, confirming that even the AIADMK broke ranks to back the Vijay government. And as Republic TV investigates how the NEET leak happened, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Jaipur and different parts of the country investigating the networks, the private mafia that sold these papers and betrayed India's students. 23 lakh students had applied for the NEET examination. 23 lakh students sat for the examination. We have gotten into some of these groups, and we have accessed snapshots, screenshots of how the leak happened. Shambhavi is investigating the story in Jaipur. She has this exclusive for us. Let's show the snapshot of the leak, the screenshot of the WhatsApp conversation. I'll go across to Shambhavi. Shambhavi is joining us live with the details. Shambhavi, take us through these groups and what the groups show in the first place. Shambhavi.
Is a blatant breaking of law. There are people who are openly selling papers for the NEET exam. They are openly claiming that this is the original paper, and that if the paper, the guest paper, or the paper that they are sharing does not match with the original paper of the NEET exam, they will actually refund 10x amount of the original amount that they are sharing. You can also see in the group that they're selling the paper for around 50,000 rupees, and the deal is that they have to pay 25k before the exam, and then 25k post the exam. You can also see in the screenshot that there are people approaching them asking that what is the proof that the paper that you're sharing is original. There is a separate group called Proof for the same. There's a separate channel called Proof where they're sharing the proof that this is the original paper, and that they can guarantee that this is the paper which is going to come in the NEET exam final. You can see children asking, there are students who are asking that can we trust you? Is this the original paper? And there are actually people paying. There are screenshots of the payment of around 50,000. There are some who are paying 75,000 on an urgent basis. There are slots available. There are slots available for leaking the package, the paper that would finally come in the NEET exam. And this aligns with the date that we have been showing till now. The date that it was set to be released on 29th of April. It started on 29th of April. And that is why when you see look at the charts, the date also matches. From 29th of April it started. And then till by the time it reached just a few days or just a few hours before the NEET exam, they're selling it for somewhere around 30,000 as well. So the price decreased. So this is what was going on in this group, where thousands and thousands of subscribers, that people are actively buying papers, actively asking for papers, immediately paying such huge amounts of 50,000 at once. Back to you.
Yes. How many such groups existed? Because some of these groups are operating now. We hear that the government suspended some groups, but there are many groups still operating on Telegram, on Instagram, right? And some operate even on WhatsApp.
Definitely, even the Telegram groups, so most of the groups where they were sharing the paper, some of them were fake because there were reviews written on the group itself. There were students who were saying that this was the fake paper, none of the questions matched and everything. But one or two of the authentic groups where even students have said, have thanked and have shared their own scorecards as well on the group. What they've done is, after the paper leaked, after this decision was taken, they've made that group private. So now only few people can access the group. So there are still activity which is going on. Even the last message was of yesterday, 12th May, that the group owners have shared on the group. And you can clearly see that students are actively involved, students and even there are a few parents as well who are seeking question paper for their children. So this is a huge cartel. This is a huge cartel where this group was actively working and selling, and this is particularly aimed at a Telegram group where you can, of course, once the group can be made public, and then later the group can be made private. So once the decision was taken by the NTA with the permission of the government, of course, that the NEET exam will be cancelled or will be scrapped off and new exam will be conducted. The group was then made private so that only limited number of members can access the group and the question papers. Back to studio.
Now, how did they confirm? I mean, how did they function? If I have the chat, let me show the chat. How did those trying to buy the paper confirm that these were genuine papers or close to the final question paper? Did they take some money in advance, some payment after the examination? How did it work?
So what we have seen in the group or in the chats is that they are working on the basis of goodwill. Now, what this particular person is claiming, that he has been leaking paper for 5 consecutive years, and that since 5 years he has this exemplary record where most of his question matches with the original paper. He also says that I'm not going to give you 100% of the paper, because if everybody attempts 100% of the paper and 100% of the questions are true, then they are going to be in trouble. The ones who have leaked the paper are going to be in trouble. The students are going to be in trouble. So he shows the scorecard, he shows his performance for the past 4-5 years, where he's been consecutively or he's been constantly leaking the papers, and that is how he gains trust. That is how this group basically gains trust, that see, this is the proof and this is how we have been performing till now. And also he claims, he gives it in written, that if it does not match with the original paper, he is going to, as a guarantee, he's going to return 5x or 10x the amount that they have submitted. And he also claims that he never had to do it because most of his questions match with the NEET exam. And he's very careful. He's very careful with the fact that he does not share the complete questions. He shares only a portion of it. Let's say 80% of the questions, 85%, 90% of the questions, so that the student does not go and attempt all the 100 questions, all the 100% of the questions and then get 720 out of 720, because that will raise eyebrows.
That's a snapshot. Let's stay with the graphic, please. That's a snapshot of how the question paper was sold. There's somebody called Rishi Maharaj. Rishi Maharaj, who sold the paper, and he asks, "NEET paper hoga sir, NEET paper hoga sir," and then the person selling the paper says, "Yes, available." And then The person buying the paper says, proof क्या है sir? Paper है आपके पास और कहाँ से आपको paper मिला? He's asking for the proof of whether it is the actual paper and where he got the paper from. And then it continues. He says, yes, he has the paper, and then he asks for some bit of the cash payment in advance and says the rest can be given after the examination. Now, these are screenshots that we have accessed, and as we also get into some of these groups and show you how easily this was done. Now, when we look back, and as I stay on this screenshot, when we look back at how the NEET papers were leaked, where did the leak happen? There is a confusion whether it was in Nashik or in Pune, right? Whether it happened from the press, whether the paper was scanned and then shared. What do we know so far from the investigations that have unraveled from yesterday? Shambhavi.
Well, we know that SOG has given a list of around 45 people to the CBI who are said to be questioned, who are involved in this entire cartel, in this entire network of leaking papers. And SOG has made, before this investigation was handed over to CBI, SOG has made around 16 arrests till now and has handed over a detailed list of all the prospective people that needs to be questioned, that needs to be questioned in the process. And also CBI has started working on the investigation points about now biggest question is still this question remains the same, that was it a miraculously very good guess paper or was it a leaked paper? This is still a question which is being investigated by CBI. And apart from this, there was this boy from Kerala who forwarded this question paper to his father in Sikar, a father who was a PG owner, a girl's PG owner, and asked him to share it with the girls in his PG. That person still needs to be identified by the CBI. That person, his PG, still needs to be identified. So these are the investigation points, main investigation points that the CBI will be working on. As we know that the investigation was officially handed over to CBI by the NTA and the government after SOG has been investigating it for some time. Back to you.
Those inputs, that's one snapshot that tells you the story. Let's put the graphic, please. The graphic of this entire screenshot. That's the graphic that tells you the story. It was as simple as that. Somebody asked a question, NEET paper hoga, sir? And the person says, yes, available. Proof kya hai, sir? Paper hai aapke paas aur kahan se aapko mila paper? So this person asked, where did you get the paper from? And in fact, we have many more screenshots that we will be putting out in the course of the next few hours. The price is discussed. And the modalities are discussed, that before the examination, a certain amount of money is paid. After the examination, more money is paid. And that is how simple it was. And it was all happening on Telegram and on Instagram and different social media platforms. There's proof, enough proof, that despite all the cheating in the last few years and changes that were made, nothing has changed on the ground. Let's move on to the other big story this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, late Mulayam Singh Yadav, his son Pratik Yadav, that's him there, was found dead in mysterious circumstances at his Lucknow residence. Now, Pratik Yadav is Akhilesh Yadav's step-brother. He was found dead in his kitchen. When the doctors and the medical team reached his Lucknow residence, he was found dead, according to the details available. His body was taken to the KGMU in Lucknow for a post-mortem, and according to initial reports, there were marks found on his body. The exact cause of death is unknown. Pratik Yadav, from the details available, was undergoing treatment, and he was receiving treatment for pulmonary embolism, we are being told, at Medanta in Gurugram. This is what we know so far. Adarsh is joining us live from Lucknow. Adarsh, details जो है हमारे पास, circumstances क्या थी? Was he alone? क्या वो घर पे अकेला था? We are hearing Aparna Yadav, his wife was in Assam. तो कौन थे घर पे उस टाइम पर?
देखिए, अभी तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक सुबह करीब 5:55 पर जो श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी सिविल हॉस्पिटल है, इनके घर से करीब 2 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर वहां पर प्रतीक यादव को लेकर जाया गया था और उसी जगह पर उन्हें ब्रॉड डेड बताया गया था और उसी के बाद शुरुआती जांच के लिए उनका पोस्टमार्टम करवाया जा रहा है KGMU में। जिस वक्त ये उनकी डेथ हुई है उस वक्त घर पर अभी तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक सिर्फ हाउस हेल्प का स्टाफ जो है वो मौजूद था और भी कोई व्यक्ति वहाँ पर मौजूद नहीं था। अपर्णा यादव जो हैं वो असम के दौरे पर थी और उसके बाद अब जानकारी मिलने के बाद वो बताया जा रहा है कि लखनऊ पहुंचने वाली हैं। ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जहां पर प्रतीक यादव का घर है और यहां से थोड़ी ही दूर पर समाजवादी पार्टी का ऑफिस भी है। अगर आप यहां पर देखें तो करीब वॉकिंग डिस्टेंस पर करीब 100 मीटर की दूरी पर समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मुख्यालय है और अखिलेश यादव जो उनके चचेरे भाई हैं उनका घर भी मौजूद है और ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जिसे कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया है, बैरिकेड्स लगाए गए हैं और प्रतीक यादव का घर ये सामने के हिस्से में है। तमाम जो समर्थक हैं, तमाम जो उनके पार्टी के लोग हैं, चूँकि अपर्णा यादव बीजेपी से थी और वहीं प्रतीक यादव अखिलेश यादव के चचेरे भाई समाजवादी पार्टी से संबंध रखते हैं, तो ऐसे में दोनों ही पार्टियों के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं, उनके कार्यकर्ता जो है पहुँच रहे हैं। शुरुआती जांच में जो फॉरेंसिक की टीम है, बताया जा रहा है कि उसने लैपटॉप और दूसरे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस जो है वो अपने कब्जे में लिए हैं ताकि अगर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कोई भी चीज़ डाउटफुल लगती है तो उसको लेकर फिर वो जाँच की जा सके और साथ ही साथ जिस जगह पर प्रतीक यादव की बॉडी पाई गई थी घर में, वहाँ पर भी फॉरेंसिक की टीम जाँच कर रही है। कोशिश ये है कि जो भी एविडेंस है उससे फिलहाल इकट्ठा कर लिए जाएँ और अगर कोई बात निकल कर आती है, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कोई डाउटफुल एक्टिविटी या चीज़ दिखती है तो ऐसी स्थिति में पहले से ही जो पूरे मौका वारदात की सीन है उसको सिक्योर कर लिया जाए और कोई भी एविडेंस जो है वो बाहर ना जा पाए। फिलहाल प्रतीक यादव का शव जो है बताया जा रहा है करीब 1 से 1.5 घंटे बाद यहाँ पर पहुँच सकता है और आज ही शाम को उनका क्रिमेशन भी, अंतिम संस्कार भी हो सकता है और उसको लेकर बताया जा रहा है कि प्रतीक यादव की जो पार्थिव शरीर है पहले वहाँ पर अपर्णा यादव पहुँचेंगे और वहाँ से फिर साथ में KGMU से यहाँ पर जो घर है वहाँ पर पहुँचेंगी।
Okay, we had a few reports coming from the hospital where the postmortem was conducted in Lucknow. I'm playing out those reports. Republic is reporting live from Lucknow. Some of the reports that came in along with the the reactions of Akhilesh Yadav, the stepbrother of Pratik Yadav.
KGMU के पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर मैं मौजूद हूं और पोस्टमार्टम हाउस के बाहर हलचल बढ़ गई है। यहां पर जो सुरक्षा घेरा है वो बना दिया गया है और KGMU पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से यहीं से प्रतीक यादव के शव को ले जाया जाएगा। कुछ देर पहले यहां पर लाया गया था उनके शव को और पोस्टमार्टम किया गया। अखिलेश यादव भी पहुंचे थे यहां पर, करीब 15 से 20 मिनट वहां रुके। बाहर आए तो उन्होंने ज़रूर कहा कि कानून जो कहेगा, परिवार जो कहेगा वो हम बात मानेंगे, लेकिन एक मुलाकात की बात ज़रूर उन्होंने कही कि हमारी मुलाकात करीब 2 महीने पहले हुई थी और उसमें हमने उन्हें कहा था कि कारोबार और सेहत को लेकर आप ख्याल रखिए और ये बात उन्होंने ज़रूर कही थी। कारोबार में नुकसान से कई बार लोगों को परेशानी होती है और कारोबार में यानी कि नुकसान उनको हुआ था। रियल एस्टेट का कारोबार, फिटनेस को लेकर भी वो जिम चलाते थे, जिम के चेन चलाते थे और वो कहीं ना कहीं कारोबार में नुकसान या फिर पारिवारिक जो अनबन थी वो तमाम वजहें जो बताई जा रही हैं कि डिप्रेशन के दौर से वो गुजर रहे थे, लेकिन अभी कोई ठोस वजह सामने नहीं आ पाई है। सिविल अस्पताल से जो डॉक्टर ने कहा कि 5:55 पर जब उन्हें लाया गया तो ब्रॉड डेड यानी मृत घोषित किया गया था। कैसे मौत हुई, किन वजहों से मौत हुई, क्या हुआ ऐसा कि अचानक मौत हुई, क्योंकि कोई गंभीर बीमारी से गुजर नहीं रहे थे। उनके दोस्तों ने हमें जानकारी दी कि कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी, ज़रूर मैदानता में इलाज चल रहा था लेकिन नसों का इलाज चल रहा था। कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी जिसकी वजह से वो लंबे समय से इलाज उनका चल रहा हो।
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है, आज हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है।
नहीं ले पाएंगे, मेरा सीना दबा हुआ है यार।
नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़ कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब
होनी चाहिए? जांच होनी चाहिए।
बहुत होनी चाहिए, आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात।
अमृत अवस्था में 5:55 पे सवेरे ले आए गए। पुलिस को सूचना दी गई
पुलिस आई, पुलिस ने बॉडी को लेके उसका पंचनामा करवा के पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया KGMU मॉर्चरी।
फिर क्या कुछ कारण क्या निकला है?
अब तो पोस्टमार्टम हो रहा है,
मृत अवस्था में लाए गए।
समाजवादी पार्टी के मुखिया अखिलेश यादव के चचेरे भाई और साथ ही साथ राज्य महिला आयोग की उपाध्यक्ष अपर्णा यादव और बीजेपी नेता के पति प्रतीक यादव की मौत हो गई है। आज सुबह करीब 5 बजे के आसपास उन्हें श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी सिविल हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया था, जहां पर उन्होंने डॉक्टरों ने ब्रॉड डेड बताया था। इस वक्त हम अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव का जो घर है वहां पर मौजूद हैं 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग पर, और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो गेट बंद है और अभी फिलहाल प्रतीक यादव के शव को KGMU के हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है, जहां पर उनके शरीर का पोस्टमार्टम होगा। स्पेशल डॉक्टरों का जो पैनल है, करीब 7 से 8 डॉक्टरों का पैनल जो है वो बनाया गया है और उन्हीं की निगरानी में सभी चीज़ें ध्यान में रखते हुए पोस्टमार्टम किया जाएगा। यहाँ पर कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो पहुंचे हुए हैं, समर्थक हैं या कहीं ना कहीं अपर्णा यादव और प्रतीक यादव के शुभचिंतक हैं। ये लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, इनसे भी हम बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या नाम है सर आप?
मेरा पंडित हरीश गौतम नाम है।
आप बड़े भावुक लग रहे हैं, कब आपको पता चला?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैं खन्ना जी से मिलने आया था, मैं अभी गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ था, जैसे ही मैंने मोबाइल खोला तो उसमें सबसे पहले लिखा आ रहा था प्रतीक यादव का निधन। तो मुझ पर रुका नहीं गया बिल्कुल, क्योंकि मेरी बहन का घर उजड़ गया, मुझे अपना भाई मानती थी। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की वजह से तो मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं लखनऊ से ही हूँ जी।
कब पता चला आपको, क्या इसीलिए?
मुझे अभी 10 मिनट पहले मैंने मोबाइल देख रहा था, उस पर न्यूज़ आ गई, तो उस न्यूज़ पे मुझे यकीन नहीं हुआ। मैंने सोचा फेक न्यूज़ हो सकती है, पर स्वतंत्र देव जी का आया, 2-3 लोगों का मैसेज जब मैंने देखा तब मुझे यकीन हुआ, तो मैं सीधे इधर ही को भागता चला आया। बहुत दुख हो रहा है इस बात का।
देखिए, तो निश्चित तौर पर कहीं न कहीं अपर्णा यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग और प्रतीक यादव से भी जुड़े हुए लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। और अगर आप देखें तो ये 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग है और यहाँ पर मुलायम सिंह यादव, साधना यादव, प्रतीक यादव, अपर्णा यादव, शाइन एंड ब्लश।
Okay, so that story continues to be a focus for us here at Republic TV. We'll take a break. Coming back with more details of the NEET expose. We've gotten details of how the papers were leaked. We're inside some of those groups. More details when we come back. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोकोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care.
डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
RSS ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और RSS वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even
Top headlines, viewers. Republic accesses a WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET examination. Question papers for the medical entrance exam were leaked utilizing advanced technologies including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network and portable scanners. Well, I am saying Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead early in the morning. As per sources, Pratik was suffering from depression and was getting treatment done. VCK protests selection of astrologer as OSD in CMO office. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Fresh petition has been filed seeking removal and replacement of NTA, a fresh NEET examination and judicial supervision of the entire process. The petition has been filed by the Federation of All India Medical Association. Petition seeks a complete re-examination for all candidates. It says the early exam process was compromised and students lost trust in the system. The petitioner wants the Supreme Court to monitor the fresh exam process, demands creation of a high-powered monitoring committee. Okay, so big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And there is a plea in the Supreme Court seeking the monitoring of the examination. Plea in Supreme Court seeking removal of NTA's role in NEET. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Remember that a lot of students say that their confidence in the examination is absolutely broken after the paper leak scam which had come out, and a lot of students' hopes were dashed after the exam was cancelled. Of course, there will be re-examination, but this story has made headlines all over because remember, we have also been telling you that the matter has now reached the Supreme Court. The matter has reached the Supreme Court after the NTA has scrapped the NEET UG exam conducted on May 3rd for more than 22 lakh candidates following the paper leak allegations. The agency added that the fresh dates for re-examination will be announced very, very soon. Now, cancellation follows allegations of large-scale malpractices, primarily centered around a pre-circulated guest paper that matched more than 100 questions in multiple subjects, viewers. So we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV. And even the Federation of All India Medical Association has moved the Supreme Court, challenging systemic failure of the NTA in conducting the NEET UG examination. The petition has been filed seeking direction to replace or fundamentally restructure the NTA and conduct a fresh NEET examination under judicial supervision. Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. Suspected mastermind behind the NEET paper leak, Shubnam Kharnar, expected to be produced in the CBI court very soon in order to obtain a transit remand. Upon obtaining the transit remand from Mumbai, CBI officials will transport the suspected accused to Delhi. Sources indicate that the suspected accused revealed additional names during interrogation. More arrests are likely to happen in Nashik. Furthermore, the operators of many coaching classes are also on CBI's radar. Many of these masterminds have been already arrested, and now we understand that this Nashik man has been detained and will be produced in court. Shubnam. And there's so many updates coming in. I think we have, okay, we will go to Sarthak. We will go to Sarthak once we get him. But just letting you know, viewers, what has been happening so far. What has been happening so far. So talking about this person you see on your screen, this is Shubnam Kharnar, one of the masterminds, and multiple masterminds, in fact, in this case. Many of them have been arrested. And this is Nashik Crime Branch arresting Shubnam Kharnar, who will be produced very soon in court. Remember that the CBI has taken over this investigation. It was a big breakthrough coming in the NEET paper leak investigation when Shubnam Kharnar has been arrested, and he will be produced in court very shortly. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. Sarthak is joining us on. Okay, Sarthak, we're tracking multiple updates coming in. Let's talk a little bit more about first what is happening in terms of the plea in Supreme Court to replace NTA and conduct fresh examinations under judicial supervision. At the same time, one of the masterminds will also be produced in court shortly.
Yes, today a fresh plea has been filed in the Supreme Court by All India Medical Association. It has been filed through an advocate who goes by the name Tanvi Dubey. So what this fresh petition demands is that the exam should be conducted again. They want the National Testing Agency, NTA, to be completely scrapped, to be replaced, and to bring in a new body to conduct these exams. A fresh NEET exams should be conducted, and they should be monitored and supervised by Supreme Court directly. This is what the petition specifically and explicitly demands. It has been filed in the Supreme Court. Just to give a little background on the case, on May 3, these exams were held, and later on some Telegram and WhatsApp groups, the questionnaire for these exams were leaked. And now, in fact, yesterday itself, Republic was at the forefront in tracking this case where it was found out, it was declared by NTA that fresh examinations will be conducted within 3 weeks. However, at this point, a fresh petition has been filed that we know of, which demands that NTA should not be conducting these exams, because this is not the first time such a leak has happened. It has been happening year after year for the past few years, and now it has come to a point where they are demanding that NTA should not be conducting these exams. NTA should be replaced, it should be removed. The National Testing Agencies, which is the primary agencies for conducting these exams. And the petition also demands that the exams should be personally monitored by the Supreme Court itself. It should be under judicial supervision that these exams should be conducted. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers. This petition has been filed with All India Medical Association. Protest erupted yesterday. Protests are happening today as well. And now it's been demanded in the petition that NTA itself, which is responsible for conducting these exams, that itself should be scrapped, that itself should be removed, a new body should be constructed, and these exams should be conducted at the earliest.
All right, well, thank you for getting us those details. Stay on with us. Sarthak, because I really want to go back to Meenakshi is joining us. Meenakshi is joining us live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, we know one of the key accused in this case, Shubnam, will be produced in court very shortly. Now, this particular, one of the main accused in this case, bought the paper for approximately 10 lakh, sold it for 15 lakh and made a 5 lakh profit. Now, of course, he has also revealed some details in CBI as he's in custody of the CBI. What are the details that he has revealed?
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned that now CBI expected to seek custody as part of his ongoing investigation while officials continue to examine the accused. One of the major accused whose name is Shubham, alleged role in this case. And security, I can see now here in the court, now security has been tightened around the court premises ahead of the hearing, and further legal proceedings will depend on the court decision on the transit remand plea. And now what is your question is that what is the allegations against that accused Shubham? Cops believe that Shubham may hold crucial information about how the leaked NEET paper allegedly traveled through a multi-state network before the May 3rd examination, and sources associated with the probe suspect the paper first surfaced through links connected to a coaching institute in Nashik before being circulated across several states. And now Shubham's two mobile phones we know and other digital devices sent to the Delhi for further investigation, and his two phone is very important according to sources that the investigation reveals the Shubham Khainer's role is just buying the paper for 10 lakhs and selling it for 15 lakhs. Now investigation agencies wanted to know from the Shubham how was the question paper accessed and circulated before the exam, and which students, agents or coaching links were involved in this case, and how much money changed hands in this racket, who handled the digital communication and payment. So these are the questions those need to answer, and investigators wanted answer from in this question from Shubham. In a short while, Shubham may come here and court procedure will start. Back to studio.
The court proceedings will be beginning very soon. That's what Meenakshi is telling us. Now, what exactly would be the next details? Because we understand that there will be a transit remand which will be requested from the court when we talk about this particular accused.
Yes, as I have earlier mentioned that CBI is investigating agency to seek custody as part of his ongoing investigation. And while officers continue to examine their Shubham's alleged role in this case, in any moment the CBI's investigating agencies officers may present here, and the court procedures will start in a short while. But what is the role of Shubham? This is very important. How he is involved in this case, and how he connected to the link of this paper leak case. We know, according to sources, that his role was just buying the paper for 10 lakhs, and he sold those paper for 15 lakhs. So there are many questions, because we know in this case there are several states involved in this case, and we have also being told that one person detained from Ahilanagar from Maharashtra, and the one connection is coming out which is in Latur, Maharashtra. So this is very important, and Haryana and Rajasthan, all states are linked to the case. So very important.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us those details, Meenakshi and Sarthak, for joining us. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go ahead. Senior Congress appeared before the crime branch in Guwahati in connection with a case filed by Riniki Bhuyan Sharma, the wife of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Pawan Khera arrived at the crime branch office during the day and cooperated with the investigation, an official said. Now, the case stems from a complaint lodged by Riniki Bhuyan at the Guwahati Crime Branch Police Station. Complaint was filed over Khera's public allegations at press conference that she possessed multiple foreign passports and had financial interest abroad. Assam police questions Khera in the fake passport case. And Congress's Pawan Khera appears before Assam police. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. So we are seeing that this has been, of course, a bone of contention, this entire case, even before the elections. We saw allegations, counter allegations. Pawan Khera has appeared before the Assam police. Let's go straight across to my colleague. We'll be going across to Aniruddha. Aniruddha, Pawan Khera appearing before the Assam police right now. What is next? Can we expect? There have been multiple allegations which had been made from both sides. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Pawan Khera has appeared before the crime branch today, and right now he is at the crime branch police station in Panbazar area of Guwahati, where we are getting to know that he is being questioned on the allegations that he had made during the press conferences. And yes, Pawan Khera, Pawan Khera, while entering the police station, said that he will cooperate with the investigation, and now the officers who are investigating this particular case that has been a talking point across the country, Pawan Khera is being questioned by the investigating officers in this particular case. Remember, Pawan Khera had made some allegations which were
ஆளுகின்ற அரசுக்கு, புதிதாக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட அரசுக்கு ஆதரவு அளிப்போம் என்ற பத்திரிகையை செய்தி வெளியிட்டிருக்கின்றார். இது முற்றிலும் தவறானது, சட்டத்துக்கு புறமானது. இன்றைக்கு புதிதாக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டு அனைவரும் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நடந்து முடிஞ்ச 14வது சட்டமன்ற பேரவை தேர்தலிலே போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெற்று இப்பொழுதுதான் அதை அமைக்க இருக்கின்றோம். இந்த நேரத்தில் பொதுச் செயலாளர் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய கூட்டத்தை கூட்டி அனைத்து சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களும் தலைவராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட
civic says they are not against any one particular religion. In that case, how is the Madhane Makal Kachi going to be urging the TVK party to take action? Because every leader has spoken has said they are against Sanatan Dharma in the DMK alley.
ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட அமைச்சர்கள், அதாவது சுமார் 6 அமைச்சர் கொடுக்கின்றார்கள், 10 வாரி தலைவர் கொடுப்பதாக அவர்களிடத்தில் இருந்த அதிமுக சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் ஆசை வார்த்தை கூட்டி அந்த அடிப்படையிலே இன்றைக்கு சட்டமன்றத்திலே ஓட்டெடுப்பிலே அவர்கள் இந்த அரசு கொண்டு வந்த தீர்மானத்திற்கு ஆதரவு தெரிவித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நடந்து முடிந்த சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலிலே 2011 2021 வரை அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியிலே செய்த சாதனைகளை சொல்லியும் எங்களுடைய இதயம் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர், இதயம் புரட்சித் தலைவர் அம்மாவுடைய பெயரை சொல்லித்தான் வாக்குகளை கேட்டு இரட்டலை சின்னத்திலே போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெற்றவர்கள் 47 பேரும். அதையெல்லாம் மறந்து இரவு பகல் வாராமல் எங்களுடைய தலைமையுடைய உத்தரவுக்கு பேரிலே கழகத்தினுடைய தொண்டர்கள், நிர்வாகிகள், கூட்டணி கட்சி தலைவர் நிர்வாகிகள் தேர்தல் நேரத்தில் பிரச்சாரத்தை செய்து அதன் மூலமாகத்தான் அவர்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். அப்படி வெற்றி பெற்ற கட்சிக்கு எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்திற்கு விசுவாசமாக இல்லாமல் அடையாளம் காட்டப்பட்ட கட்சிக்கு துரோகம் விளைவித்தவர்கள் இவர்கள். இன்றைக்கு ஒவ்வொரு கட்சியும் ஒவ்வொரு சூழ்நிலையிலே வெற்றி பெறுவதும் வெற்றி வாய்ப்பு இழப்பதும் இயல்பானது ஒன்றுதான். ஏதோ அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்துக்கு மட்டும் நிகழ்ந்ததல்ல. 1991 திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் வரல, 1996 அதிமுக வரல, 2001 இன்றைக்கு அதிமுக ஆட்சி, 2006 திமுக ஆட்சி, இப்படி மாறி மாறி ஆட்சி வரும். இன்றைய தினம்
இன்னைக்கு தமிழக வெற்றி கழகம் வெற்றி பெற்று ஆட்சி அமைச்சிருக்குது. இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் கூட அதிமுக 47 இடங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்று சொன்னால் இது மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி. இன்னைக்கு கூட்டணி சார்பாக பார்க்கும்போது 6 இடங்கள் 53 இடங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றுக்கிறோம். இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் வேண்டுமென்றே திட்டமிட்டு சில முன்னாள் அமைச்சர்கள் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராகி அவருடைய ஆசைக்கு அமைச்சர் ஆவேன் ஆசைக்கு எங்களோடு நாங்கள் தலைமை அறிவிக்கப்பட்ட அதன் மூலமாக வெற்றி பெற்று வந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் தவறான வழியிலே அழைத்து சென்றுகின்றார்கள். இது உண்மையாலுமே சட்டத்துக்கு புறமானது, நீதிக்கு புறமானது. இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள்
Chhatrapati Sambhaji is addressing the media after a cross voting in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Earlier, he had issued a whip to his MLAs that any MLA cross voting for the TVK would face action. And after Vijay got an overwhelming majority in the assembly floor test, Chhatrapati Sambhaji is now holding a press conference and addressing the media.
வீட்டுக்கு சென்று வருவது எந்த விதத்தில் நியாயம்? இதா தூய்மையானது? ஆக எங்க இயக்கத்திற்கு இப்படி வந்திருக்குது. எல்லா இயக்கத்திற்கும் சோதனை வரும்.
This is kind of a situation that every organization or every political party will face or go through. He's saying, Chhatrapati Sambhaji is saying that fortunes will keep going back and forth.
வீட்டுக்கு சென்றது கிடையாது. ஆனால் ஆரம்ப காலகட்டத்திலே
no organization has started off on the wrong path.
உண்மையிலேயே வருத்தம் அளிக்கின்றது என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இன்றைக்கு சட்ட நீதியாக பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது இன்றைக்கு சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட
one of the MLAs
அவர்தான் விப்ப கொறடாவை நியமிக்க முடியும். அப்படி நியமிக்கப்பட்ட கொறடா தான் எங்கள் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களுக்கு
the whip that the AIMIM chief issued to the party members and to the MLAs was been completely neglected.
Breaking news coming in. CBI team has reached the test agency NTA office in New Delhi, and this is a huge update we're getting for our viewers. So the probe has intensified in the NEET paper leak case. CBI team reaches the NTA office in New Delhi. Okay, so just giving a little bit of a context as to what's been happening. CBI has registered a case to probe this NTA paper leak following a reference from the Department of Higher Education and the Ministry of Education. Now they have also formed multiple teams to conduct the probe. So CBI has constituted special teams which have been dispatched in many locations to follow up on leads. It has invoked provisions related to criminal conspiracy, cheating, criminal breach of trust, theft, destruction of evidence under Prevention of Corruption Act and the Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Act. So huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. The CBI is probing the case, just reaching the NTA office in New Delhi. We'll try to get our viewers more updates as to what exactly is happening here. But we are tracking the story very closely. A lot of the masterminds have already been arrested in this case, and many of them will be produced in court as well later in the day. So we're getting these updates coming in as the masterminds, many of the accused have been arrested. We understand that many more will perhaps be arrested. There are many other operators that the CBI is looking at and other players that could be involved in this case. So the probe is also looking into whether students were charged money for access to material and how widely was that guest paper circulated. So there's so many questions which need to be answered. But as of now, as we are getting you live updates, we can tell you that the CBI team has reached the NTA office in New Delhi. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Remember that already Rajasthan Police SOG has detained a couple of people in the probe. Officials are investigating the paper leak and the guest paper. And as the probe continues, we understand that the CBI team has now reached the NTA office in New Delhi. All right. We were also talking about how many of the accused have been detained, held and arrested in multiple states. So that is also happening simultaneously as the probe agencies are looking for updates and more players and the bigger network, bigger corruption network which was involved. Yes. Okay, let's go to Harsha. Harsha is joining us, CBI at the NTA office. Harsh is joining us live. CBI at the NTA office in Delhi. What is happening on the spot? Yes, Harsh.
Right, Shivangi, now this is a big breaking news that we are pressing for our viewers on Republic TV, that the Central Bureau of Investigation, a team of CBI, has reached the NTA headquarters in New Delhi. Now this comes after the main accused in the case, Manish Yadav, was detained yesterday. Now along with Manish, there are 17 other individuals who have also been detained and have been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now we also have visuals on Republic TV. CBI team has now in fact reached the NTA headquarters in New Delhi. These are the breaking developments that we are pressing from outside the NTA office headquartered in Delhi's Okhla. CBI team has in fact reached at the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi. This comes a day after when all of the investigation was officially handed over to CBI yesterday, Shivangi.
Yes. And of course, now the CBI is at the NTA office, and you also have been reporting live for us from the NTA office earlier. The officials had not agreed to talk. Could you get any word from the NTA officials so far? What are they saying? They will be cooperating with the CBI, of course, as the investigation continues.
Right, Shivangi, now heads should roll when we talk about a malicious leak of paper that involves the career of nearly 23 lakh aspirants. Now behind me are in fact the visuals of the ABVP protesters who have gathered here at the DTU premises in New Delhi. They have in fact gathered to protest with regards to the malicious leak of papers that were leaked on May 3rd. Now this comes as a big breaking news that the team of Central Bureau of Investigation have now in fact also reached at the DTA office. Big developments, over 17 people have been detained nationwide. The main accused in the case has now also been handed over to the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation, and now we see teams of CBI in fact also reaching the DTA headquartered in New Delhi here in Okhla. Shivangi.
Yes, Harsh, stay on with us. Pictures coming in, CBI at the NTA office in Delhi. And I just want to once again, say what the NTA Director General has said, Abhishek Singh, has said, we take responsibility for what has happened. And it's a direct admission of failure. I want to go to Shambhavi too. Shambhavi, coming across to you. The NTA Director has said we take responsibility for what has happened. So what angle would the CBI be looking at as they reach the NTA office? Yes, Shambhavi, can you hear me?
Well, yes, definitely. The first thing that CBI will be focusing on is that whether this is still a point of question, this is still a point of investigation, but whether was it a miraculously very good guess paper or was it a leaked paper? Now, this is still a point that needs to be investigated by CBI. We know that after the investigation of the SOG has arrested around 16 people till now and has submitted a list of around 45 names, a list of names and details of 45 people that needs to be investigated, that needs to be questioned. Now, CBI is going to focus on that as well. Now, another thing which is still not clear is where this all started, because it apparently, allegedly started from Nashik. Then, according to some reports, it started from Pune. Then, according to some reports, it started from a student in Kerala who sent his father the guest paper and asked him to distribute it to the girls in his PG. A father in Sikar, who is a PG owner, by the way. So there are different theories, there are different angles to where it all started, who all participated in this buying and selling of the leaked paper, how many students were directly affected by it, were they buying it thinking that it was a guest paper, were they buying it thinking that, okay, this is the leaked paper, because that paper was sold for starting from 30 lakh rupees. When initially it started selling, it was sold for 30 lakh rupees, then it mellowed down to 5 lakh rupees, and then just few hours before the exam, it was sold for a mere amount of 30,000 as well. So this is what was going on, and that is exactly what CBI is going to investigate at this point. Back to you.
Yeah, yes, Shambhavi. So CBI will of course be looking at that. How did the paper? How did the paper with those questions reach the masterminds? Before the examination. That is one thing they're looking at. Now the agency, NTA, has said they will be cooperating with the CBI. They will be giving CBI all materials. They will give CBI all records, assistance required for the investigation. So we believe now that the CBI is at the NTA office, they would be perhaps getting all those materials, records and other details from NTA. Yes, Shambhavi. All right.
Right. NTA has said that it will completely coordinate with the CBI in all terms, and then it will provide all the necessary material which the CBI would need. Even SOG was completely coordinate with CBI, make sure that all the investigation that has been done till now will be handed over to CBI, and all the people that have been arrested till now, the names of the people who were to be questioned will now be questioned by CBI, because again this matter is very serious. There's also, very quickly tell our viewers, that 140 questions of the total questions were a direct match. So for an example, if a person would attempt those 140 questions all correctly, they would very easily be able to get at least 600 marks out of the total 720 marks. That is how serious this paper leak was. So CBI is going to get to the bottom of it and make sure that each and every angle of it is investigated.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for getting us all those details. CBI at the NTA office. So the NTA had said that they will cooperate with the CBI and follow the due process. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Much more coming up. On the other side, we'll track what's happening in Tamil Nadu, VCK protests, selection of an astrologer as the OSD in the CMO office. So that's one of the top stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the top updates.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases of variant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and we begin this bulletin with a major story as the TVK has just proved their majority numbers in the floor of the assembly, and as the row erupts over the appointment of his astrologer as the OSD so far. Now we are getting reports that now Vijay has been forced to remove his astrologer, who has earlier been appointed as the OSD to the Chief Minister, has now been revoked after pressure and condemnation from many of his government. Now, Vijay, after just proving his majority in the floor of the Assembly, his astrologer, Ratan Pandit, his position as the OSD has now been revoked after the appointment was taken as a very unpopular choice among his political peers. Now, Ratan Pandit, the personal astrologer of Vijay, who has earlier been appointed as the OSD, has now been revoked, and Vijay, in fact, was forced to remove astrologers after much opposition to this appointment. I'm now joined by my colleague Sharda, who has been tracking the story. Sharda, this is now a first step that Vijay has now taken after his party has just passed the floor test of the assembly. Now his personal astrologer, very wide condemnation against this. What's the latest you're tracking for us?
Well, Amrita, today at the assembly floor, after multiple political parties condemned TVK leader Vijay on saying that appointing an astrologer as the OSD was not acceptable. In this case, now immediately after the assembly floor test, where TVK has won 144 seats and leading the majority, Vijay has immediately taken an action to remove astrologer Ratan Pandit as OSD. Party suggested that they agree and they support and also understand that the belief that Vijay has in astrology, and explained that back when Jayalalitha also believed in astrology, it was parties that did not agree. She appointed her as a personal advisor and not as a political advisor, and did not offer them a government position. Now in this move, Vijay has revoked the position of the official support as an officer on duty for the Chief Minister. So it's the first move that the TVK is taking after the political parties condemned his move on making the astrologer as officer on duty for the Chief Minister. So we can see that this is a big move bringing in by the TVK leader Vijay.
That's right. And Sharda, I think the first Congress, when they pledged their alliance to the TVK, they did that with just one condition, that the current government would be secular. Secular was the first reason. And now with this appointment have rattled many of the other political peers as well. Could that be the reason behind TVK Chief's Vijay's decision, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu?
Amrita, we need to understand it's not just the parties that gave external support, but also the ally party Congress saying that the condition of the secularism is all they wanted. And in that case, now Vijay's party, listening to the alliance parties and the parties that gave external support to him, have revoked the position of OSD for astrologer Ratan Pandit. Even the DMK leaders, the opposition leader, the AIDMK, the DMTK, the PMK, all the political party leaders who spoke on the assembly floor today condemned this move of TVK leader and the Chief Minister of this. Vijay is moved to appoint an astrologer as a political advisor and officer on duty for Chief Minister. So this move is not that was appreciable by the left parties, the CPI, CPM, BCK. The Congress also condemned Vijay's move yesterday. Now, following all that condemnation, Vijay, as a Chief Minister, removed Ratan Pandit from officer on special duty for Chief Minister.
And Right, Sharda, thank you so much for all of your inputs. We will get back to you very shortly. And we now have another major story now coming in from Manipur. Church leaders have been ambushed in Kangpokpi district allegedly by the NSC and IM and the VBIGs, the armed miscreant groups, and former MBC General Secretary have reportedly been killed on the spot in this incident. And church leaders belonging to the Thadau Baptist Church Association have been ambushed by the NSC and IM and VBIGs. According to initial reports we are getting so far, Reverend V. Silthau has been killed. He was a former General Secretary of the Manipur Baptist Convention as well, and is said to have been killed in the ambush on the spot. Along with him, 3 others have been killed, and in a total, several others have been injured. And in response to this incident, a total shutdown has been declared along the national highway of the Imphal-Dimapur road. Viewers, remember, Kangpokpi district is situated right between this highway, and the ambush took place right in this region. Now, the church leaders were returning from Kangpokpi from Churachandpur district, and after attending a United Baptist Convention conference in Churachandpur, they were ambushed midway. Now, I'm joined by my colleague Johnson and Lin Toy from the ground, who have been tracking this story very closely. I'll first start with Johnson. Johnson, you have been speaking to some of the sources there as well. And what are the latest that we have so far? Is this another ambush or another angle that we can look as a multi-ethnic conflict now paving way in the conflict-torn state of Manipur? Johnson.
Yes, Amrita. It is clearly an ambush, but also it can be considered as one of the angles to, to keep Manipur in fresh tense and also to keep the ethnic violence to ethnic class ongoing. So today, talking to various sources, including various police officials, the ambush has been carried out along this between the Kochim and Kolen villages in Kangpokpi district and the exit of Churachandpur district. So the Thadau Baptist Association of India church leaders, they were moving towards the Churachandpur. In the very incident, 3 of the church leaders was killed on spot, and leading 4 of them were injured and one left unharmed. So the killed church leaders are identified as Reverend Bung Thang, President of the Thadau Baptist Association India, and Reverend Paugulan of Youth Secretary, Thadau Baptist Association of India, and Reverend Kaigaulun, Finance Secretary. So various civil society organizations from the Kuki, they have claimed that they belong to the Kuki, but the Thadau Inti Manipur and various Thadau CSOs, they have claimed that these 3 killed church leaders, they do not belong to the Kuki community, they belong purely to the Thadau community. And also from various Kuki community, it is alleged that the ambush has been carried out by NSN, IM or JBA, but according to sources, these Nagar guards, they have denied the allegation. They have no role, they have no involvement. Those Naga volunteers or NSN, IM, they have no involvement in the ambush that has been carried out. So resulting to this, then total shutdown has been declared along this Imphal-Dimapur road, this national highway, and right now shutdown has been started at Kangpokpi area, blocking various movements and all. So this can be, this is the very first violence incident that happens in Manipur, and also this is an ongoing tension. This is an ongoing tension to keep Manipur still burning, and the question arises is why this ethnic violence still continues, and why there is no solution, why there is ongoing situation between these ethnic groups. Back to you,
right.
Rita.
That's right, Johnson. Do stay with us. I'll just cut across to Lin Toy, who is joining us as well. Lin Toy, we're now getting reports that the national highway has now been shut in response to this incident that happened after church leaders belonging to the Thadau community, as they say, have been killed. Is this a more deepening into the ethnic conflict in Manipur?
Yes, Amrita.
blocking roads after such kind of ambush and such kind of incidents become so normal in Manipur. So this is not such a kind of a first incident that unfolded in Manipur. Multiple ambush, multiple incidents, multiple crises has been erupted in Manipur. However, the only solution to protest against such kind of ambush is blocking the roads and declaring shutdown. So this is not only the solution, but this would be bring by on the political talks. So with the political talks and political dialogues. So Amrita, we can also recall about the Namli, Jitoro and Wangli incident where an ambush took place, where an arson attack took place. And also, Amrita, so the incident that unfolded today was occurred between Kodjim and Cortland village when the church leaders who claim to be the Tangkhul Baptist Association church leaders were traveling from Churachandpur towards Kangpokpi after attending the United Baptist Convention Conference. So following this ambush, immediate shutdown has begun at Kangpokpi along National Highway 2, which is also the lifeline, which is the Imphal-Dimapur route. So one of the significant development here is that Reverend V. Silthau, a senior church leader and former General Secretary of the Manipur Baptist Convention, is reportedly feared death in the ambush.
That's right, Lintoy. Thank you so much for all of your inputs. And Johnson, do track the story, and we'll get back to you very shortly once again. Now, viewers, we're moving on to another major development. Again, the astrologer, Ratan Pandit, his position now has been revoked, as the OSD has now been revoked after political parties have condemned this move. And Vijay has, in fact, rolled back this after massive criticism, just after he has proven his majority on the floor of the House, and his first action has been to revoke the order where he appointed his personal astrologer as the OSD to the Chief Minister. Ratan. Right, now I'm joined by my colleague Sharda to give us more details on this story. Sharda, we are getting this latest development. We're going to this once again, the revocation again, after much condemnation from the political parties across the floor. And Vijay has taken this step to roll back the decision to appoint his personal astrologer. And what's the latest at this point? Sharda, to tell us.
Well, Amrita, today during the floor test, while Vijay has won the floor test with a 144 majority, meanwhile, multiple condemnations came against Chief Minister Vijay, both from the external support party, the Alliance Party, Congress in itself, and also BCK, CPI, CPM, and also the other parties which voted against Vijay, telling that it is not fair for an astrologer to be appointed as official on special duty in a government service. People suggested that the astrologer could be a personal addition to Vijay's team, and that it can keep as a personal advisor of the Chief Minister, but it was not right to give him a government position and be appointed as officer on special duty for Chief Minister. So now the order has been revoked, where Ratan Pandit, the astrologer who was appointed on special duty, has now been revoked. His position remains to be a personal advisor for Vijay, and also who will continue to work with Vijay in the TVK party as a political and a personal advisor.
Is this, Sharda, is this another message of Vijay in his maiden administration as a Chief Minister? Is this his message to the public that he listens to the people, to demands, and he delivers? Is this the kind of a message that he wants to put forward as well by this particular step?
Well, this is the first step that Vijay is taking as the TVK chief, and this comes after proving majority in the floor test with multiple parties supporting him. The chief minister has taken a very strong action as multiple people condemned his move. So likely that the TVK party over the next few days, or even in the 5 years of governance, that the party is telling that they have hope with the TVK's government doing a proper governance as a secular party. The main condition that was kept by all the ally party, including the left party, parties was to continue to be secular and not appoint an astrologer as officer on special duty, which also gives them the relief on the superstition that the people will have by appointing an astrologer as officer on special duty.
Right, Shraddha, to stay with us. And now we are joined on the phone line by Apsara Reddy, AIA-DMK leader. And first of all, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, Apsara. I would like your reaction to this, as Vijay has now revoked the appointment of OASD, his personal astrologer, as the OASD after much condemnation. I would like your reaction on this, Apsara. Right, it seems that we have had a disconnected phone line. We will definitely try to reach her once again. Now, coming back to you, Shraddha, my question is that the secular position that Vijay wants to maintain, is that one of the reasons that he has quickly, very swiftly, in fact, revoked just a day after his astrologer was appointed? And also, does this signal of him trying to give Right, Shraddha, do stay on the line. We will get back to you. We have now been connected. We are joined by Apsara Reddy, in fact, and on the phone line. Very good afternoon to you. And, well, I would like your reaction on this after Vijay has revoked the appointment of his personal astrologer as the OASD to the Chief Minister. Apsara. Right, we seem to have a disconnection. We will definitely try again. Shraddha, coming back to you. And I would like more details and a breakdown of what happened from the appointment of his personal astrologer and the condemnation that grew. And even on the floor of the House, we heard many words that flew in the floor of the Assembly as well. I would like for you to give a breakdown for our viewers. Shraddha.
Amrita, yesterday afternoon, after the speaker was appointed, the official letter of saying Mr. Matin Patel, who has been an astrologer and a personal advisor for Vijay, was appointed as officer on special duty. So following that, multiple parties, the one that is giving external support to the TVK, the VCK, the Congress, the CPI and the CPM, condemned this move, telling that it was not fair for an astrologer to be appointed as officer on special duty for the Chief Minister. And they claimed that people would now believe in astrology and superstitions, which was not fair to promote by a government that said they will be secular. While TVK has promised the Congress and its ally party to continue to be secular and that they will not agree for any communalism, this move came as a shock for the ally parties. In this case, TVK leader Vijay was condemned by multiple political leaders today on the assembly floor before going on the floor test. The majority of the people who supported Vijay did urge him to remove officer on special duty, the astrologer Matin Patel, to be his personal advisor and not as officer on special duty for Chief Minister. And following the floor test, the person has been revoked from his order now.
Right, thank you so much for your updates, Shraddha. And we will move on to another big development coming in right outside of the NTA office, where there's a big protest breaking out after the NEET UG 2026 exam question leak scam broke out. We now give you visuals cut across to the protest that's happening right outside of the NTA agency center. A big update in the NEET paper leak case in Hideout, Nagar. I'm now joined by my colleague, Harsh, who has been tracking this story very closely. Harsh, give us a breakdown of what's happening there at the moment.
Right, in fact, now this is the ABVP protest that we are witnessing right outside the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi. Now, protests have erupted since yesterday. Now, these are in fact the ABVP protesters who are protesting right outside the NTA office in New Delhi. This is a massive protest that we see here. They are in fact demanding the termination of NTA chief. In fact, the Director General of NTA, they are demanding. You see some action here in my frame. We'll also try to speak to them.
छात्रों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ बंद करो। हम अपना अधिकार मांगते हैं, किसी से भीख मांगते। पढ़ने का अधिकार मांगते हैं, किसी से भीख मांगते। शिक्षा का अधिकार मांगते हैं, किसी से भीख मांगते। पढ़ने का अधिकार मांगते हैं, किसी से भीख मांगते। एनटीए प्रशासन शर्म करो, शर्म करो, शर्म करो। शर्म नहीं तो डूब मरो, डूब मरो, डूब मरो। अरे एनटीए प्रशासन शर्म करो, शर्म करो, शर्म करो। शर्म नहीं तो डूब मरो, चलेगी नहीं चलेगी इस्तीफा दो इस्तीफा दो इस्तीफा दो इस्तीफा दो इस्तीफा दो इस्तीफा दो हनन हुआ तो भूल जाएंगे सड़कों पे
Well, right. In fact, now this is the massive protests that have erupted now outside the NTA office in New Delhi. These are, in fact, ABVP protesters who are demanding the termination of National Testing Agency's Director General Abhishek Singh, the man in charge. They are demanding for accountability as the career of nearly 23 lakh aspirants who appeared for the May 3rd NEET examination remains stranded, as the NTA has now handed over. In fact, the probe for the entire matter has been officially handed over to CBI. We earlier also showed you on Republic TV that the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation also arriving at the NTA office in New Delhi.
That's right, Harsh. And also, have you had a chance to speak to some of the protesters there? And we know they are demanding. Now we know they are also demanding the resignation of some of the NTA office bearers as well. Harsh, have you had a chance to speak to some of the protesters? We know the CBI have taken over the case, and some of the main accused have in fact been nabbed as well so far. Harsh. Right, it seems we seem to have lost connection. But these are some of the visuals, viewers. You are seeing a protest breaking out right outside the NTA office. The protesters demanding the resignation of the NTA office bearers, some of the chiefs, and blaming them for even saying they have betrayed the students and blaming them for the responsibility that they have and for the lives, the many student lives who were preparing for this exam and have now been completely neglected with this latest and big oversight and total lapse of security with regards to checking the question papers. And this is not the first time, viewers, that has happened. It has happened in the past as well. And these are some of the visuals on your screen that we can see that the protest has broken out right outside of the NTA office. Now, Harsh, coming back to you, have you had a chance to speak to some of the protesters? We know the CBI has taken over the case and they are investigating very swiftly. In fact, a major main accused in this whole scam has in fact been nabbed, and it will be produced before the Delhi court pretty soon as well. What's the latest, and can you tell us, our viewers, of the latest that you have received so far, Harsh?
Right, in fact, now this is a massive protest that we are witnessing right outside the National Testing Agency's office that is headquartered in New Delhi. These are, in fact, the ABVP protesters who are now demanding for accountability. They are asking the tough questions. They are, in fact, demanding for the termination of the National Testing Agency's Director General Abhishek Singh, who is the man in charge. We earlier also showed our viewers. These were, in fact, the exclusive visuals of the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, in fact, reaching here at the NTA office just a short while back. And now this is a massive protest, in fact, that we see. We'll also try to speak to a few protesters, in fact. Sir, आप यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए हैं, क्या मांग है आपकी सरकार से?
हमारी ये मांग है कि जिन लोगों ने भी ये कार्य करे उनके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
क्या आप मंत्री जी जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैं धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, उनसे भी ये सवाल पूछेंगे कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
सवाल पूछेंगे कि क्या विद्यार्थियों के साथ, उनके जीवन के साथ खेलना ही आपका कार्य रह गया है? पिछले 3 साल से एक हुआ है, जब भी किसी ने कुछ सजा नहीं दी, तो इस बार सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए उनके खिलाफ।
लगभग 23 लाख ऐसे छात्र हैं जो इससे प्रभावित हुए हैं। अब जिनका जो एग्जाम है नीट का, जो 3 मई को हुआ था, वो जो है रद्द कर दिया गया है। आप बतौर एक स्टूडेंट, बतौर एक छात्र कैसे देखते हैं?
पहली बार तो हुआ नहीं है, ये लगातार तीसरी बार हुआ है। तो इसमें एनटीए को खुद को अपनी सारी की सारी कमिटीज़ रद्द कर देनी चाहिए, पहली चीज़ ये। दूसरी चीज़, जो भी इसमें साजिश में शामिल है उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नाउ दिस इज व्हाट वी सी, अ मैसिव प्रोटेस्ट बाय ABVP स्टूडेंट्स हियर राइट आउटसाइड द NTA ऑफिस in Delhi. Back to studio.
Well, thank you so much for all of your updates, Harsh, and we will get back to you very shortly. And these are some of the visuals you see on your screen, a protest breaking out right outside the NTA office, and students, the protesters demanding justice for the students. And now, viewers, we are taking a very short break as of this moment, but we will be right back. We will continue to track the story. Republic will give you all of the details that has taken place so far with regards to the NEET paper leak case, and coming back to you after a very short break.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Republic accesses WhatsApp chat between the buyer and the seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network and portable scanners. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. Post-mortem reports still awaited. As per sources, Pratik Yadav was suffering from depression and was getting treatment done. VCK protests selection of astrologer as OST in a CMO office. Vijay goes for a rollback. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Hello Navaiv and welcome sir. You're watching breaking news live and updates coming in at this morning. With me, Ishita Mitra. Now, big update coming in the NEET story paper leak. Now, another arrest has been made from Ahilya Nagar. This is the 16th man to be detained in the case. Now, 15 arrests made from across the country and now 16th one being made from Ahilya Nagar. Now, with NEET UG paper leak case, the probe in this case is now widening. Another man in fact has been detained. He's a friend of Shubham Khairnar, who is the mastermind in the case, is now been taken into custody. He's in fact detained by the police in Rahata, Ahilya Nagar, Maharashtra. Now remember, he was apprehended during a joint operation conducted by Ahilya Nagar and Pune police forces. Now remember, Pune is of course the epicenter of this entire leak that took place in this NEET UG exam. Police is now in fact cracking down on all the suspects across the country. 15 arrested so far and now 16th arrest made. Going across to my colleague Harsh, who's been tracking this story, covering the protests at the moment outside the NTA office.
Right, in fact, now
right,
you see here, these are the visuals live and exclusive on Republic TV. These are the visuals that are coming from outside DTU office in New Delhi. The ABVP protesters are now in fact trying to get inside the National Testing Agency's office. They are in fact now trying to go inside the premises of the National Testing Agency amid tightened security. Heavy security protocols are in place. Now, these are in fact the visuals that are coming in live for you on Republic TV. ABVP protesters in fact trying to get inside, dodging the extensive security protocol which is now in place.
छात्रों के साथ खिलवाड़ बंद करो। 22 लाख स्टूडेंट के साथ खिलवाड़ कराए। भैया आओ।
These in fact are the visuals of Delhi University Student Union President Aryan Man trying to get inside, trying to dodge inside the security protocol to enter the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi. They're in fact now trying to get inside the office. This is the ABVP protest that we are showing you on Republic TV. These in fact are the visuals. You see the visuals of ABVP Delhi University Student Union President Aryan Man trying to get inside the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi amid tightened security. In fact, some of these protesters have also managed to go inside. आर्यन क्या सवाल है पूछेंगे?
और अपने सामने चलाओ लो जी लो
You see now, these are in fact the visuals of ABVP protesters trying to get inside. Managed to go inside the National Testing Agency's office premises in New Delhi. In fact, they are being detained now by the police personnel of Delhi Police. There is heavy security that is in place. However, now these are the fresh visuals that we are bringing to you on Republic TV. They have now in fact managed to break the barriers to go inside. These are the visuals we are showing to you on Republic TV.
आजा इधर आजा होते हुए हर बार कैसे पेपर लीक हो जाते हैं देखिए आ रहे हैं
There is some action that we are seeing here. There is.
क्या कहोगे इस तरीके से एनजीओ के बाहर प्रदर्शन हो रहा
All right, viewers, those are the visuals we're getting from outside the NTA office where ABVP protesters can be seen, in fact, climbing atop the barricades that have been put outside the office. Now, the anger among the student union is swelling up. They are calling for accountability to be fixed in this entire NEET leak operation. Now, these are protesters on your screen. You can see them trying to climb, trying to dodge the several layers of security that have been put up outside the NTA office. Now, yesterday, it was NSUI. Today, in fact, ABVP has taken to streets protesting outside the NTA office. Now, you can see the protesters, in fact, trying to climb atop these barricades. My colleague Harsh is present on the ground outside the NTA office. Harsh, take us through what's happening on the ground right now outside the NTA office.
Right, in fact, now these are the fresh visuals we are bringing to you on Republic TV. These are, in fact, live visuals from outside the NTA office premises in New Delhi. These are ABVP protesters who are, in fact, trying to get inside the office premises. There is a lot of action that can be seen here. Protesters trying to dodge the fencing that has been put into place by the Rapid Action Force that is here, that is deployed here on the spot today. Now there are teams of Delhi police that are trying to control the situation, but we earlier showed to you that how these protesters were in fact, these are in fact the angry protests that we are witnessing after the malicious leak of NEET paper that was conducted on May 3rd. Now these are the ABVP protesters. You see a lot of action happening right here outside the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi, where there is confrontation that is seen between the protesters and the security teams that are put into place. These are teams of the Rapid Action Force. These are teams from the Delhi police, and these are student union protesters. We saw Delhi University Student Union Aryanman, who was also speaking to us a short while back. He also in fact dodged these fence and he went inside. Now these protesters are also being detained by the teams of Delhi police and the Rapid Action Force that is deployed here. A big drama that is unfolding right outside the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi that we are witnessing, that we are bringing to you live on Republic TV. These are in fact exclusive visuals that we are bringing to you on Republic TV from the National Testing Agency's office. These are in fact the visuals of the ABVP protesters trying to ask for accountability. They in fact are demanding the termination of the Director General of National Testing Agency here in New Delhi.
Right, Harsh, of course, you can see right now, in fact, a Rapid Action Force in action on the ground. They're trying to prevent these student protesters from entering the premises of the NTA office. But any word from NTA yet on this entire operation? We are looking at several arrests now being made. Over 15 people have been arrested across the country. So any word from the NTA?
Right, Ishita, now the investigation has been officially handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Earlier on Republic TV, we brought exclusive visuals of the CBI teams, in fact, entering the NTA premises here in New Delhi. And in fact, the CBI is investigating this matter. At least 16 people have been detained. The mastermind, Manav Yadav, has also been detained. There is a lot of things that is happening earlier. In a press conference, in a press statement, the National Testing Agency Chief, the Director General Abhishek Singh, who in fact is the man in charge, the senior IAS officer, has also said that all necessary actions will be taken and the accountables and the accused will be brought to justice. Now, you see, there is again some action happening here.
Right.
The protesters are being detained. They are in fact trying to get inside again, inside the NTA office. You see Rapid Action Force that is in action. The personnel of Delhi police. A lot happening right outside the National Testing Agency office that is headquartered in Delhi's Okla. These are visuals. These are in fact live and exclusive visuals that we are bringing to you on Republic TV. A massive protest that is unfolding in New Delhi right outside the NTA office after the malicious leak of NEET papers that was carried out on May 3rd. These are in fact live visuals. A lot can be seen here happening with the ABVP protesters now in fact also trying to get inside the premises.
Right, Harsh. As we can see, some of these protesters are also clashing with the rapid action force, which is deployed on the ground. They're trying to restore some calm, some order at the side and to prevent these protesters from entering the NTA office. Now, students are anxious right now. They will have to reappear for the NEET UG exam. So any idea, any timeline on when the re-examination could take place? Anything that you're picking up from your sources?
Right, Ishita. Now, earlier it was a Republic news break that our source has informed Republic that the examination can be reconducted as soon as within the next 3 weeks. Now, the official confirmation on this matter is yet to be ascertained. However, they are now saying that a decision can be taken within the next 10 days and they'll come up with a date in the next 10 days. Admit cards will be reissued, timetable will be reissued, but this is a big action by the ABVP protesters that we are witnessing from outside the National Testing Agency's office in Delhi's Okhla that we are witnessing. In fact, we earlier had a chance to speak to Delhi University Student Union President Aryan Man, who also was demanding for accountability. He was in fact demanding for the termination of the NTA chief, the man in charge, senior IAS officer, Director General Abhishek Singh. He is in fact demanding for accountability when the career of nearly 23 lakh students remain at stake. Ishita.
Right, of course, Harsh, and we're looking at these clashes and now escalating at the site outside the NTA office. A rapid action force, they're being deployed trying to prevent these protesters. But I want to ask you, as far as any word from the NTA is concerned, these protesters, they have been, asking for accountability to be fixed, and they're calling out the silence of the organization of this entire leak. So, are we looking at also some detentions are being made at the site?
Well, right, we showed you the visuals of, in fact, a few protesters who were trying to get inside the National Testing Agency's office that is headquartered here in Okhla. Now, heavy barricading is put into place. There are teams of rapid action. Now, you see again, this is happening yet again on Republic's camera. The teams of rapid action force, in fact, now trying to detain. In fact, they're trying to control the situation here. They're trying to pull out the protesters who are trying to barge into the NTA headquarters in New Delhi. A lot of action we are bringing for you on Republic's camera. These are in fact the first and exclusive visuals of Akhil Bharati Vidyarthi Parishad President. You see, will in fact try to speak to protesters. Sir, क्या हो रहा है? आपको अंदर जाने से क्यों रोका?
सब साल भ्रष्ट हो चुके हैं, जो हमें अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। जब जब एनटीए सरकार डरती है, तब तक हमें अंदर पुलिस वाले लगा देते हैं।
Now these are the visuals. You see protesters. These are angry protesters. These are in fact ABVP protesters who are trying to get inside the National Testing Agency's office in New Delhi. These are in fact the visuals that we are fetching for our viewers on Republic TV. These are fresh and live visuals that we are pouring in. A lot of action, a lot of drama is unfolding here with the teams of Delhi Police, Rapid Action Force deployed here. They are trying to prevent these protesters from getting inside the NTA office. But this is a big protest that we are witnessing here in New Delhi after the malicious leak of NEET paper that was scheduled on May 3rd. Now these are in fact the visuals that we are bringing to you live and exclusive on Republic TV.
Right, Harsh, looking at these protests and now, in fact, intensifying outside the NTA office. You can see time and again they try to, topple these barricades and try to enter the premises. And then you, of course, have Rapid Action Force coming in together, trying to put these barricades back, preventing them from entering the office. And this has been going on, in fact, for past half an hour. For our viewers who are just tuning in, let me recap it for you. What's exactly happening right now outside the NTA office? Now, these are ABVP protesters who are trying to enter the NTA office. They're calling for accountability to be fixed in this entire matter. They're calling out the silence of the organization. Now, Harsh, my colleague, is present outside the NTA office. He's been covering these protests now. Harsh, if you could just list down the demands by these protesters for our viewers.
Right, Ishita, we managed to speak to the Delhi University Student Union President, who also comes from Akhil Bharati Vidyarthi Parishad. On Republic's camera, he is clearly demanding for accountability. He is demanding the termination of the National Testing Agency's chief, the man in charge, the Director General, the senior IAS officer, Abhishek Singh. He is saying, he is clearly mentioning that it is not done when the lives and careers of nearly 23 lakh aspirants appearing for a prestigious exam remain at stake because of a malicious leak. He is clearly demanding, in fact, the protesters here, these are in fact the ABVP protesters, clearly demanding for accountability by the government of India, by the National Testing Agency, and they are demanding for accountability as the lives of nearly 23 lakh aspirants remain at stake. Ishita.
Right, Harsh. So we are looking at the situation now escalating. Also take us through the latest developments we're getting as far as a legal investigation goes into this case. Now CBI has taken over and over 16 people have been arrested so far from across India. This was an operation that went beyond one state. It involved multiple states, and now we are looking at a crackdown taking place as well.
Right, Ishita. In fact, at least 16 people have been detained nationwide. The prime accused, the mastermind of the leak, has been detained. The investigation has been officially handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. A lot is being done. There are big progresses in this regard. We earlier showed our viewers on Republic TV the exclusive visuals of teams of CBI, in fact, reaching the National Testing Agency's office. A lot is being done. The NTA chief, in fact, has also said that they'll take all possible action, they'll take all necessary actions to bring the accused to justice. And at least 16 people have been detained so far. The prime accused have been identified. The main culprit have been identified. The investigation has intensified. They have said that the re-examination will be conducted as soon as possible. Then, in fact, reissue the admit cards within the next 10 days. And all the accused who are involved in this case, including the masterminds, will be brought to the books. And CBI is in fact clearly taking cognizance of the matter. They are in fact present here at NTA office. We have the visuals of the teams of CBI in fact reaching the National Testing Agency's office here in New Delhi.
Right, that's what students are also asking for the accountability to be fixed and for the dates to be announced for the re-examination. In fact, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you all the updates regarding this entire leak operation and how the protests have now escalated outside the NTA office in New Delhi, where students ask for accountability to be fixed.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is a Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the NEET paper leak case, because protests are happening as we speak in Delhi. We'll get you all the latest updates on that story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic accessed a WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies, including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network, and portable scanners. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. As per reports, Pratik was suffering from depression and was getting his treatment done. And post a storm over astrologer, he has been removed from his position after protests from the opposition, VCK and other parties. And Vijay passes the floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are getting right now in the Pratik Yadav death case, because he died under mysterious circumstances. And now, as per the latest reports, we are getting to know that Aparna Yadav, who's the wife of recently deceased Pratik Yadav, has now reached Lucknow. And meanwhile, the mortal remains of Pratik Yadav have been handed over to the next of the kin. Now, Aparna Yadav has just now reached in Lucknow. We are tracking minute-to-minute updates of what's happening after the mysterious death of Pratik Yadav. Pratik Yadav is son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he died early morning under mysterious circumstances, and he was declared brought dead at the civil hospital. And now these are the visuals of Aparna Yadav on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. First on Republic on your screens, as you can see, she was in Assam, as we are being told, and now she has reached Lucknow after the death of Pratik Yadav. Now, Pratik Yadav was suffering from depression and other diseases, lung diseases also, as per the sources, and neurological diseases also, for which he was getting treatment done at Medanta. And today morning, he died mysteriously. He was a fitness freak. He used to go to gym regularly, and he died all of a sudden. Now, let's go to our correspondent for more details on the story. Senior correspondent Sumit is live with us. Sumit, आप लगातार इस पूरे घटनाक्रम पर नजर बना के रखे हुए हैं. क्या कुछ जानकारी निकल कर अब सामने आ रही है? क्या गुत्थी सुलझती हुई नजर आ रही है या फिर गुत्थी और उलझती हुई नजर आ रही है? अब तो अपर्णा यादव भी पहुंच चुकी हैं, ऐसी खबर आ रही है सामने. सुमित.
देखिए बिल्कुल कुछ देर पहले अपर्णा यादव लखनऊ पहुंची और उसके कुछ ही देर बाद यहां से पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से अभी कुछ देर पहले ही प्रतीक यादव के शव को ले जाया गया है प्रतीक यादव के आवास पर। वहीं अपर्णा यादव पहुंचेंगी और वहीं पर जो अंतिम दर्शन के लिए कुछ देर के लिए रखा जाएगा। और जो प्रतीक यादव के साले जो अमन सिंह बिष्ट हैं उनसे हमारी बात हुई, वो उसी शव वाहन में मौजूद थे। उन्होंने कहा कि लखनऊ में ही उनका अंतिम संस्कार होगा, यहीं पर शाम में अंतिम संस्कार होगा, अंतिम दर्शन के लिए रखा जाएगा। लेकिन इन सबके बीच बड़ा सवाल कि मौत कैसे हुई, किन वजहों से हुई। कई सारी बातें आ रही हैं, कुछ बातें आ रही हैं कि फेफड़ों की बीमारी से ग्रसित थे, कुछ डिप्रेशन की बात कही जा रही है, लेकिन उनके दोस्त कह रहे हैं कि कोई गंभीर बीमारी नहीं थी और सब कुछ ठीक था, स्वस्थ थे वो। और इन सब के बीच विसरा भी सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है, क्योंकि मौत का जो स्पष्ट कारण है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक भी सामने नहीं आ रहा है। उस स्पष्ट कारण को लेकर भी अभी कोई कुछ कह नहीं पा रहा है। अब रिपोर्ट जब बाहर आएगी इंतजार इसी बात का है, लेकिन अभी विसरा सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है। यहाँ से शव को ले जाया गया। यहाँ सुबह जब शव लाया गया था 8:30 बजे पोस्टमार्टम शुरू हुआ। जो डॉक्टरों का पैनल था उसने पोस्टमार्टम किया, बाकायदा वीडियोग्राफी हुई और उस पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है। अपर्णा यादव के आने का इंतजार था। अपर्णा यादव असम गई थी, असम से वो लैंड किए 1:30 बजे करीब लैंड उन्होंने वो लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर लैंड हुई है और सीधे वो अपने आवास पर जाएंगे जहां से इस शव को ले जाया गया है और वहीं पर वो पहुंचेंगे। हमारे साथ रविदास मेहरोत्रा जी हैं। रविदास जी, आप अंदर थे, क्या कुछ भी पता चल पाया?
समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी के छोटे भाई प्रतीक यादव जी का आज आकस्मिक और असामयिक निधन हो गया, जिससे हम लोग बहुत अधिक दुखी और आहत हैं। जब जानकारी मैंने करी तो ये हुआ कि संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई है और हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे। इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनकी मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए। यहाँ पर 9 बजे लगभग पोस्टमार्टम हो गया था। उसके बाद कई घंटे बॉडी यहाँ पर रखी रही। बार बार पूछा गया कि बॉडी क्यों रखी गई है, तो कहा गया कि उनकी पत्नी आने वाली हैं। उनकी पत्नी यहाँ पर नहीं आई और फिर उनकी बॉडी को यहाँ से अभी भी जो है पुलिस प्रशासन ने
जानबूझकर, आप कह रहे हैं, बॉडी को रखा गया था?
जी, 9 बजे पोस्टमार्टम हो गया, उसके बाद भी जानबूझ करके पोस्टमार्टम।
आप कह रहे हैं जहर देने की बात, क्या जहर दिया गया?
डॉक्टर ने हमसे बताया कि जब बॉडी को लाया गया सिलसिल में तो उनकी संदिग्ध अवस्था में मौत हो गई थी। जब उनको लाया गया उससे पहले वो मर चुके थे और इस जो है उनकी जो पूछा गया तो कहा हो सकता है कि उनकी बॉडी में जहर हो और उनके शरीर पर नीले नीले दाग पड़े,
नीले निशान थे, चोट के भी निशान थे। आपने अंदर बॉडी देखा क्या?
जी, अंदर जो है उनकी बॉडी पर चोट के निशान थे और नीले नीले दाग थे। या तो जहर के निशान होंगे या उनको
आपने खुद अपनी आंखों से देखा?
जी,
नीले निशान पूरे शरीर पर थे?
नहीं, जो देख पाए शरीर उस पर थे, अब पूरे शरीर में होंगे।
और चोट कहाँ थे?
पैर में देखा गया, पैर में चोट थी।
पैर में
और उनको जो है ये लगता है कि पॉइजन दिया गया है। उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए और जांच इस बात की भी हो कि पोस्टमार्टम होने के कई घंटे बाद तक बॉडी मॉर्चरी में क्यों रही।
कहा जा रहा है कि अपर्णा यादव आएंगी, उसका इंतजार था।
बिना आए फिर क्यों बॉडी दे दी गई?
नहीं, अभी खबर है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर लैंड कर
जब उन खबर थी तो बॉडी पहले क्यों दी गई? हम लोग लगातार ये मांग कर रहे थे कि पोस्टमार्टम हो गया है तो बॉडी उनके घर भेजी जाए। तो ये कहा गया हम लोगों से कि उनकी पत्नी आ रही है, लेकिन पत्नी नहीं आई। उसके बावजूद भी उनकी बॉडी अब भेजी गई। तो इतने घंटे उनकी बॉडी क्यों रोकी गई, इस बात की
आप बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, साजिश की बात
से। ये बड़ी साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है और उनकी जो मौत हुई है इसके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी पत्नी ने अभी हाल में जब समाजवादी पार्टी का झंडा जलाया था तो उससे प्रतीक यादव बहुत अधिक आहत थे।
आपको लग रहा है इसके पीछे कोई पॉलिटिकल या फिर कारोबार भी
कोई भी कारण हो, इनके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनकी मौत सामान्य नहीं है, संदिग्ध अवस्था में।
आप कह रहे हैं बीजेपी में शामिल हुई तब से वो परेशान थे अपर्णा यादव? जब
अब वो परेशान थे, हमको अंकल कहते थे, वो बहुत व्यवहार कुशल थे, लेकिन उसके बाद से वो काफ़ी दुखी रहा करते थे।
ठीक है, रविदास मेहरोत्रा एक बहुत बड़ी बात कहते हुए, ये बड़ी खबर और ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ है, ये ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ है, क्योंकि रविदास मेहरोत्रा कह रहे हैं कि हमने बॉडी देखा पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में, हमने बॉडी देखा और शरीर नीला पड़ा था, यानी जहर के लक्षण थे, जहर दिया गया होगा और पैर में चोट के निशान थे। ये रविदास मेहरोत्रा जो खुद पोस्टमार्टम हाउस से निकले हैं, उन्होंने इस बात को कन्फर्म किया। जो बात हम लगातार, रिपब्लिक के मीडिया नेटवर्क लगातार ये कह रहा है कि शरीर नीला पड़ा था, सूत्रों के हवाले से हम खबर चला रहे थे और साथ ही साथ ये बता रहे थे कि पैर पर चोट का निशान, जिसे कंफर्म किया है रविदास मेहरोत्रा, जो बॉडी देखकर आए हैं। और उस बॉडी को देखकर बाहर निकलकर उसका एक आरोप ये भी है कि पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में इतने घंटे तक बॉडी को क्यों रखा गया, जबकि सुबह 9 बजे ही पोस्टमार्टम कंप्लीट हो गया था। उसके बावजूद यहाँ बॉडी को रखा जाना, अपर्णा यादव का इंतजार किया जाना, तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं रविदास मेहरोत्रा। ये बड़ी बात है कि जांच इसमें मांग की जा रही है और जांच होगी। डिजिटल सबूत भी इकट्ठा किए गए हैं, जो लैपटॉप है, उनका आईपैड है, मोबाइल है, वो सब पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में कर लिया है, सिक्योर कर लिया है, ताकि कहीं से कोई लेन देन या कोई मैसेज की बात हो तो वो पता चल सके। क्योंकि रियल एस्टेट का कारोबार भी था उनका, और रियल एस्टेट के कारोबार में अलग अलग लोगों से उनके साथ ये लेन देन का था। और उसमें एक बड़ी बात ये है, एक बड़ी बात ये है कि हाल ही में उन्होंने एक रंगदारी का मामला भी दर्ज करवाया था। और इस पूरे कंपनी में डायरेक्टर के तौर पर प्रतीक यादव भी हुआ करते थे, और प्रतीक यादव के साले अमन सिंह बिष्ट भी थे, जो अमन सिंह बिष्ट से हमने कुछ देर पहले बात की जब वो शव वाहन में थे। और सुबह ही अमन सिंह बिष्ट ही बॉडी लेकर आए थे। अमन सिंह बिष्ट लगातार उनके साथ, प्रतीक यादव के साथ थे, पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में भी आए, और यहाँ से भी जब गए तो उनसे हमने पूछा कि क्या कुछ पता चल पाया। वो हाथ जोड़कर निकल गए। इतना ज़रूर कहा कि लखनऊ में ही अंतिम संस्कार होगा, और अपर्णा यादव के आने के बाद यहाँ से बॉडी को ले जाया गया है। रविदास मेहरोत्रा समाजवादी पार्टी के बड़े नेता हैं, उन्होंने ये सीधे कह दिया कि जहर देकर मारा गया है। ये लग रहा है बॉडी देखकर, नीला निशान। अब यहाँ से रिपोर्ट का इंतजार है, और साथ ही साथ विसरा भी सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है, तो विसरा रिपोर्ट के भी आने का इंतजार यहाँ पर हमें करना होगा। लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि अब इसके पीछे एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी, बड़ी साजिश की, एक बड़े षड्यंत्र की बात कही जा रही है।
बिल्कुल, ये सुमित, साजिश की आशंका को नजरअंदाज दरकिनार तो नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन बहुत बड़ा खुलासे के तौर पर इसको देखा जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि व्यापार में घाटे की बात, यानी बिजनेस में लॉस की बात जो है वो सामने आ रही है। और आपने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पहलू को यहाँ पर हाईलाइट किया है, जहां आपने बोला है कि भाई रंगदारी का मामला भी सामने आ रहा है, यानी इनसे रंगदारी मांग ली गई, इस तरीके की बात समझ में आ रही है। और अगर शरीर नीला पड़ता है, बॉडी नीली पड़ती है, तो अमूमन ऐसा देखा जाता है कि पॉइजन का मामला होगा। इसके बारे में जरा विस्तार से आप समझाने का प्रयास करें। शरीर का नीला पड़ना और वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों का और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेताओं का यह दावा कि भाई ये इसमें जहर हो सकता है, और साथ साथ व्यापार का घाटा, उस पहलू को जरा विस्तार से समझाते हुए हमारे दर्शकों के लिए।
देखिए, बिल्कुल, जो सिविल हॉस्पिटल के सीएमएस हैं, उन्होंने भी ये बयान दिया था कि उनको भी लगा, क्योंकि जब बॉडी लाया गया था उसमें वो नीला पड़ा था, तो इसलिए वो उन्होंने पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेजा था, और पुलिस को इन्होंने इन्फॉर्म किया। सिविल हॉस्पिटल के सीएमएस ने सबसे पहले पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया था, क्योंकि उन्हें ये मामला संदिग्ध लगा। एक स्वाभाविक मौत नहीं लगी, और इसमें शरीर का नीला पड़ना, यानी कि सीधे सीधे अगर बॉडी नीला है तो इसका मतलब जहर देने की गुंजाइश होती, जहर देकर मारा गया होगा, इस तरह की बातें होती है, इसलिए ज़रूरी था पोस्टमार्टम। और उसके बाद फिर पैर पर चोट का निशान होना, वो जो कि रविदास मेहरोत्रा भी अब कंफर्म उन्होंने किया है कि वो बॉडी देख कर आए हैं, और उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है कि शरीर नीला पड़ा था और पैर में चोट के निशान थे। इसका मतलब साफ तौर पर है कि इसके पीछे एक बड़ी साजिश है, कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, और साजिश के तहत उन्हें मारा गया होगा, और इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, जो समाजवादी पार्टी के विधायक कह रहे हैं। अब यहाँ इसमें अगर कोई साजिश है तो उसके पीछे कई सारी चीज़ें हैं।
Sumit was live with us, and sensational claims were made by the Samajwadi Party leader, and Aparna Yadav will shortly be reaching the location also, and the body has been handed over to the family. All right, now let's move on to other big breaking news developments now that we are getting in the NEET paper leak case. Now another person has been detained in this entire matter. Big breaking news development coming in on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Pune police detains a woman in connection with the NEET case. And action taken by the Pune police crime branch, and it has spanned to many states and many cities in this NEET paper leak case. The woman detained by the police has been identified as Manisha Wagmare. She is a woman known to be in contact with Dhananjay Lokhande, and reports indicate that she is scheduled to be handed over to the CBI later this evening. All right, so there have been many detentions, many arrests. The mastermind also has been arrested by the police, by the special agencies, and now we have another arrest. So there are many people who are being arrested in every new day, every new hour. There's some sort of development. Big development in the NEET cheat case, in the NEET paper leak case. Now another detention has been reported. Pune police has detained a woman in connection with the NEET case. Action has been taken by the Pune Police Crime Branch. The woman detained by the police has been identified as Manisha Wagmare, known to be in contact with Dhananjay Lokhande, and reports indicate that she is scheduled to be handed over to the CBI later this evening. All right, we also have the graphics on your screen too, so that you can understand the story better. The protests are happening, and also the NEET leak middleman, that is Shubham Khairnar, who is one of the masterminds who has been detained by the CBI team. Another friend of him was also arrested in Maharashtra, now another in Nagar, and now he is being interrogated. He has been taken to Mumbai on transit, and these are the visuals of the protest, the fallout because of the paper leak case. Even ABVP is protesting against the NTA. Many parents and many student organizations want the NTA to be scrapped, and they don't want NTA to conduct future examinations of NEET. And this also a petition has been filed in Supreme Court in this matter by FIMA, and now we have latest development. This is the exclusive visual of another detention that we have received. Pune police detains a woman in connection with the NEET case. An action has been taken by the Pune Police Crime Branch. Woman detained by police, I would like to repeat, her name is Manisha Wagmare. All right, let's go back to Lucknow, and we are getting live shots of Aparna Yadav in the mysterious death case of Pratik Yadav, who died mysteriously early this morning. And these are the visuals coming in from Lucknow outside the residence. And you can see there's a large gathering who has gathered outside the residence. Visuals on your screen. Aparna Yadav was to arrive shortly, and she has just reached. And after the death of Pratik Yadav, her husband, and these are the visuals of the ambulance, and visuals of the ambulance, and the family is arriving one by one. Aparna Yadav has just reached. So this is the story of the mysterious death of Pratik Yadav, who died all of a sudden early this morning, and there is a large gathering of party supporters and senior leaders. This is Pratik's body, Pratik Yadav's dead body, and he has been taken after the post-mortem to his family. Live visuals coming in from Pratik's residence, outside Pratik's residence, and the body is being taken to family. Visuals coming in from outside Pratik Yadav's residence. Early morning is when he succumbed, and he was suffering from depression, neurological diseases, and pulmonary diseases, for which he was also getting treatment. However, he was a fitness freak. He was a regular to the gym, and he was very careful about his health, and he died all of a sudden. And there were blue marks on his body, which was the first that we broke on Republic, and this got confirmed by senior Samajwadi Party leader. So there is another angle, a mystery angle in this mysterious death case over suspected poisoning. There can also be a possibility of poisoning.
डीप फ्रीजर की व्यवस्था की गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि आज ही जो अंतिम संस्कार है वो भी हो सकता है। तो ऐसे में जो तमाम उनके मिलने वाले लोग हैं, उनके साथ वाले लोग हैं, वो भी यहाँ पर लगातार पहुँच रहे हैं उनके अंतिम दर्शन के लिए, और बड़ी संख्या में जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, तमाम दूसरे लोग हैं, वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। शव जो है यहाँ पर पहुँच चुका है, और थोड़ी ही देर में जो दूसरे आगंतुक हैं, आने जाने वाले लोग हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुँचेंगे। और बताया जा रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ भी थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर पहुँच सकते हैं, और अंतिम दर्शन के लिए प्रतीक यादव को जो शव है, पार्थिव शरीर है, उसे रखा गया है। फिलहाल पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट का ही सभी को इंतजार है।
All right, live visuals coming in from outside Pratik's residence. Our correspondents are on ground covering the story, and live visuals coming in of the crowd that has gathered outside Pratik's residence. Senior party leaders, cadre of Samajwadi Party have gathered outside Pratik's residence, and very sad day for the Yadav family. And also, it's a mysterious death case because he died all of a sudden, and the post-mortem has been conducted. However, there was a mark on his body, on his leg, and also his body turned blue. And the senior Samajwadi Party leader who just spoke to our correspondent Sumit, he suspects that there might be an angle of poisoning that might have played a role in the death of Pratik Yadav. So that also needs to be investigated. The viscera has been kept safe and after the post-mortem has been conducted. And now the latest visuals, because Aparna Yadav has also reached Lucknow, and she will shortly be reaching her residence, and after the death of Pratik Yadav. Live visuals.
छोड़ने के बाद जो शव वाहन है वो बाहर आ सकता है किसी भी वक्त में। ये गेट जो है दरवाज़ा खुल गया है। प्रतीक यादव के साथ अपर्णा यादव और उनके बच्चे यहाँ पर इस घर में रहा करते थे। ये आलीशान मकान जो है अगर आप देखें तो इसी मकान में प्रतीक यादव अपर्णा यादव रहा करते थे और निश्चित तौर पर ये घटना बेहद दुखद है और जो भी समर्थक हैं, जो भी लोग हैं यहाँ पर, वो भी कहीं ना कहीं परेशान हैरान हैं, चाहे समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग हों या फिर बीजेपी के लोग हों। और बताया जा रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ भी यहाँ पर पहुँच सकते हैं, उसी को लेकर बाकायदा बंदोबस्त किया गया है। और अगर आप देखें तो यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में ना सिर्फ समर्थक बल्कि उनके साथ उनके चाहने वाले लोग, उनके यार मित्र, दोस्त, परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। भारी संख्या में भीड़ है, पुलिस बल को भी तैनात किया गया है। ये अगर आप देखें तो 8/11 विक्रमादित्य मार्ग जो है यही प्रतीक यादव का वो घर है और यहीं पर सुबह 5:55 पर अंतिम सांस ली थी। जब हॉस्पिटल पर उन्हें लेकर जाया गया था तो उस दौरान उन्हें ब्रॉड डेड बताया गया था और उसी को लेकर पोस्टमार्टम किया गया है। और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है ये समझने जानने के लिए ही तमाम लोग जो हैं वो उत्सुक हैं। इसके साथ साथ ये भी एक कयास जो लगाए जा रहे हैं कि आखिर मौत का कारण क्या हो सकता है। उससे पहले सारे जो एविडेंसेस हैं, चाहे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस की बात करें या फिर दूसरे एविडेंसेस की बात करें, वो सभी जो है पुलिस ने अपने पास कब्जे में कर लिया है। और साथ ही साथ फॉरेंसिक की टीम जो है वो भी लगातार जांच कर रही है कि अगर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कुछ भी गलत निकल कर आता है या कुछ भी संदेहास्पद होता है तो ऐसी स्थिति में लगातार उसके बाद फिर देखा जाएगा। और हम इस खबर पर लगातार बने हुए हैं, जल्दी ही इस पर और भी अपडेट हम आपके साथ साझा करेंगे। फिलहाल रुकते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए।
All right, we're not going to a break, but these are the live visuals coming in from outside Pratik's residence on your screen. Our correspondents are on the ground, and this is the timeline of what happened. 4:55 a.m. hospitalized. Pratik found unconscious in the kitchen. Pratik Yadav, son of Mulayam Singh Yadav. And 6 a.m. is when Pratik was brought to the Lucknow Civil Hospital, and around 7 to 7:30 a.m. is when the senior doctors declared him dead upon arrival at the hospital. And 8 a.m. is when Pratik Yadav's body was brought to KGMU for further investigation. Now, live shots coming in of senior leaders, family members outside the residence of Pratik Yadav, because senior leaders are gathering because, all right, this is Shivpal Yadav visiting Pratik Yadav, the uncle of Pratik Yadav. Visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen in. Okay, he did not give any sound bite. He's going straight to the residence. Live visuals coming in. Senior party leaders and family members are gathering slowly. Aparna Yadav to reach shortly, and heavy police deployment outside the residence of Pratik Yadav, who died mysteriously, and he was getting treated for neurological diseases and pulmonary diseases, and also he was suffering from depression. Not everything was all right with him and his family and with his wife. And now we have this very sad news for the Yadav family, one of the most influential families of Uttar Pradesh, and this death is a mysterious death. Now, reporters on ground covering the story are sharing inputs that he also had suffered losses in his business, and also there was an extortion case that is involved in this entire matter, and the business loss adds up to among the many factors that led to his depression. All right, more people are coming, more senior party leaders are coming after the death of Pratik Yadav, because his body has been brought back home after the post-mortem which has been conducted at the hospital, and now live visuals coming in. Party leaders and family members are slowly gathering at Pratik's residence. He was a son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he died mysteriously in Lucknow at his residence at around 5:55 a.m. in the morning, and he was brought to the hospital and he was declared dead by the hospital, by the senior doctors of the hospital after arrival at around 7 to 7:30. So there's a huge gathering outside Pratik's residence in Lucknow. Live visuals are coming in as we speak. Senior party leaders are gathering. These are the visuals just a few minutes before that we received. This is Pratik Yadav's body, which was brought to his residence after the post-mortem which was conducted, and the viscera has been kept safe. And also it was first broken by Republic that his body turned blue, and this was confirmed by senior Samajwadi Party leader when we questioned him, and when we asked this question, what do you suspect? And he said that there's a possibility of some other angle that might have happened in this entire case, because nothing is clear about the reason why he died. It's mysterious death. The death of Pratik Yadav, he died under mysterious circumstances because his body was also blue. He had marks on his leg. And these are the live shots on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. First on Republic on your screen, live outside Pratik's residence after he died mysteriously today. Belongs to one of the most influential, powerful political families in Uttar Pradesh. And he died today morning, early morning. And there's no clue about the reason of his death. No reason. The reason has to be ascertained on why he died. And the ambulance is now leaving, and his body has been brought home for final visits, for final darshan for all the family members. And time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage with exclusive ground reports and more details over what exactly was the reason of Pratik's death. Pratik death mystery after a short commercial break.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic accessed a WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies including shadow server, sophisticated telegram network and portable scanners. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. As per sources, Pratik was suffering from depression and was getting his treatment done. And after protests from the opposition and the parties which support TVK, the post of the astrologer has been revoked. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. All right, viewers, now let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development that we are receiving right now, and this is AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal, who has now issued a new statement on the massive NEET paper leak controversy. Now let's go on and listen to what he has to say on this.
तो मेरा जेनजी से सीधा सीधा देश के युवाओं से सीधा सीधा पूछना है कि ऐसे ही चलेगा या कुछ करना है। ऐसे ही हर साल आप देखो 2017 में पेपर लीक हुए, उसके 4 साल बाद 2021 में हुए, उसके 3 साल बाद 2024 में हुए, उसके 2 साल बाद 2026 में हुए, अब उसके 1 साल बाद 2027 में होंगे और हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता है। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है। इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
और प्रधानमंत्री जी ये भी बताएं कि जो पिछली बार पेपर लीक हुए थे उनके आरोपी अब जेल से बाहर क्यों हैं? क्या उनको वापस पेपर लीक करवाने के लिए जेल बेल दिलवाई गई है? आप हमारे ऊपर, हम तो कुछ नहीं करते, भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया हमने, हमें 18-18, 20-20 महीने तक जेल में डलवा के रखते हैं क्योंकि हम विपक्ष की पार्टी हैं। आप नीट के पेपर चोरी करने वाले 22 लाख परिवारों को, 22 लाख बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खेलने वालों के साथ इतने दयालु क्यों है प्रधानमंत्री जी? आपको क्यों उन पे ऊपर आपकी कृपा बरसती रहती है? आप उनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन क्यों नहीं लेते? कैसे वो जेल से बाहर आ गए 3 बार पेपर लीक कराने वाले? मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो बच्चे हैं ना 22 लाख, ये देश की नौजवान पीढ़ी है, ये देश का जेनजी है। आपने नेपाल में हाल देखा ना जेनजी ने क्या किया है। याद रखिएगा कि अगर ये जेनजी अपनी पे आ गई ना, अगर आपके लोग चंद पैसों के लालच में इसी तरह से पेपर की दलाली करते रहे तो ये जेनजी नेपाल बना के सत्ता के लोगों को खदेड़ती है, फिर सत्ता में बैठे लोगों को। ध्यान रखिएगा प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये जेनजी है, इसको आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह से या विपक्ष की पार्टी की तरह से आप ईडी से डील नहीं कर पाओगे, आप सीबीआई से डील नहीं कर पाओगे। ये जेनजी है, जज्बात से है। अगर आपने इन बच्चों के साथ न्याय नहीं किया तो ये आपको वही हाल करेगी जो नेपाल में जेनजी ने किया है।
This is the opposition once again, who is seems quite interested with the Gen Z, and they're trying to instigate the youth by asking them to protest in the fashion, in the manner as the protest happened in Nepal. But what is really required here is a thorough investigation, and those who are really responsible in this case, they should be detained, arrested, and that is happening right now. But everybody has the right to protest, and this is ABVP protesting on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, live on your screens. And all right, a big breaking news development, and this is Arvind Kejriwal, who's trying to instigate the Generation Z after Sisodia, and Sisodia was the one who first tried to invoke the style of protest, the chaos which everybody saw in Nepal. AAP wants government of Nepal, Bangladesh-like protests. So what exactly do they want? What is the motive behind what opposition wants now? As we all know what happened in Nepal, and now this is Arvind Kejriwal and Sisodia who are trying to invoke the youth. They're trying to instigate the youth for protesting against the government in a fashion, in the manner as the protests took place in Nepal, in Bangladesh. These, ladies and gentlemen, were violent protests both in Nepal and Bangladesh, and you know what happened after that. Many people died during those protests, and these were not just anti-government measures, not just anti-government protests that happened, there were foreign hand also. Let's once again listen to Arvind Kejriwal.
मेरा जेनजी से सीधा सीधा देश के युवाओं से सीधा सीधा पूछना है कि ऐसे ही चलेगा या कुछ करना है। ऐसे ही हर साल आप देखो 2017 में पेपर लीक हुए, उसके 4 साल बाद 2021 में हुए, उसके 3 साल बाद 2024 में हुए, उसके 2 साल बाद 2026 में हुए, अब उसके 1 साल बाद 2027 में होंगे, और हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेनजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है, तो हमारे देश का जेनजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता है। मुझे अपने देश के जेनजी पे पूरा भरोसा है। ये देश आपका है, इस देश के नेताओं को इस देश में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
हर बार पेपर क्यों लीक हो रहा है? और प्रधानमंत्री जी ये भी बताएं कि जो पिछली बार पेपर लीक हुए थे उनके आरोपी अब जेल से बाहर क्यों हैं? क्या उनको वापस पेपर लीक करवाने के लिए जेल बेल दिलवाई गई है? आप हमारे ऊपर, हम तो कुछ नहीं करते, भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया हमने, हमें 18-18, 20-20 महीने तक जेल में डलवा के रखते हैं क्योंकि हम विपक्ष की पार्टी हैं। आप नीट के पेपर चोरी करने वाले 22 लाख परिवारों को, 22 लाख बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खेलने वालों के साथ इतने दयालु क्यों है प्रधानमंत्री जी? आपको क्यों उन पे ऊपर आपकी कृपा बरसती रहती है? आप उनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन क्यों नहीं लेते? कैसे वो जेल से बाहर आ गए 3 बार पेपर लीक कराने वाले? मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो बच्चे हैं ना 22 लाख, ये देश की नौजवान पीढ़ी है, ये देश का जेनजी है। आपने नेपाल में हाल देखा ना, जेनजी ने क्या किया है। याद रखिएगा कि अगर ये जेनजी अपनी पे आ गई ना, अगर आपके लोग चंद पैसों के लालच में इसी तरह से पेपर की दलाली करते रहे, तो ये जेनजी नेपाल बना के सत्ता के लोगों को खदेड़ती है, फिर सत्ता में बैठे लोगों को। ध्यान रखिएगा प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये जेनजी है, इसको आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह से या विपक्ष की पार्टी की तरह से आप ईडी से डील नहीं कर पाओगे, आप सीबीआई से डील नहीं कर पाओगे। ये जेनजी है, जज्बात से है। अगर आपने इन बच्चों के साथ न्याय नहीं किया तो ये आपको वही हाल करेगी जो नेपाल में जेनजी ने किया है।
Now the opposition is comparing the situation in India to what happened in Bangladesh. Now we must not forget that many Hindus were killed in the protests which happened in Bangladesh, and also many people died in the protests, the Gen Z protests, the so-called Gen Z protests which happened in Nepal, where also, as what we are getting reports, that there was a foreign angle also. Let's move on to another top story. Now the cancellation of NEET UG 2026 has now triggered a nationwide political and student backlash from Delhi to Bengaluru. Lucknow to Kerala, protests have erupted after the NTA, that is the National Testing Agency, scrapped India's biggest medical entrance examination over a massive paper leak controversy. More than 22 lakh students who appeared for the exam are now staring at uncertainty, while opposition parties and student groups are accusing the government of failing to protect the credibility of the examination system. Here's a ground report from across the country.
It is the ultimate nightmare for 24 lakh students. A repeat of the past, a system in shambles, and a future put on hold. NEET UG 2026 has been cancelled after the paper was leaked on social media days before the exam. In this video, we will decode how the NEET UG paper was leaked, who was behind it, and what's next for the 24 lakh students who appeared for the exam. The leak likely originated at the source, a printing press in Jaipur. A set of handwritten questions disguised as a guess paper reportedly began circulating in small elite circles of career counselors. Just 4 days before the exam, investigations show the material had already reached the mobile phone of a counselor in Sikar by this date, and that it was reportedly being sold for as much as 30 lakh rupees. The private mafia group, a WhatsApp group with over 400 members, became a primary hub for distribution. The NTA officially acknowledged receiving inputs about alleged malpractice and escalated the matter to central agencies for verification. The case was handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. The Ministry of Education and NTA officially cancelled the NEET UG 2026 exam held on May 3. The findings showed that 600 of the 720 marks were leaked, compromising the entire merit list. The CBI registered a formal FIR to investigate the organized crime syndicate behind the leak. The guess paper containing 135 exact matches from the NEET paper were sold through educational consultancies. One of the key accused arrested in the case has been identified as Shubham Khairnar, who was detained from Maharashtra's Nashik during a joint operation based on inputs shared by Rajasthan police. He was reportedly pursuing a BA-MS degree. Primary investigation of Shubham Khairnar reveals that he bought the NEET UG paper for 10 lakh rupees. He received this paper via an unknown messenger app and sold the paper for 15 lakh rupees.
सात की रात को जब ये मैसेज आया कि एक व्हाट्सएप मैसेज पे कुछ PDF फ्लोट कर रहे थे जिसमें कुछ प्रश्न मिल रहे थे, तो हमारा काम दो था. पहले तो ये वेरीफाई करें कि क्या वह जो एलिगेशन है कि उसमें जो प्रश्न है क्या वह हमारे प्रश्न पत्र से मैच करते हैं, और नंबर 2 क्या वह PDF किसी भी तरह से 3 मई के पहले एग्जाम के पहले उपलब्ध था किसी भी व्यक्ति को. तो जब हमने उसकी जांच कराई लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज से, तब ये पाया गया कि कुछ प्रश्न उसमें से मैच कर रहे थे जो हमारे प्रश्न पत्र थे, और जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें भी यह प्राप्त हुआ कि 2 तारीख को और 1 तारीख को कुछ लोगों के फोन पे वो PDF मौजूद था. जब इसकी पुष्टि हुई तो हमने ये समझा कि अगर इस तरह का एक भी वायलेशन होता है तो वह हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी के खिलाफ है, और जो तमाम 22,69,000 बच्चे परीक्षा की अपनी मेहनत से तैयारी कर रहे हैं उनके भविष्य को इम्पैक्ट करेगा.
The NTA has promised a re-exam with no extra fees, but for the students, the cost is already too high. As the CBI hunts for the kingpins, the bigger question remains: can NIA ever conduct a leak-proof NEET?
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting in the Pratik Yadav mysterious death case. Now, according to sources, the cause of the death remains unclear even until now. Following Pratik Yadav's post-mortem too, now the viscera and heart have been preserved in this case for further investigation. So not just the viscera, but the heart also have been preserved for further investigation, and the suspense continues over Pratik Yadav's cause of death. The mysterious death, and his body was blue. There were many blue marks on his body. There was injury mark on his leg, as per our sources also, and this was confirmed by senior Samajwadi Party leader. We posed a question to a senior Samajwadi Party leader who said there seems to be a suspicious angle behind this. Can be possibly, allegedly be poisoning in this case also, because he was suffering from depression. He was quite depressed. He was suffering from neurological diseases for which he was receiving treatment. He was also suffering from pulmonary disease. And now, all right, Sumit Jha, continues to be with us. Senior journalist Sumit Jha is covering the story continuously since the break of this news. Sumit, आप लगातार इस खबर पर नजर बना के रखे हुए हैं और जिस तरीके से शरीर पर जो निशान की बात सामने आई थी, विसरा भी संभाल के रखा गया है और हृदय यानी दिल को भी संभाल के रखा गया है, क्या कुछ जानकारी अभी और निकलकर सामने आ रही है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये हैरानी की बात है कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं निकला है जो मौत के कारण को स्पष्ट कर सके। जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं पोस्टमार्टम हाउस में, हमने जब बात की तो उन्होंने बताया कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में अभी कुछ नहीं किया गया। डॉक्टर मौसमी सिंह के नेतृत्व में ये पोस्टमार्टम किया गया था, लेकिन अब विसरा और हार्ट दोनों को सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है आगे फॉरेंसिक लैब में भेजने के लिए, ताकि पता चल सके कि मौत की असली वजह क्या थी। इसमें जो हार्ट है उसके हार्ट के जो टिश्यूज हैं उसको एक लैब में जांच के लिए भेजा जा सकता है, और ताकि पता चल सके कहीं कोई उसमें जहर तो नहीं था या फिर किसी तरह के कोई अटैक जो साइलेंट अटैक हो। ये तमाम चीजें, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में चोट के निशान या संघर्ष के निशान उस तरह से नहीं निकले हैं जो मौत की वजह हो सके। इस लिहाज से विसरा और हार्ट को सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है और अब आगे विसरा को और हार्ट को फॉरेंसिक लैब में भेजा जा रहा है, वहां जांच की जाएगी कि और उसके बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि मौत की असली वजह क्या थी, क्योंकि कई सारी बातें अब सामने आई हैं और उन सारी बातों, उन सारी थ्योरीज को अभी तक स्पष्ट करती हुई कोई रिपोर्ट पोस्टमार्टम के जरिए सामने नहीं आई है, या फिर जो उनको लंग्स डिजीज था, फेफड़े की बीमारी थी, या फिर वो डिप्रेशन में थे, हाइपरटेंशन। उनके जो एक डॉक्टर हैं रुचिता शर्मा, उन्होंने बताया कि कुछ दिन पहले तक वो इलाज के लिए आए थे, हाइपरटेंशन था उन्हें और साथ ही साथ फेफड़े की भी बीमारी थी जो खून का थक्का बन जाता है और ब्लड सर्कुलेशन रोक देता है, तो उसका इलाज चल रहा था ऑलरेडी, लेकिन मौत की वजह वो भी नहीं सामने आई है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में। अब आगे सबकी नजरें इसी बात पर टिकी हुई हैं कि विसरा और हार्ट को जो सुरक्षित रखा गया है उसकी जांच में क्या कुछ सामने आता है। ये जरूर है कि हमारे साथ जब समाजवादी पार्टी के विधायक रविदास मेहरोत्रा थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हमने बॉडी देखी और शरीर नीला पड़ा था, इसका मतलब जहर दिया गया होगा और पैर में चोट के निशान थे, लेकिन पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में एग्जैक्ट जो रीजन है वो पता अभी तक नहीं चल पाया है और नजरें अब विसरा और हार्ट की फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट पर हैं। जब वो रिपोर्ट आएंगी उसके बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि किस वजह से मौत हुई। इस बीच जरूर अपर्णा यादव पहुंच गई हैं और आज ही जो उनके साले अमन सिंह बिष्ट, प्रतीक यादव के साले जो अपर्णा यादव के भाई हैं अमन सिंह बिष्ट, उनसे बात हुई थी। उन्होंने कहा कि यहीं अंतिम संस्कार होगा और कुछ देर बाद हो सकता है कि अंतिम संस्कार हो, पार्थिव शरीर के अंतिम दर्शन के लिए रखा जाए कुछ देर के लिए, और लोग वहां पर जुटे हुए हैं। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ
अभी
पहुंचने वाले हैं।
ऑलराइट, आप बता रहे हैं सुमित कि अपर्णा यादव पहुंच चुकी हैं, अभी जस्ट अभी पहुंची हैं?
जी, वो लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट से निकल चुकी थी और अपर्णा यादव जो आवास पर, प्रतीक यादव के आवास पर ले जाया गया है बॉडी को, फिलहाल अब वहीं पर अपर्णा यादव पहुंचेंगी और वहां कुछ देर बाद वहीं से अंतिम संस्कार के लिए ले जाया जाएगा। और अंतिम संस्कार के बाद सवाल जो अभी भी बना हुआ है, सवाल चूंकि सबके जहन में है, जो समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो भी और जो उनके चाहने वाले हैं, खासतौर पर जब हमने उनके दोस्तों से बात की तो दोस्त ने कहा कि वो फिटनेस फ्रिक थे और जिम लगातार जाते थे, कोई गंभीर बीमारी उनको नहीं थी।
एक दिल की बीमारी के बारे में भी बताया था।
हाँ, वो लंग डिजीज, फेफड़े की बीमारी थी। फेफड़े में जो खून का थक्का है वो जम जाता है, जिसकी वजह से ब्लड सर्कुलेशन बंद हो जाता है कई बार, उसका इलाज चल रहा था और भी हुए थे 30 अप्रैल को और वहां से 3 दिन के बाद वो वहां से छुट्टी मिली थी। ये भी कंफर्म नहीं है कि छुट्टी मिली थी, डिस्चार्ज मिला था या वो खुद ही चले गए थे। उसके बाद कल रात जो सुबह 5 बजे उन्हें सिविल अस्पताल लाया गया और वहां सिविल अस्पताल में ही पहले से ही ब्रॉड डेथ घोषित किया गया, यानी घर पे ही उनकी मौत हो चुकी थी। कुछ लोग, कुछ खबरें ऐसी हैं कि किचन में वो अचेत अवस्था में मिले थे और किचन में क्या हुआ था, क्या उन्हें कोई इंटरनल इंजरी थी, ये भी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में अभी साफ नहीं हो पाया है। तो यानी ये गुत्थी अभी और उलझती नजर आ रही है। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के बाद भी तस्वीर अभी साफ नहीं हो पाई है। जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, रिपोर्ट अभी ऑफिशियली सार्वजनिक नहीं की गई है, लेकिन जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं उसके मुताबिक अभी भी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में मौत के कारण स्पष्ट नहीं हो पाया है, और यही वजह है कि विसरा और हार्ट को सुरक्षित रख लिया गया है, आगे फॉरेंसिक लैब में जांच के लिए भेजा गया है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सुमित, पूरी जानकारी हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए। सो सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट सुमित झा who continues to track this development, and also Aparna Yadav has reached, and there will be preparation for the funeral rites, final rites of Pratik Yadav. All right, viewers, these were the live visuals which were coming from outside Pratik Yadav's residence. His wife, Aparna Yadav, has reached the residence right now, and they are preparing for the funeral rites, the final rites. And now let's move on to another big breaking news development, the NEET cheat family. That is the photo of Bewal brothers with minister. The NEET brothers who cheated 2.3 million students. Republic exposes NEET cheat family. Mangilal and Dinesh Bewal, who bought NEET paper for rupees 30 lakhs, and they cheated 2.3 million students. And one of the NEET cheat brothers, Dinesh Bewal, a BJP worker, Mangilal and Dinesh Bewal bought the NEET paper for rupees 30 lakh. Now Dinesh handed the NEET paper to his son who was writing examination, and same paper began circulating to other students on 29th of April. Now 4 students of the Bewal family cracked examination last year. Big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen. This is the NEET cheat family, and these are the ones who are involved in the NEET cheat. And the students in the family had cracked the examination. Big development on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Republic super exclusive on your screens. This is the NEET cheat family. This is the picture of the Bewal brothers with the minister. On your screens, the NEET brothers who cheated 2.3 million students. And one of the NEET cheat brothers, Dinesh Bewal, is a BJP worker. And Mangilal and Dinesh Bewal bought the NEET paper for rupees 30 lakhs. And Dinesh is the one who handed the NEET paper to his son who was writing the examination. And same paper began circulating to other students on April 29. The 4 students of the Bewal family cracked examination last year. So this is a big development, and this is Republic exclusive on your screen in the NEET paper leak case, where these are the ones who bought the paper, and later it was circulated among many students. A big breaking news development coming in on your screen. A rupees 30 lakh deal was done in this case, and the paper was handed over to the family members, that is the students of the family who took the examination also. And 4 students of the Bewal family cracked examination last year. So this doesn't stop just here, and this needs to be thoroughly investigated. And these are the brothers on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The Bewal brothers are from that location, and they are with the minister right now. One of them is a BJP worker among both of them. And Mangilal and Dinesh Bewal bought the NEET paper for rupees 30 lakhs. Now this is the paper leak case, especially with links to many states, including Maharashtra, Rajasthan and other states also. And this is the one, this is the family who is allegedly the mastermind, the ones who initiated everything, and they bought the NEET paper. And this is the chain of the NEET paper leak case, which is unraveling by every minute, by every hour. Investigators found 2 brothers, that is Mangilal and Dinesh Bewal from Rajasthan's Jamwa Ramgarh, who had allegedly bought this year's NEET UG paper from a doctor in Gurugram. All right, Shambhavi is with us on a phone line for more information on the story. Shambhavi, what is the latest that you are fetching? One of them, Bewal, from the Bewal brothers, was a BJP worker, and the picture speaks 1,000 words. They are with the BJP minister. Shambhavi. All right, so we'll try to reconnect with Shambhavi for more details. Shambhavi, if you can listen to my... Okay, we'll try to reconnect with Shambhavi in this case, but big breaking news development on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the brothers, the Beewal brothers, Mangi Lal and Dinesh Beewal from Rajasthan to Jamwa Ramgarh, who allegedly bought this year's NEET UG paper. Shambhavi is back with us for more details. Shambhavi, this is the picture of the Beewal brothers along with Minister, as you can see on your screen, Shambhavi. What is the latest that you're fetching on this story? These are the ones who allegedly bought the NEET paper and gave them to their family members, the students from the family who took the examination. More details, Shambhavi.
Well, yes, we know that this is a NEET cheat family, as we are calling it, a group of two brothers who bought the paper for around 30 lakh rupees and then proceeded to go or travel all the way to Sikar to hand it over to his son. And this is another connection which is coming up, that Dinesh Baniwal is connected to BJP in some form. He is one of the members of the party workers of BJP, as well as we've also gotten to know that around 4 to 5 children from his family have qualified and cleared NEET before. So there seems to be a pattern here that earlier also there were 4 or 5 students who have cleared NEET, an exam which is again extremely difficult, one of the most difficult papers conducted in India. And again, both these brothers, they went and bought this paper, this NEET leaked paper for 30 lakh rupees, and then proceeded to go all the way, travel all the way to Sikar to give it to their son. Back to you.
Well, Shambhavi, the image that we are showing, it shows that they are with the Education Minister of Rajasthan, and the picture speaks 1,000 words. Now, if you can put this into perspective, they worked for the BJP and they bought the paper, the NEET UG paper, and they gave it to the students. But also, because it's a BJP-ruled state and they need to answer what's happening there. This is the Education Minister on the screen.
See, definitely the connection is definitely off-putting when we come to the point where the connection comes up, connection of both the brothers, especially Dinesh Baniwal, with the BJP, and the fact that previously members of his family, even in the last NEET exam, and there have been reports of NEET exam paper being leaked around 4 to 5 times now. This is the first time that an action has been taken in terms that the paper has been cancelled, the exam has been cancelled, and a re-exam will be conducted. But yes, the connection definitely stands out and will be a point of major investigation by CBI, which was now being investigated by SOG. But now, as the investigation has been handed over to CBI, this will definitely be a major point of investigation by it.
All right, thanks a lot for the latest details on the story, Shambhavi. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more to cover up just after a short commercial break, because protests are happening as we speak, and that too by ABVP against NTA after the NEET paper leak case. We'll get you all the latest of details of that and a lot more just after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Our
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster of very unusual.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic accessed a WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies, including a shadow server, sophisticated telegram network, and portable scanners. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. As per sources, Pratik was suffering from depression and was receiving treatment. CM Vijay drops astrologer Ricky Radhan Pandit from OSD post amid opposition heat. Vijay passes flow test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mehta, and our top focus at this hour, the entire NEET leak operation and how the accused have now been detained from across the country now. The NEET cheat family, in fact, of Biwal brothers, the NEET brothers who cheated to 22 lakh students. One of the NEET cheat brothers, Dinesh Biwal, a BJP worker, and Mangi Lal and Dinesh Biwal, in fact, have been bought the NEET paper for rupees 30 lakh. Now, one of the accused, Dinesh, in fact, handed neat paper to his son who was writing the same exam. And this is how the paper began circulating to other students as well on April 29th. 4 students, in fact, of the Biwal family cracked the examination last year. So this is how the entire operation began. And now Republic is exposing all these accused, one of the masterminds, in fact, involved in this entire NEET leak. Now, it is the Biwal family who was involved in this. And now Dinesh Biwal, who is one of the accused, he bought the NEET paper for rupees 30 lakh. He handed this paper to his son who was appearing for the exam. And this is how the paper essentially began circulating to other students as well on April 29th. Now remember, there are 4 students of the same family who cracked the examination last year as well. So of course, now investigation will also go into the links of this family, the 4 students who cracked this paper last year, and was there a leak there as well. Now, it is the Biwal family now has been exposed in this entire NEET operation. It was Dinesh Biwal who passed on this guest paper to his son who was appearing for the exam. And now this is how the paper began circulating to other students as well on April 29th. So this is the timeline. This is the trail of the entire leak operation. It began from this family, and one of the NEET cheat, in fact, the brothers, Biwal brothers, has now been detained. Now, in fact, Republic filed a report from the homes of Mangiwal and Dinesh. The 2 accused in this case have now been detained in the connection with the paper leak case originating from Jaipur. Let's take a look at this Crown report as Republic exposes these NEET cheats.
जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। नीट पेपर लीक मामले की जांच जो कि एसओजी कर रही थी, अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जमवा रामगढ़ के जिन 2 लोगों को एसओजी ने हिरासत में लिया, उनका पॉलिटिकल लिंक भी सामने आया, उसको लेकर तमाम आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, उनके घर पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले घर की तस्वीर देखिए। एक बड़े एरिया में जो घर है वो उनका बना हुआ है, और ये भी जो आसपास के लोग कह रहे हैं कि एक पार्टी के साथ वो इस इलाके में रसूखदार भी हैं, मांगीवाल और दिनेश। और ये घर देखकर भी आप तस्वीर लगा सकते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा आंगन आपको घर के बाहर नज़र आ जाएगा। सामने आप ये 2 मंजिला घर देख रहे हैं, ये भी उनका बताया जा रहा है। झूला इस आंगन में है, और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बना हुआ, अंदर तक वो भी घर है। इसके साथ वाला घर आप देखिएगा, जहां पर जो पीली और पिंक पट्टी वाला जो घर है, ये भी उन्हीं का घर बताया जा रहा है। आंगन में 2 एसयूवी जो गाड़ियां हैं वो भी आपको यहां पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही हैं। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश, इन दोनों के ऊपर आरोप है कि गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से उन्होंने वो पेपर लिया, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर लिया। उस पेपर को अपना, उनका जो बेटा है सीकर में पढ़ता है, वहां पर दिया। 29 तारीख को पेपर लेने के बाद अगले ही दिन यानी कि 30 तारीख को वो सीकर पहुंच जाते हैं। सीकर में अपने बेटे को वो जो पेपर है वो देते हैं। उसकी कॉपी वहां पर सीकर में बनाई जाती है। कॉपी बनाने के बाद जो दोस्त था बेटे का, उसके पास भी वो पेपर पहुंचा। तो कैसे ये पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसको अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। लेकिन जब मांगीवाल के पास हम उनके घर पहुंचे, उनके परिवार से बातचीत की, तो उनका कहना है कि ये सिर्फ आरोप है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि मांगीवाल, दिनेश, उनके परिवार में अभी तक 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट क्लियर किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो आरोप लग रहे हैं, और परिवार का जो बैकग्राउंड है कि 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया, और उन्हीं के ऊपर जो एक पेपर खरीदने के आरोप लग रहे हैं, उसी कड़ी में अब सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये घर देखकर, जिस तरीके का घर है, आसपास के घर देखेंगे तो इतने लग्जरी घर आपको यहाँ पर नहीं मिलेंगे, इतने बड़े एरिया में बने हुए घर आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। लेकिन मांगीवाल और दिनेश का घर की तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई। परिवार तो हालांकि ये बोल रहा है कि सब साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो चीजें हैं वो निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं कि कैसे गुरुग्राम के यश यादव से वो पेपर जो है वो खरीदा गया, और उसके बाद कैसे अगले ही दिन सीकर जाकर वो पेपर जो है वो बेटे को दिया गया और बेटे के दोस्त को दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो मामला है वो प्रकरण प्रकाश में आया और फ्रंट से आप देखेंगे घर के बाहर कच्ची पक्की सड़क और ये घर की बाउंड्री शुरू होती है और पीछे तक ये जो घर है वो आपको इसी तरीके से नजर आएगा। हालांकि अब क्राइम ब्रांच इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है और एसओजी ने जिस तरीके से इस पूरे मामले में दोनों को डिटेन किया था और उसी कड़ी में सीबीआई ने अब कस्टडी लेकर जिस तरीके से हैंडओवर किया गया इस पूरे मामले में आखिरकार वो पहला शख्स कौन जिसके जरिए ये जो पूरा पेपर बाहर निकला और उसी बेसिस पर आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हर एंगल पर हर राज्य तक पहुंचती हुई नजर आ रही है।
Right, viewers, as we continue to expose these neat cheats, we also spoke to the family members of these accused, Mangiwal and Dinesh. Take a listen.
मांगीवाल की पत्नी है?
हाँ, उनकी पत्नी।
क्या हुआ था? पुलिस जब आई थी तो कुछ बताया था क्यों उनको ले जा रहे हैं?
पुलिस का पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी पता नहीं मेरे को, पुलिस आई थी कि कौन आई थी। 2 लोग आए थे पहले, तो आ गए थे घर पे, बोल रहे थे कि हमको मांगीलाल से मिलना है। उन्होंने कुछ बताया नहीं। मैंने पूछा मैं कि क्या बात है, कौन हो आप? कि हम उनसे मिलना है, हमको बुलाया उन्होंने मिलने के लिए। तो वो भी आए और सोते हुए मेरे हस्बैंड को और फिर 2 आदमी आए पहले, तो फिर 10-15 लोग आ गए उनके साथ। मैं कि कौन हो, क्या है, क्या मामला है, बताओ तो सही हमको। तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया कि मैम बाद में बताएंगे, अभी हम इनको लेके जा रहे हैं। मैं कि आप कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो इनको? कि बाद में बताएंगे, अभी पता नहीं, हम कुछ बता नहीं सकते। कुछ नहीं बताया उन लोगों ने।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि पेपर उन्होंने खरीदा, 30 लाख रुपए में पेपर खरीदा, गुरुग्राम के यश यादव नाम के शख्स से पेपर खरीदा।
ये सब झूठी है, साजिश कर रहे हैं मेरे पति के खिलाफ। ये सब कुछ नहीं पता मेरे को इस चीज के बारे में।
आपके परिवार के दूसरे बच्चों ने भी नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया?
मेरे जेठ के 2 बच्चे करे हैं और दूसरे परिवार कौन है? मेरा जेठ है, उनके मतलब वो तो गुजर गए बेचारे, और उनकी 2 बेटियां हैं वो सिलेक्ट हुई थी और मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं जो सिलेक्ट हुए हैं।
कभी घर में पढ़ाई को लेकर या इन पेपर्स को लेकर चर्चा हुई आप लोगों के बीच में?
नहीं भैया, हमारे तो कुछ भी चर्चा कौन नहीं है, बार हम कहीं भी कौन नहीं।
28 या 29 तारीख को कोई सीकर गया था आपके परिवार से?
नहीं भैया, हम तो पहले ही आ गए उधर से। हम तो कोई 24-25 तारीख नहीं आ गए, खाली कर कुरूर कर। अच्छा। मैं आखा तो कोई कौन गया?
उसके बाद कोई नहीं गया?
कोई नहीं गया हमारा। तो
विकास आपके परिवार का जो बच्चा है वो पढ़ता है सीकर में?
नहीं, कौन पढ़ा? वह भी पढ़ाई करे, जब सिलेक्ट हो जब आगो वह भी कौन के पढ़ाई में अच्छा कॉलेज में कोड़ी में।
अच्छा,
यही तो कौन।
तो अब जो आरोप लग रहे हैं उसको आप लोग किस तरीके से देख रहे हैं कि आपके ने 30 लाख रुपए में खरीदा और उसके बाद खुद सीकर जाकर दूसरे लोगों को भी दिया?
सब ये कुछ नहीं पता है मेरे को, सब साजिश रच रहे हैं। ये ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं आया, ना कुछ हुआ हमारे साथ, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है हमारा।
क्या करते हैं आपके
मामले में? कोई हाथ नहीं है हमारा।
आपके पति का व्यवसाय क्या है, कामकाज क्या करते हैं?
प्रॉपर्टी डीलर है।
अच्छा, किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लिए भी कार्यकर्ता हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी से?
नहीं, मेरे हस्बैंड कुछ किसी से नहीं जुड़े ऐसे।
अच्छा, दिनेश जुड़े हुए हैं क्या बीजेपी से?
अब ये पता नहीं इनका भी जुड़े हैं कि नहीं जुड़े, ये मेरे को अच्छे से पता नहीं।
मंत्री को लेकर तमाम जो फोटोज हैं वो आ रही हैं।
अब मेरे को तो ये तो पता नहीं है भाई। देखो मेरे देवर भी वही हैं, प्रॉपर्टी डीलर ही हैं, और कुछ नहीं है मेरे देवर।
शिक्षा मंत्री आपके घर पे आए हैं क्या?
कभी कौन आया हमारा घर? तो मैं तो जानू भी कौन। देखो,
जयपुर के जमवा रामगढ़ में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। मांगीवाल और दिनेश को एसओजी ने डिटेन किया, जो कि अब जांच सीबीआई कर रही है, तो सीबीआई को हैंडओवर कर दिया गया है। उन्हीं के घर में इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है और दिनेश की पत्नी इस समय हमारे साथ है। क्या नाम है आपका?
रजनी।
रजनी जी, कब आई थी एसओजी और क्या कुछ हुआ, क्या देखा आपने?
मैंने देखा कि भाई राम ऐसे बोल रहे थे, भाई आपका ना मेरे को ये रेंट पे लेना है। तो बोला भाई रेंट पे लेना है तो भाई हम बुला देंगे, अभी आप नीचे ही रहो, ऐसे चढ़े क्यों जा रहे हो? तो भाई हमको रेंट पे लेना, इनको रेंट पे लेना है तो बुला लो आप। तो फिर बुला लिए, तो फिर मैंने बोला आ जाएंगे नीचे, क्या है क्या नहीं है, हमको तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है वो क्या है कौन नहीं है। अच्छा। तो उन्होंने बुलाया ऊपर ही, ऐसे बोल दिया बस। कुछ नहीं पता हमारे को हो रहा है उसके बाद।
तो दोनों को ले गए, आपके पति को भी? और
पति को यहाँ से नहीं लेके गए, बाहर से लिए उनको शायद। हाँ।
आरोप बताए क्यों ले जा रहे हैं? उन्होंने कुछ बताया?
कुछ भी नहीं बताया उन्होंने।
अच्छा, जो आरोप अब लग रहे हैं कि उन्होंने पेपर लीक किया, गुरुग्राम के एक शख्स से खरीदा 30 लाख रुपए में नीट का पेपर।
मैं नहीं मानती इस चीज को, बिल्कुल भी नहीं मानती मैं। बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता मुझे, और ना मेरा आदमी ऐसा है, ना मेरा बच्चा ऐसा है, कुछ ही नहीं पता मुझे।
कहाँ पढ़ता है आपका बेटा?
पढ़ता है ना सीकर में, पढ़ा के लाई हूँ मैं खुद।
सीकर में नीट की ही तैयारी कर रहा है?
हाँ।
अच्छा, तो आपके क्या परिवार के कुछ और बच्चे भी इस तरीके से नीट की तैयारी करके सरकारी कॉलेज में पढ़ रहे हैं?
नहीं नहीं, सरकारी में नहीं है।
नीट की तैयारी उन्होंने
हाँ की थी। हाँ, नीट की तैयारी सभी करते हैं सब। हमारे बच्चों भी कर लिए, तो क्या हो गया।
तो अभी कहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं आपके बच्चे?
अभी तो नहीं, अभी तो पढ़ रहे हैं। अब लेंगे कोचिंग भाई, पढ़ाने के लिए बच्चों तैयारी करेंगे।
जेट के भी 3 बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने नीट का पेपर क्लियर किया।
हाँ क्लियर।
तो वो कहाँ पे अभी पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं?
ना पढ़ाई। अभी मेरे को पता नहीं है कौन कौन सी जगह है। मैं तो पढ़ी लिखी तो हूँ नहीं जो मेरे को गाँवों का पता रहे। मुझे पता नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो आपके पति क्या काम करते हैं? उनका व्यवसाय क्या है?
अच्छा है उनका व्यवसाय।
क्या काम करते हैं?
ये प्रॉपर्टी डीलर है, ये फाइनेंस का काम है इनका।
किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से वो जुड़े हुए हैं?
अब जुड़े हुए तो ये तो पता नहीं है। मैं तो कुछ जानती नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं पढ़ी लिखी तो हूँ नहीं जो मैं कुछ जानती हूँ। पॉलिटिक्स मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं जानती। पॉलिटिक्स जानती ना, कोई नेतागिरी जानती, मैं तो कुछ नहीं जानती।
कभी किसी क्वेश्चन पेपर के बारे में घर में चर्चा होती थी? बच्चों की पढ़ाई को लेकर कोई चर्चा होती थी?
कुछ ही नहीं है। हमारे तो पढ़ते थे और बस याद करते थे।
आरोप लग रहे हैं कि उन्होंने पेपर खरीदा और उसके बाद अपने खुद जाके बेटे को दिया। 29 तारीख को उनको पेपर मिल गया।
यहाँ का ही कौन है, खुद जाके दिया और फलाना। कुछ ही नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है सर।
28-29 तारीख को कहाँ थे आपके पति? घर पर ही थे या वो सीकर गए थे?
All right, here's breaking news coming in. A big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma on day one. Now he's talked about implementing a uniform civil code. In fact, now we're given to understand that this is a big decision taken on the UCC being implemented, while tribal, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the UCC implementation in Assam. Now, this will be introduced on May 26th in the Assam Legislative Assembly. And this is the big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister, the newly elected Chief Minister, Hemant Biswa Sharma, who's now on his second consecutive term in Assam. He's taken a big decision on Uniform Civil Code. The bill will be introduced in the Assembly on May 26th. Now, the crucial point is that tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the implementation of UCC. All right, in fact, more crucial points are now emerging as we continue to report on these developments. Now, religious practices and rituals will be kept outside the ambit of UCC in Assam when we talk about its implementation, while tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will also be exempted. Now, the bill will be introduced in the Assembly of Assam on May 26th. Now, this is a crucial and a big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister. Now, this was what BJP also promised in its Assam manifesto, and now the Chief Minister has got to action on day one. In fact, he talks about the implementation of a UCC. The bill will now be introduced in the Assembly on May 26th. Two big takeaways. First is that tribal areas, including both hill and plain areas, will be exempted from the implementation of UCC, while the religious practices and rituals will also be kept outside the ambit of UCC. Now, that's the big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister. My colleague Amrita also joins me with more details on this. Amrita, take us through this big decision taken by Assam's Chief Minister on the implementation of UCC.
That's right, Ishita. This is the first action taken by Assam's Chief Minister in his second term, Hemant Biswa Sharma, as his manifesto promised to include the UCC, to enforce the UCC, and he has in fact introduced the UCC in the Assam Assembly as his first line of action. We know that he was very strong against many of the illegal infiltration during his campaigning. He was also very stringent on the demographic changes. He's speaking exclusively to Republic. He also mentioned that, and it was one of his major election campaign focus as well. And now with the UCC set to be introduced in the Assam Assembly, and he also has the numbers for it, securing clearly above the two-third majority, and he does have the number. And now he is set to, in fact, introduce the UCC. And as you also mentioned, there are some restrictions and exceptions. With this regard, we are getting reports that tribals will be exempted exempted from the Uniform Civil Code in Assam, and also other religious practices and rituals will be kept outside of the UCC. So as you know, UCC will be enforced mostly with the alimony, with the marriage codes and some of the other civil proceedings and codes that will now be in one common uniform code in Assam. As of now, it remains to be seen how it will be unfolded, although he has put in place some exceptions for the tribals and other religious rituals as of now. Ishita.
All right, Amrita, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the details about Assam Chief Minister's big decision on day one regarding the implementation of UCC. And now more breaking developments coming in. In fact, let's cut across to Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma.
আজিৰ কেবিনেট বৈঠকৰ সিদ্ধান্তসমূহ বা আমি যি ধৰণে আলাপ আলোচনা কৰিলোঁ, চৰকাৰখনে এক প্ৰকাৰ আজিৰে পৰা দায়িত্ব গ্ৰহণ কৰিলে এনেকুৱা এটা বাৰ্তাও আমি প্ৰেৰণ কৰিব বিচাৰিছোঁ। অৱশ্যে মন্ত্ৰীসমূহৰ দপ্তৰ এতিয়াও আমি ঘোষণা কৰা নাই, খুব সোনকালে আমি দপ্তৰো ঘোষণা কৰিম। আৰু ৰাতিপুৱা মই সংবাদ মাধ্যমত কোৱাৰ দৰে বিধানসভাৰ অধিৱেশনৰ পৰৱৰ্তী সময়ত মন্ত্ৰীসভাখনৰ পূৰ্ণাংগ সম্প্ৰসাৰণৰ
Breaking news development coming in. Now, government of the day is pushing for more austerity measures across the board to conserve fuel. Now, this comes following a Prime Minister's big appeal to all the citizens of the country. And we're looking at several ministers, top ministers as well, cutting down on the convoy size. It has done by the Prime Minister, Home Minister, Defence Minister, the Transport Minister as well. And now there's a letter issued by the Transport Ministry urging for people to save fuel and to cut down on their transport by at least 50%. Now, they have cut down on their convoy size. In fact, Transport Minister says Nitin Gadkari, he will be travelling by bus. So, as he now announces these measures, he's also urging the citizens to cut down on their transport and to use a public transport to save fuel. Now, we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board. You have the top ministers, right from Prime Minister, Defence Minister, Transport Minister to even Home Minister, cutting down on their convoy size. And now Transport Ministry also issuing a letter asking for a 50% reduction in convoy size. The letter, in fact, cites energy security and traffic management. Now, this is a letter coming in from the Transport Ministry following Prime Minister Modi's war appeals. In fact, my colleague Amrita joins me with more details on this. Amrita, take us through the latest directions coming in from the Transport Ministry. This comes following this, the cut down we have seen in different ministers' convoy size as well.
That's right, Ishita. I have in my hand the letter issued by the Union Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari, and I will read out some of the major key points that he has mentioned, saying that starting from May 14 and 15, the tour program that has been enclosed, as advised by the Prime Minister, it is essential to reduce the consumption of fuel and for transportation purposes in the interest of national energy security. And it also mentions that hence I have decided to undertake travel by bus, as he says, along with accompanying officers, journalists and security personnel, which will also facilitate better traffic management and public convenience. They are also, Ishita, pushing for use of public transportation, including union ministers. They will be traveling by bus and other public transport to conserve fuel consumption and also to secure energy security of the country. And this letter particularly also mentions, in view of the above, it is requested that the number of vehicles in the convoy for most of the chief ministers and other VVIPs as well may kindly be reduced to 50% of the usual deployment during the tour. This is a major directive now issued by the Transport Ministry, and this comes after Prime Minister Modi has directed that his convoy be reduced by 50%, that he will now be traveling with 50% less of a convoy to conserve fuel, as he announced the austerity measures on fuel conservation. And not just that, Ishita, we have also many reports coming in from the major BJP chief ministers of several states, including UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Adityanath and Rekha Gupta and Gujarat Chief Minister as well, saying that they will also be traveling by public transport and will be reducing their convoy by 50%. Back to you, Ishita.
Right, Amrita. So we are looking at austerity. Measures are kicking in across the board. Not just the top ministers, but also chief ministers of several states have now decided to cut down on their convoy size and to use a public transport to save fuel. In fact, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. All right, we are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, getting you all the details about the NEET leak operation, how Republic exposes what's happening outside the...
IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोको ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट विबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global market stable by stopping China from competing for the same oil that India buys from other places. However, if the United States offers major trade deals or lowers taxes in exchange for China cutting off Iran completely, the impact on India could be disastrous. If Beijing stops buying from Iran to please the United States, it will immediately move to the Russian and Saudi Arabian markets to replace those 1.5 million barrels. India currently relies on Russia for nearly 40% of its total oil imports. If a giant like China suddenly moves its massive buying power into the Russian market, the special discounts India currently enjoys will vanish overnight. India would be forced into a bidding war against a country with an economy 5 times larger and 10 times the storage capacity. This shift is exactly why this meeting could cause India's fuel prices to skyrocket and effectively cut off its supply lines. Another major risk involves the United States' trade goals. The core objective for US at this summit is to reduce its massive trade deficit with Beijing. A primary American demand is for China to commit to buying massive quantities of US liquefied natural gas and crude oil. If Xi Jinping agrees to this multi-billion-dollar purchase of American energy, Trump may grant China a quiet, informal exemption regarding its use of dark fleets and non-dollar payment systems to buy whatever remaining Middle Eastern oil it needs. This creates a situation where India becomes the only major power actually making a sacrifice to follow the
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Republic accesses WhatsApp chat between the buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026 UG. Question papers for the medical entrance exam leaked using advanced technologies including a shadow server, sophisticated telegram network and portable scanners. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. As per sources, Pratik was suffering from depression and was getting treatment done. CM Vijay drops astrologer Ricky Radhan Pandit from OSD post amid opposition heat. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus. Now, days after Prime Minister Modi's austerity call to the nation, several ministers nationwide have now initiated cuts in their personal convoys, adhering to the curbs suggested by the Prime Minister. Now, Prime Minister Modi himself has cut down his convoy size in Gujarat and Assam immediately after his speech in Hyderabad as well. Now, according to reports, the Prime Minister has also asked electric vehicles to be included in his convoy convoy at the moment, where you're also looking at other ministers following suit. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also made changes to his convoy size and was seen travelling with just 5 cars in his convoy. In fact, you also have other top ministers, including Finance Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, all of them cutting down their convoy size following Prime Minister's war appeal. And today also you have the Transport Ministry issuing a letter asking for the convoy size to be cut down by 50%, wherein the Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari himself has suggested that he will be travelling by bus. So you have all the top union ministers in the Modi cabinet now cutting down on their convoy size, and not just that. Also, the chief ministers of several states, including Yogi Adityanath, Devendra Fadnavis, they have come out cutting down on their convoy size and also using public transport. All this while appealing the public as well to use public transport and to conserve fuel. So we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board, right from the Prime Minister, union ministers, as well as state chief ministers. Now, on your screen, you can see Prime Minister Modi, in fact, cutting down on his convoy size. It has not just come down to 2 cars in his convoy. Now, on your screen is the visual of Prime Minister Modi's convoy taken after his war appeal to the nation. As you can see on your screen, the convoy has now been cut down to just about 2 cars. It is a measure to save fuel and to urge public as well to go for fuel conservation and to use public transport. Now, this is a visual of Prime Minister Modi's convoy, just scaled down to about 2 cars as he urges the nation to now conserve fuel. So we are looking at austerity measures kicking in across the board, right from Prime Minister, who scaled down his convoy to just about 2 cars, to union ministers, including Defence Minister, Finance Minister, as well as Transport Minister, all cutting down the size of their convoys as well. Now, these are visuals on your screen showing you how Prime Minister's convoy has now been scaled down to just about 2 cars as austerity measures kick in. In fact, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, we are looking at Prime Minister setting an example for what he's urging the nation to do right now to save fuel and to use public transport. His convoy itself has been cut down to just about 2 cars.
Well, yes, these are pictures from earlier in the morning when Prime Minister arrived at his Seva Tirth office from his residence at 7 LKM in just 2 cars, and that was around 11 AM. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of substantive cut that's been made in his convoy, which typically stood at about 15 cars earlier, 13 to 15 cars, depending on exigencies, security requirements, etc. The Prime Minister, in fact, made his first appeal to the nation in his Hyderabad speech a few days back. Subsequently, he has made 2 visits, Ishita, one to Gujarat, the other to Assam. And in both the visits, his convoy was cut down to roughly half. Prime Minister's instructions were that apart from security requirements, the other cars that are part of the convoy as part of protocol, those should be removed or cut in numbers. So, for example, many of the officials that accompany the PM carcade whenever he arrives in a state capital, those were removed. Many of the officers were made to carpool. And so the appeal that the Prime Minister made to the nation, he himself implemented in the first 2 visits outside Delhi. And today we are seeing these pictures where he's just come from his residence to office. So he thought that maybe even that big security convoy that generally accompanies is not needed in the given circumstances. So only 2 cars there in the pictures. We have seen how, taking cue from the Prime Minister, other BJP leaders, ministers, including both Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and half a dozen odd chief ministers across the country, and we will see perhaps this getting replicated across all the 22 states following this lead by the Prime Minister and cut down their convoys, because that's something which was picking up social media chatter, that while the Prime Minister is appealing to the nation, these chief ministers, and given the fact that BJP now rules 22 states, many of them, majority of them actually from the BJP, are still using those long carcades whenever they travel outside of those capitals. So I think what we are seeing is Prime Minister, they're leading by example, and many of the BJP leaders following. Hopefully this would go to opposition-ruled states also, given the fact that that seems like what's required. And Prime Minister, of course, with that appeal, signaling that this is just a beginning. There would be much more coming by way of austerity measures that the government would be announcing, and perhaps people would have to learn to live with them and to participate.
Right, Abhishek, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all these crucial details about how Prime Minister himself is now leading by example as he urges nation to save fuel and go for austerity measures. Now, viewers are moving on to what's happening in the northeastern part of the country. Now, 3 church leaders have been killed and several others have been injured after an attack was carried on their vehicles while they were travelling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi in Manipur. Now, protests, in fact, have broken out against this incident that took place in Manipur. We're getting you visuals from the state right now as protests break out over this incident. Now, remember, in this incident, there are 3 church leaders which were killed and several others were injured after an attack was carried out on their vehicles. Now, they were travelling from Churachandpur to Kangpokpi in Manipur, and this is when the attack took place on their convoy, which killed about 3 leaders while injuring several others. Now, over this incident, tensions are escalating on the ground, and protests, as you can see on your screen, have now broken out in Manipur. In fact, this is after 3 church leaders were killed and several others were injured while they were travelling. This was an attack that took place on their convoy, and now tensions escalating on the ground over the attack that took place in Manipur. Now, 3 church leaders killed and several others injured, and over that, anger now spilling onto the streets. As you can see, several people in Manipur have now taken to streets to protest against this violent incident which killed about 3 church leaders while injuring several others. All right, my colleague Linthoy now joins me with more details on this. Linthoy, do take us. What is the situation on the ground right now? It seems that protests have now escalated over the killing of 3 church leaders and several other leaders have now been injured.
Protest is right now going on in this Kangpokpi district, which is the lifeline of the state. This road is along the Imphal Dimapur, and it is under the National Highway number 2. So, this violent confrontation between, Meitei and Kuki communities has already begun already begun on May 3rd, 2023. Over the months evolved into, multiple layers of armed and ethnic tensions involving different tribal groups, militant factions, and territorial assertions also. So now they are targeting the church's leaders who are, acting as a peace carrier, and they are also, helping the people in the hill areas, in bringing peace and unity. So. Forget about the growing concern that speaking about the growing concern that the conflict is no longer limited to a binary Meitei-Kuki divide. So these tensions between certain Kuki and Naga groups have increasingly surfaced, particularly over territorial influence, armed movement, and competing narratives in hill areas also. At the same time, there are allegations emerging from within tribal communities themselves, including claims that certain Thado groups are being selectively targeted or caught into the crossfire of expanding factional rivalries. So this has been going on. First, the conflict is between Meitei and Kuki community, and from February 2026, the conflict has erupted between Naga and Kuki, and now the Kuki are again targeting their own, people. They are targeting the Thado. So what is their intention on targeting the church leaders? Back to you.
Right. Now, Linthoy, from what you just said, I'm gathering that there was a conflict that we have seen going on in Manipur between Kukis and Meiteis, but it has now gone a step ahead between Kukis and Nagas as well. So if you could tell our viewers, what exactly are these protesters demanding at the moment?
Yeah, so these are the protesters from the Gangpokpi district, so mainly they are the Thado. So they are condemning the incident of killing the Thado church leaders. So basically the three Thado leaders, they are going they are going at this Chhatrapati to attend a conference, religious conference. So after coming back from Chhatrapati in the midway, coming back from Chhatrapati towards Gangpokpi, in the midway they were ambushed. So they lost their life and several were also injured in that incident. So the people of the Gangpokpi district are raising their voice, demanding for justice and demanding to arrest those culprits involved in this incident. And there is also allegations from the different sections of the Kuki communities that the ambush is allegedly carried out by NSC and IM, and then ZUF comes on, and several others, they have alleged in such kinds. So right now people are demanding for justice. Back to you.
Right. Thanks, Lintoy, for joining us and giving us all these crucial details about the protests escalating in Manipur over the killing of 3 church leaders. All right, here's now more breaking news developments are coming in. CBI, in fact, has secured a 2-day transit remand of the accused Shubham Khairnar from the court. Now, the accused will be produced before the CBI court in Delhi tomorrow. Now, this is in connection with the NEET leak case. We are given to understand that one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has been now given a transit remand of about 2 days, and he will be produced before the CBI in Delhi tomorrow. Now, wheels of justice are moving rapidly in the entire NEET leak case. We're looking at crackdown taking place on several accused across the country, and one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to transit remand for 2 days. He will be produced before the CBI court in Delhi tomorrow. In fact, we've also got some visuals exposing these NEET cheat brothers who've been captured along with several politicians, as you can see in the picture as well. Now, these are several brothers who were involved in this entire leak operation, and now we've accessed their picture with a politician as well. And on more breaking news developments, a 2-day remand has now been given to one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, who will be produced before the CBI court in the capital city tomorrow. Now, we have seen that the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this entire case. 15 people have now been arrested across the country. The 16th arrest was made today from Maharashtra, in fact. And one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to 2-day remand custody. He will be produced before the court in Delhi tomorrow. In fact, viewers, those are the latest developments we're getting at this hour. One of the accused in the NEET entire leak operation, Shubham Khairnar, has now been sent to 2 days of remand custody. He will be produced before the CBI court in New Delhi tomorrow. All right, my colleague Revati, who's been very closely tracking all the story, joins me on this. Revati, do take us through the latest. We are picking up about one of the accused, Shubham Khairnar, being sent to 2 days of remand custody.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Shubham Khairnar, who is a doctor himself, is being arrested by the CBI. Now he has been taken to Mumbai for the transit remand. Firstly, he was arrested, detained in Nashik, and then he was taken to Mumbai after the interrogation done by the CBI. Many developments came forward during the interrogation and the investigation. But as of now, he has sought, actually the CBI has sought 2 days transit remand from Mumbai, and Shubham Khairnar will be presented before the CBI court tomorrow, and then the further investigation will take place. CBI has said in its statement while taking a transit remand that there are many more suspects linked to Shubham Khairnar, or he was in contact with Shubham Khairnar. Hence, they have received 2 days transit remand from Mumbai court today. Over to you.
All right, we're looking at one of the neat cheat brothers, Dinesh Biwal, in fact, with the politician on your screen right now. In fact, Madan Dilawar, he can be seen with, and the other one is also an accused, Mangi Lal. Now, both these brothers have been accused in these neat leak operation, and they can be seen captured with, in fact, Madan Dilawar. All right, viewers, now as we continue to expose these neat cheats, we also spoke to the Vice President of Federation of All India Medical Association on this entire leak operation and what will be the next step by NTA. Take a listen.
The FIMA, Federation of All India Medical Association, we as an independent organization comprising of the resident doctor association throughout the country, we raise the issues of the medical doctors fraternity across the nation who have any kind of issue happened anywhere in the country regarding if it is like the need UG, the need PG, DM, MCH, so any sort of incident happened with the doctors community, doctor fraternity across the nation, we FIMA always try to raise their issues on national platform so that they can get justice. Whatever kind of, if you see, lots of incident, physical and sexual assaults happen with the doctors while on duty. So we fight.
All right, here's more breaking news coming in from Air India. Now, the airlines, in fact, has announced the rationalization of its services on selected international routes between June and August of this year. Now, these adjustments have been made by the airline in response to several factors, including continued airspace restrictions over certain regions, record high jet fuel prices for international operations, which have significantly impacted their operations. My colleague Harsha also joins me with more details on this. Harsha, do take us through this big step taken by Air India rationalizing its route operations.
Yes, certainly. Earlier, Air India reduced more than 100 international flights because of the airspace restriction and because of the record high ATF prices as well, the fuel price on the international sectors as well. Today, Air India has announced, after yesterday's meeting was held, today Air India has announced that between June and August, more than international services, they are going to make some temporary adjustments, and that will be to the select route. To all of viewers to know that select routes are the places where the airspace restriction is there, and where Air India has to take longer routes to reach the destination. In those areas, there will be reduced number of now Air India flights, and they are making it because of the record high jet fuel prices for the international operation, and because of the restriction. Right now, Air India has more than 2,000 to 2,500 flights internationally operating, but Air India will continue to operate only 1,200 international flights right now every month. But between June and August, the cut of the international flight is going to be extremely high because of the ATF prices. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also the big takeaway right now is that Air India will only be operating 1,200 flights every month. These are international flights, while several regions where airspace restrictions are there, their selected routes have been cut down. So for our viewers, for people who fly frequently, if you could take us down, what are the routes that have been cut down by Air India?
So majorly the routes which are going to be affected are majorly the routes of the European countries, the route of the United States, the use of the United Kingdom. These are the major routes where all the countries will be majorly affected. Most of the countries just going to affect are going to be the European country, because let me tell you, for the European country, earlier before the airspace restriction, the Air India flight used to take 12 hours, so minimum 11 hours to reach the destination. But after the airspace restriction, it's taking Air India flight more than 22 to 22 hours to reach the required destination. So that's the kind of impact which is because of the airspace restriction and because of the high fuel prices in the jet as well. Because the more the fuel, the longer the space, the more loss to the aviation industry. And that too, we have seen that how aviation ministry also stated that there's a capping in the domestic flights, but there's no capping in the ATF, which is the aviation turbine fuel prices. There's no capping in the international flight. So international flight prices of the fuel are record high, and that is a major loss which the airlines are already been stating to the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. So the viewers who are planning to travel to European country, who are planning to go to the cities in United States, they should at least be aware of the fact that between June and August, the flights which will be operating, which will be immensely expensive, and it will be less in number. Back to you.
Right. Now, Harsha, mostly international flights are booked in advance, so this change will also lead to certain cancellations. And with this regard, Air India says that they will be actively assisting customers. So if you could just take our viewers through what exactly happens for those flights which will be cancelled now.
So the passengers who have booked their international travel between June to August for the locations of the Europe, United States, and let's say of London in the United of Kingdom, all those passengers' flights either will be cancelled or they will be given a substitute flight. But that also dates will be according to the airline. That date doesn't depend on the travel of the passenger, because now the number of airlines are reduced. So the operations have been reduced. So either they will be asked to shift their travel dates, or either they will be compensated with the full amount, and that the process has already begun. Air India has already stated that the ones who wish to cancel their flight, they will be given full refund right now from the airline.
All right, thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us and giving us all these crucial details on this. All right, viewers, now slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, Mulayam Singh's son, Pratik Yadav, found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. SP now raises more claims, saying that this could have been a poisoning incident. Getting you all the updates on the other side.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you watch you live and breaking with me, Shavan. A top focus as the NEET fiasco continues. Investigation carried out by Republic reporters goes on to indicate that there are several flaws which weren't even detected by those who are in charge of the examination. We'll get you all the latest details in the investigation that has been carried out. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic accesses a WhatsApp chat between buyer and seller of the leaked guest paper for NEET 2026. Question papers for the medical entrance examination leaked using advanced technologies, including a shadow server, a sophisticated telegram network, and a portable scanner. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, found dead this morning under mysterious circumstances. Sources suggest Pratik was suffering from depression and was undergoing treatment. Chief Minister Vijay drops astrologer Ricky Pandit from OSD post amid opposition heat. Vijay passes floor test with 144 votes in Tamil Nadu Assembly. Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Pratik Yadav was found dead under mysterious circumstances this morning. In fact, Samajwadi Party legislators have now levelled some sensational allegations that bruise marks were also found on his body. Post-mortem report details have now been accessed by Republic TV, which reveals the cause of Pratik's death. A blood clot had formed in his body. The clot travelled from the lower extremities to the upper body, subsequently causing an infection in the arteries and lungs, leading to death by cardiac arrest. Further details are expected to become clear following the Viscera report, which is still awaited at this point in time. But there are several questions now being raised. Marital discord is becoming one of the biggest talking points of this death that has taken place. In fact, type it again, Pratik Yadav has taken to social media speaking about his own marital discord with his wife Aparna Yadav, who joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the post-mortem report is concerned, in the post-mortem report, which has now been accessed by Republic TV, these are the details coming in, which shows that there was a clot in his body, which had moved from the lower body to the upper body, causing blockage in the arteries, leading to a cardiac arrest this morning. If you go by some of the statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party legislators, for instance, an MLA who spoke to us earlier today and indicated that there were clots in his body, there were bruise marks as he had basically indicated, and also from the fact that there is a larger conspiracy at play. Now that is what Samajwadi Party leaders had to state earlier today. In fact, we'll try and play out that in a short while from now. In fact, on your screens, this is a copy of the post-mortem report. The full details are expected to come in later today. In fact, as of now, this is the preliminary report that has been released by the doctors who conducted the post-mortem. Allegations were also levelled about the post-mortem that was conducted for several hours, put together with Samajwadi leaders even questioning that. Earlier today, you've had Akhilesh Yadav also making a statement. Let me go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's getting us the latest details of the post-mortem report. Niranjan, as I understand, this happens to be the preliminary report that has been released, by which there are details emerging that he had suffered a cardiac arrest.
Yes, Shravan, hinting at a cardiac arrest, but it appears that there is much more, because even the report, an initial reading of the report suggests that there were blood clots in his body, and the blood clots are moved towards the lungs. Now, let me just read out from an excerpt of the report. This is an initial reading of the report that I have in my hand. It mentions cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted. It's a medical term, but what it essentially means is that there could have been blood clots in the body that led to his death due to a cardiac arrest. That's what we are hearing. This is an initial report once again, and this, however, it also mentions that the whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material has been preserved for histopathological examination, and viscera has been preserved for chemical analysis and handed over to the CP concerned, and all injuries mentioned are anti-mortem. Now, why is this interesting? You had a Samajwadi Party MLA who spoke to the media and to Republic Media Network a few minutes back, and he claimed that there could be foul play. It is the Samajwadi Party MLA who has said that it could be a case of foul play, and he claimed that he had seen himself blue marks all over the body of Pratik Yadav. Now, that is why there are some questions that remain unanswered. There are some reports that suggest that his body was found in the kitchen, and it was a medical experts who found him lying in an unconscious state. How and when were these medical experts called? When was he taken to the hospital, and who made that call? Now, all of these details we are waiting for. His wife Aparna Yadav, who is a BJP leader, has returned from Assam. And we are hearing that the last rites of Pratik Yadav, who is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, will take place tomorrow. It's a high-profile family. Mulayam Singh Yadav has been one of the senior-most leaders of the country. One of the biggest political families in Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav is the chief of the Samajwadi Party. Pratik happens to be the stepbrother of Pratik, and that is why this story becomes interesting. Now, also add to it, Shravan, there was a bitter breaking apart in January. If you went through the social media posts of Pratik Yadav, he went public, and in public posts, he put out details about his acrimony with his wife, Aparna Yadav, who's a BJP leader. He went on to call her names, saying that she's the reason why his life has been destroyed. He claimed that she had, kept him away from his family. A whole set of allegations were made. And now you have the news of his death coming in. Of course, many questions remain unanswered. And the closest we've come to the reason of his death is this particular report. Once again, I'm repeating what this particular report says. It says it's a cardiorespiratory collapse due to massive pulmonary thromboembolism as noted. And that all injuries mentioned are anti-mortem. This is what we have. I think there are some questions that remain unanswered. We'll continue to ask those questions. If I'm not wrong, Akhilesh Yadav this morning also hinted at taking a legal route in this issue. So let's see where the story goes from here. Shravan.
Well, in fact, as my colleague Niranjan was pointing out, unanswered questions sparked by several statements that have been made by Samajwadi Party leaders, starting with one of the legislators who spoke to our colleague a short while back, indicating that there were bruise marks that were found on his body. Niranjan, just a quick question before I play out that response that had come in from Samajwadi leader. And no ordinary leader that we're talking about. He's a prominent Samajwadi Party leader. He's a legislator from the assembly in Uttar Pradesh. So one cannot, certainly brush that aside. Just a quick question with regards to what is it that Akhilesh Yadav had to say? Because it is also known that it isn't that they have had the best of a relation.
Of course, Shravan, just to tell our viewers a little bit about Pratik Yadav. Pratik Yadav, is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav from his second wife. And he's a stepbrother of Akhilesh Yadav. And he was someone who sort of stayed away from politics, did not want to be in politics, did not have very keen interest in politics, chose to take a business option. He was more involved in business, and he did not want to sort of be very involved in politics. And that is why you see Akhilesh and his family play a front role in politics. And Aparna Yadav, just before the elections, of course, she moved to the BJP, etc. There was complete drama there. And she has been in the BJP ever since. But Pratik Yadav has sort of decided and had made a conscious call to, take a step back in politics. And that is why his story is extremely interesting. Like to be in the shadows, was in his late 30s. You look at some of his photos, was an outgoing person. He liked to enjoy his time with his family. Was seen, I think he had a liking for cars. There are some pictures of him at the international circuit as well. And from what we understand, last few months hasn't been easy for him. From the different accounts that we are picking up, he wasn't very happy about something. He was unhappy, one, with his personal life. There are many posts, some of which have been deleted now, of Pratik Yadav, where he went on record. I think we made a graphic this morning of the different posts that he had put out regarding his family and his wife. If we have that graphic out, we can put it out. He went public, and something had changed since January this year, when he went public against his wife, Aparna Yadav, of course. And he said that, she was an extremely selfish person. He called her a lot of nasty things, saying that she was selfish, and that she was only worried about her own career, and that she had, broken him up from his family, separated him from his family, and a whole series of comments were made. So people are linking that to this, on whether he was depressed and whether there is something more. We don't know, but this is the closest that we've come. And the fact that a Samajwadi Party MLA has gone on record now to say that there could be foul play, I think it tells you there could be something more. If there were blue marks found on the body, there were some reports this morning. Of course, you cannot confirm any of these reports until something official comes out. Some reports suggested poisoning, some reports suggested foul play. We also reported about multiple bruise marks on the body of Pratik Yadav. So, stories very interesting. Biggest political family in Uttar Pradesh, India's largest state. The story has ramifications. Shravan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Niranjan, for getting us the latest details of the post-mortem report. Earlier today, we spoke to one of the Samajwadi Party legislators, a senior member, who's leveled some sensational allegations, and he's essentially hinted at a larger conspiracy at play. Now, this is what the leader had to say.
हमारे साथ रविदास मेहरोत्रा जी हैं। रविदास जी, आप अंदर थे, क्या कुछ भी पता चल पाया?
समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी के छोटे भाई प्रतीक यादव जी का आज आकस्मिक और असामयिक निधन हो गया, जिससे हम लोग बहुत अधिक दुखी और आहत हैं। जब जानकारी मैंने करी तो ये हुआ कि संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई है, और हो सकता है कि उनको जहर दिया गया हो, और उनके शरीर पर चोट के बहुत निशान थे। इसलिए हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि उनकी मौत के कारणों की जांच कराई जाए। यहाँ पर 9 बजे लगभग पोस्टमार्टम हो गया था। उसके बाद कई घंटे बॉडी यहाँ पर रखी रही। बार बार पूछा गया कि बॉडी क्यों रखी गई है, तो कहा गया कि उनकी पत्नी आने वाली हैं। उनकी पत्नी यहाँ पर नहीं आई, और फिर उनकी बॉडी को यहाँ से अभी भी जो है पुलिस प्रशासन ने
जानबूझकर, आप कह रहे हैं, बॉडी को रखा गया था?
जी, 9 बजे पोस्टमार्टम हो गया, उसके बाद भी जानबूझ करके पोस्टमार्टम।
आप कह रहे हैं जहर देने की बात, क्या जहर दिया गया?
डॉक्टर ने हमसे बताया कि जब बॉडी को लाया गया सिविल अस्पताल में, तो उनकी संदिग्ध अवस्था में मौत हो गई थी। जब उनको लाया गया उससे पहले वो मर चुके थे, और इस जो है उनकी जो पूछा गया तो कहा हो सकता है कि उनकी बॉडी में जहर हो, और उनके शरीर पर नीले नीले दाग
शरीर पर
पड़े
नीले निशान थे, चोट के भी निशान थे।
चोट के निशान।
आपने अंदर बॉडी देखा क्या?
जी, अंदर जो है उनकी बॉडी पर चोट के निशान थे और नीले नीले दाग थे। या तो जहर के निशान होंगे या उनको
ये आपने खुद अपनी आंखों से देखा?
जी।
नीले निशान पूरे शरीर पर थे?
नहीं, जो देख पाए शरीर उस पे थे, अब पूरे शरीर में होंगे।
और चोट कहाँ थे?
पैर में देखा गया, पैर में चोट थी।
पैर में
और उनको जो है ये लगता है कि पॉइजन दिया गया है। उनके मौत के कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए और जांच इस बात की भी हो कि पोस्टमार्टम होने के कई घंटे बाद तक बॉडी मॉर्चरी में क्यों रही।
कहा जा रहा है कि अपर्णा यादव आएंगी, उसका इंतजार था।
बिना आए फिर क्यों बॉडी दे दी गई?
अभी खबर है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर लैंड कर
जब उन खबर थी तो बॉडी पहले क्यों दी गई? हम लोग लगातार ये मांग कर रहे थे कि पोस्टमार्टम हो गया है तो बॉडी उनके घर भेजी जाए। तो ये कहा गया हम लोगों से कि उनकी पत्नी आ रही है, लेकिन पत्नी नहीं आई। उसके बावजूद भी उनकी बॉडी अब भेजी गई। तो इतने घंटे उनकी बॉडी क्यों रोकी गई, इस बात की
आप बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, साजिश की बात से।
ये बड़ी साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है और उनकी जो मौत हुई है इसके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि उनकी पत्नी ने अभी हाल में जब समाजवादी पार्टी का झंडा जलाया था तो उससे प्रतीक यादव बहुत अधिक आहत थे।
आपको लग रहा है इसके पीछे कोई पॉलिटिकल या फिर कारोबार भी
कोई भी कारण हो, इनके कारणों की जांच होनी चाहिए। हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनकी मौत सामान्य नहीं है, संदिग्ध अवस्था में।
आप कह रहे हैं बीजेपी में शामिल हुई तब से वो परेशान थे अपर्णा यादव? जब
अब वो परेशान थे, हमको अंकल कहते थे, वो बहुत व्यवहार कुशल थे, लेकिन उसके बाद से वो काफी दुखी रहा करते थे।
मैंने प्रतीक को बचपन से देखा है। आज वो हमारे बीच नहीं है, बहुत दुख है। और एक अच्छा नौजवान इसलिए था कि बचपन से ही उसे स्वास्थ्य के प्रति, अपने हेल्थ के प्रति और वो कुछ जीवन में आगे बढ़कर के काम करना चाहता था। एक बहुत अच्छा लड़का जो अपने मेहनत से कुछ करना चाहता था। बहुत दुखद है वो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है।
अखिलेश जी, लास्ट टाइम आपकी बात कब होनी चाहिए? मौत होनी चाहिए, आपको लगता है जांच होनी चाहिए?
स्वाभाविक है कि जो कानूनी और जो कानून कहता है और जो परिवार के लोग कहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम लोग मानेंगे बात को।
Well, shifting focus to the top story of the day as the investigation in the NEET fiasco continues with Central Bureau of Investigation reaching NTA's office. Indications now coming in that they are also looking at the possibility of whether at all the leak has actually happened from the source, which happens to be the National Testing Agency itself. Now, on your screens, some arrests that have been made and the political connections that are emerging. The Congress party in Rajasthan has levelled an allegation against a BJP leader who happens to be also the education minister in Rajasthan, who's seen with one of the accused who has been taken into custody, the Need brothers who cheated 2.3 million students. On your screen right now is the image of the leader along with two of the accused in this particular case. In fact, it turns out that this minister has completely disappeared. Multiple attempts that have also been made by Republic TV to reach out to the BJP leader, to no avail. There has been no response really coming in. The same leader had given his first response after this dire NEET fiasco, where he said that all culprits will be nabbed soon. Allegations have also been levelled against the Rajasthan SOG, the police, the operations group for not filing an FIR in this entire matter.